Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tuesday. We had a day off. We're coming back. China did not open up that good, even though they cut the rates. Europe getting off to a weaker start. America kind of following the same vibe. And then you woke up with earnings, and then Capital One buying out Discover cards. So, Chattadonia, we got a couple of things we're juggling. Not too much data throughout the week. We do have the leading index today that may be able to move us. And then it's all going to be the minutes. And then what's the other one? I'm thinking Fed minutes and I'm blanking on the other one for the week, but pretty much not that much data. Then we're gonna be going into next week. More Fed, yes. PMI, thank you. I was blanking on that one here, but for the most part, coming in, everything else was open yesterday. Everybody's else coming right back now. It's a little bit slower. The earnings here in the morning, they moved us a little bit. Again, Walmart was right at the margin. Then they ended up beating Home Depot. They had like their fifth negative quarter there in a row, so that wasn't good. But for the most part, we're riding it off. Get an idea of the vibes and seeing, do we do what we did last week, or do we get right back on the horse and continue the narrative up everything? New highs every single day, but chatter. We could talk about it all day. Good morning. How you living, baby? What's going on, Chattadonia? Happy Tuesday. 51 months. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh, no. Good morning, baby. That's how we're opening up. 51 months. Hey, man, what's going on, Chattadonia? How was the long weekend? What up, Brendan Jenkins? Be like Mike, Jesse Ramirez, Dan Kingsley, baby. Good morning, winning loser. Me Nacho, Dirty Bar, Benny Silverio, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good to see you, baby. Love to see you. Jesus Garcia, El Trapato, baby. Broski, Ray Aria, Good Time, Ben Stone, Sly, Agent of Chaos, Jerry Woods, Battleborn, Randy Denardi, baby. Good morning. Agent of Chaos, Stafford, Hamza, Tim Whitman in the house, baby. Good morning. Ben Zask, Teja, Riley Mack, Najee Wolf, baby. Good morning. Super Takeoff, Hamza, Bruno, Rodney Gibson, Mark J, Beans, Holy Trinity. Good morning. Oh, what up, Lori? What up, Mikey Leach? How you living, Javi Cruz? Good morning, Chase. Good morning, Midwest Finest. Oh, my goodness. Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning. Rohit Moyadas, J-Max, Casey, Joshua Murray, the Blacks, baby. Good morning, Corona Limons, Mr. Casey, Nathan Evans, Alex Lozano, Hawaz, Gary Avari. Oh, good morning. What up, Hypnotic? What up, Tiger Bell, baby? What up, Daquad? What up, John? What up, Miguel? Straw Hat. Oh, good morning. Marcus Hanlon. Yeah, we back, baby. Good morning, Chad. Make sure you like that video. What about the Twitch, baby? What about AC Dolphin? Blizzy B, Midwest Finest again. Lucky J, Kingfisher, Professional, De Rosa, baby. Good morning. Yeeks, 12 Jimin, Trolling for Life 510, Sidonian, Yunan, KJ Lemur, Sasha Gray Matter, P2MP, baby. Good morning, Feed Me Seamer, Kingfish, Lucky J, Mr. Belvedere, Slizzin, Charlie and the Tree, baby. Good morning. Oh, Hailstone, Invested, EV, Most Open, the NBDA, Cookie Monster, and Robo Handtech, baby. Good morning. Well, happy Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, it's a Tuesday that feels like a Monday. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but we're here. We are here, baby. Good. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, and Bradley Frizzle on the... Oh, no, my goodness. That's amazing. Are you kidding me? I can't. Is that real? That's real, man, right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, how else can you open up a Monday, Tuesday? Come on. Yeah, Peach Nation, get your ass up, bro. It's here. Bright and early at 5, at 6 a.m. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia, you got the peach. You got your good mornings. I hope you're feeling good. Now, let's get into the nose. What do we have? U.S. stock futures retreat with all eyes on NVIDIA. U.S. equity futures decline as the latest earnings report and corporate news failed to dispel worries about higher for longer interest rates and the faltering Chinese economy. Futures on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ were pointing to a down day when Wall Street reopens after Monday's public holiday. NVIDIA declined in pre-market ahead of their widely anticipated earnings report on Wednesday. Discover surged after Capital One agreed to buy the credit card issuer in a $35 billion deal. Capital One declined. The 10-year Treasury yield was steady with the dollar dipping. Among companies reporting earnings, Walmart rose after topping earnings estimates and agreeing to buy smart TV maker Vizio for $2.3 billion. Medtronic climbed after the medical device maker boosted sales, and Home Depot declined after reporting a fifth consecutive drop in quarterly revenue. Traders who have in recent weeks moved the Federal Reserve's rate cut expectations out to June from March as a phalanx of Fed officials have warned over exuberant conditions of policy easing, and economic data continue to surprise to the upside. Some have even raised the possibility of further tightening. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summer said on Friday that there is meaningful chance that the next move is up. That will make investors wary ahead of the Fed's January meeting to be minutes to be released on Wednesday, but most of the focus will be on NVIDIA this week. The chip giant has surpassed the market value of Amazon, and the expectation will be that it will be a big winner from AI developments. The two companies together with Meta and Microsoft have collectively contributed almost 60% of the S&P 500's year-to-date rally. NVIDIA results on Wednesday could be a turning point for the market, said Charles Henry Monjau, Chief Investment Officer at Banco Size, said on Bloomberg. The market relies on a very few large cap growths, and if they disappoint for any reason, there is a risk of a pullback. Stoxx Euro 600 was little changed after a 4-day rising streak that took it within points of the January 22nd record high on Monday. European bonds gained, with German 10-year yields falling as much as 4 basis points. Miners, Anglo American, and Rio Tinto led basic resources stocks lower after a slump in iron ore prices, with Bloomberg's industrial metal index down by 0.7. China, or the chemical subsector, outperformed, with Air Liquide jumping more than 7% after the French gas producer beat analyst expectations for margin expansion. Barclays soared as much as 7.5% after announcing plans for capital return. Asian stocks were mixed after a reduction of China mortgage reference rate failed to dispel concerns about the world's number 2 economy. Benchmarks in Japan, Australia, South Korea were all in the red. Chinese stocks fluctuated. The cut to the 5-year loan rate was a good gesture from the commercial banks, but still, now the property problem is about the mortgage rates, said William Chen, analyst at Forsyth Bar Asia. The move may slightly boost property demand, but I would not expect much. Healthy demand in Australia. BHP Group, the world's largest miner, reported $6.57 billion in underlying profits, less than consensus, and said that demand from top consumers in China were healthy despite weakness in housing. Elsewhere, gold edging higher to trade around $20.27 per ounce. West Texas and the oil headed near a 3-month high against the backdrop of ongoing tensions in the Red Sea, a vital trade route. And I sold my gold play this morning. Rio Tinto earnings are on Wednesday. Eurozone consumer confidence on Wednesday. NVIDIA Wednesday. Federal Reserve January meeting minutes on Wednesday. Atlanta Fed President Bostic on Wednesday. Eurozone CPI PMI on Thursday. Eurozone Central Bank meeting January 25th. The meeting minutes on Thursday. Lisa Cook, Fed, and Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari on Thursday. China property prices on Friday. And European Central Bank Executive Board member Schnabel on Friday as well. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, a lot of Bostic. All right, credit card merger. Capital One and Discover are going to combine in the biggest deal of the year, a $35 billion agreement to create the largest credit card company by loan volume. The news sent shares in Discover up around 18% pre-market, with Capital One falling by 4%. Notably, the deal would allow Capital One to issue its own credit cards, having historically relied on Visa and MasterCard for the service. Capital One will pay almost 27% premium to Discover's last closing price in an all-stock deal. I have tinfoil. So I don't know. We're going to need some likes here. So you let me know. You guys have been doing great. At the bell. Give me that 1,000 likes. I got Discover Capital One tinfoil for you. Yeah, I know. Bright and early, baby. Bright and early. Wall of cash Investors have added $128 billion to market funds in the U.S. since the start of 2024, one indication that there remains life in an asset class that many market observers had all but left for the dead heading into the year. One of the hottest questions about only a few months ago was where investors would go to redeploy cash holdings once the Federal Reserve entered a cycle of cutting rates. Instead, along with flows of money markets, corporate treasurers are holding on to cash as a glut of treasury issues are being absorbed by markets. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Yeah, baby, hit that like button. Oh, yeah, you're going to have to. Seeking catalysts. S&P 500 futures are pointing to a lower start on Wall Street and even losses for tech, with contracts on the NASDAQ 100 down about 0.6. U.S. tech shares dropped last week for their second weekly decline after the start of November, though the index remains close to reaching a record in early February. Strategists at Goldman have boosted their 24 target on the S&P to 5,200 just 1 month after setting it at 4,700, saying increased profit estimates are behind the revision. Waiting for the next catalyst is the current market mantra, and we could get a few in the shape of NVIDIA tomorrow, as well as the Fed's January meeting minutes. U.S. Treasuries are little changed at the moment, ahead of the auction of 40-year notes, while the dollar is heading slightly lower. Latin American yields, a UK-based bond investor, is beefing up an investment in Latin American debt and steering clear of China, a formula that helped it beat 99% of its peers last year. Colchester Global Investments likes Latin American bonds that offer the highest inflation-adjusted yields and is planning to add Brazilian, Colombian, and Mexican bonds, countries that made up the 3 top performers in emerging market bonds last year. Meanwhile, some of the largest venture investors in Latin America are sitting on nearly $4 billion and ready to make fresh investments. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Not bad. S&P futures are down by 0.3 Tuesday morning after U.S. equities finished mostly lower last week, with the S&P snapping a big 5-week winning streak and in which it gained more than 1% each week. Big tech underperformed while small caps bounced, with the Russell 2000 up over 1%. Treasuries mostly firmer with the curve bull steepening. Dollars down by 0.2. Gold is up by 0.7. Bitcoin futures are up by 0.9. WTI is down by 0.9. Nothing specific behind the pullback, though the market leaned risk off last week with the better than expected CPI and PPI prints driving another hawkish repricing of Fed pivot. This dynamic also seems to exacerbate scrutiny around stretch long positioning, big tech leading concentration, and AI proliferation. However, still some cushion on the view of the broader disinflation theme remains intact and will open up the door for Fed rate cuts, along with resilient U.S. growth backdrop, double-digit earnings growth for 24, and a pickup in buyback activity. Walmart was provided mixed full-year guidance, though some labeled better than expected, and raised dividend with takeaways positive on execution and share gains. HD a laggard following underwhelming full-year guidance. Big M&A with Capital One to acquire Discover, an all-stock deal. MasterCard and Visa down on the news. Medtronic beat and raised. Walk missed. JetBlue up on agreement with ICANN for board seats. Macy's received notice from Arkhouse Management that they have nominated 9 individuals to stand for election on the company's board. Fairly quiet ahead of a macro perspective, though FOMC minutes are out on Wednesday afternoon, and Thursday brings a flurry of Fed speak. 6 scheduled officials are scheduled to talk that day. Most important event of the weekly is expected to be NVIDIA earnings after the close on Wednesday. Company, the big winner from AI proliferation, secular growth theme, and has provided a better tech tailwind and renewed index concentration. However, thoughts about AI enthusiasm overdone. In addition, bar high with stock up over 50% since last earnings and recently surpassing Google and Amazon in market cap. Is that it? I think it is. Capital One said they'll buy Discover for more than $35 billion. China cuts their 5-year loan prime rate, on which mortgage loans are priced by a record 25 basis points to 3.95 from 4.2. Foreign business direct investment in China last year increased the lowest amount since the early 1990s, underscoring challenges to the nations as Beijing seeks more from overseas funds to help its economy. China direct investment liabilities and balance payments stood at $33 billion last year, according to data from the State Administration of Foreign Exchange. The FBI is laser focused on China efforts to insert malicious software code in the networks that could disrupt critical U.S. infrastructure, according to the agency's director, Christopher Wray. Brussels to impose the first fine on tech giant Apple for allegedly breaking EU law over access to music streaming. According to people with direct knowledge of the long-running investigation, the fine in the region is 500 million euros, expected to be announced earlier in the month. Barclays jumped after CS Venkatraskanian announced plans to return 10 billion of capital to shareholders between 2024 and 2026 to reduce costs by $2 billion. The firm also is aiming to boost returns above 12% and lift revenue to 30 billion euros, a high bar, said Bloomberg Intelligence. Corporate investment banking revenue missed estimates. They plan to reorganize into 5 divisions and named Adil Khan as sole head of global market banking, and the bonuses fell 43% last year. Iran is urging its various proxies in the Middle East to temper their attacks against U.S. forces in the region as Tehran seeks to avoid a direct conflict with Washington. The words may be bearing fruit as attacks have dropped over the last couple of weeks. U.S. economy receives a major boost from all the aid of money flowing to Ukraine. All of the $61 billion earmarked for Ukraine in the 95 bill, about 65% would flow right back to American defense industrial base. U.S. oil production may be at the peak. Output surged over the last few weeks, but the pace of increase in 24 is expected to plummet due to falling prices and sector M&A. U.S. natural gas prices have plunged to a nearly 3-decade low as what is seen as the country's warmest winter on record, as slashes of demand for heating fuel just as production surges to record levels. Winter months where heating demand is highest are on track this year to be in the mildest months since records began in 1950. GIR raises S&P year-end outlook to 5,200 from 51, reflecting 4% upside from current level. In December, they raised from target from 47 to 51 to reflect outlook of more dovish policy, lower real interest rates, and higher valuation that originally been expected. The target today reflects an improved earnings outlook and continue to expect S&P above 5,000 and forward PE multiple will end near roughly 19.5 times, a slight contraction from today's multiple of 20. Well. I think that's it. I thought there was a little bit more news, but kind of chill. Kind of chill, Jadadonia. Don't you worry, we still got plays on this beautiful, glorious morning. Alrighty, as far as pre-market movers, I think we got a couple here. Why can't I see it? So Discover, we're going to make this a little smaller. Discover, they're up 14.3. Capital One to acquire an all-stock transaction. BCS is up 9.1 off of earnings. Global Foundries up 7.1 to acquire or to receive $1.5 billion in CHIPS Act funding. IHG up 6.3 earnings, $800 million buyback. Medtronic up 3.6 off of earnings. ARGX, FDA accepts Argenx SBLA for Vyggart Hytrolo to treat CIDP for priority review. Stocks up 3.4. Intel is up by 3.0. Biden administration to grant more than $10 billion in CHIPS Act to subsidies. Walmart up 2.9 to acquire Vizio. SMCI up 1.5 nothing. USFD up 1.5. Piper Sandler upgrade. Love up 1.4. Bernstein upgrade. Grab up 1.4 off nothing. EOG 1.2 off of nothing. APD up 1.1. ALFP earning sympathy. Iova is up 21.1. FDA approves Amtagvi. Vizio up 15.7. Walmart to acquire for $11.50 in cash. BSTG up 10.2. Sell side initiations. Perry up 5.8. Share repurchase up to $550 million. DBRG up 4.3 off of earnings. JetBlue 4.1 agreement with ICANN appoints 2 new board members as independent directors. Fresh is up 3.7. ABCL 2.6. Jern up 2.5. AOK up 2.3. Deutsche Bank upgrade. SPNS up 2.1 earnings. Unit is up by 0.4. Unity and Windstream in talks about stock-based merger. QBTS is up 30.5. Partnership with NEC Australia. OCGN up 26.4. Lunar up 23. DDC up 15.4. MNY up 14.8. FANH up 14.4. Supplementary agreement for Strategic Framework Group. QMCO up 14.0. PUYI up 11.8. Supplementing. Where is it? What was it? Supplementary to strategic framework agreement with White Group and board changes. QMCO up 14.0. PUYI up 11.8. Supplemented strategic with White Group. OSS up 9.8. MPU up 9.4. BMR up 6.9. ABEO 6.1. IREN 4.6. Riley up 4.4. ATHA 4.2. TCMD up 3.3 off of earnings. SMR up 3.2. AUKL up 3.2. NDA acceptance by Singapore for Dextenza. Gold and silver stocks trading higher. Roku trading lower. Vizio Sympathy. MasterCard down 3.5 off Capital One. DFS Sympathy. Capital One down 3.2 to acquire Discover. Home Depot down 2.1 off of earnings. Visa down 2.1. Visa or Capital One Discover Sympathy. GPN down 2.1. Proposed offering $1.75 billion of convertible notes. Palantir down by 2.0, Carvana down 2.0, Enphase 2.0, TTD down 2.0, Affirm down 1.8, COF DFS Sympathy, Lowe's down 1.4, HD Sympathy, AIG down 1.1, Bank of America downgrade, Caterpillar down 0.9, Evercore downgrade, Truist down 0.3, selling remaining stake in Insurance Holdings. NPO down 5.3 off of earnings. MEOH down 4.9. Update on Geismar 3. KMT down 3.3 off of earnings. Seri down 2.5. FTC requests additional regarding merger with Abivai. Summit down 2.4. RAPT down 65. Clinical hold on studies evaluating Zelnekernon. Holders approve name change in Tarina. TCTM down 16. Celix down 17.2. NNOX down 16. Holo down 15. LICN down 15.1 to withdraw from a $100 million mixed shelf. And then EVLV down 4.6. SEC investigation. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Is that it? I think that's it. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know why I'm getting a voice crack. I think we got to warm up a little bit more. That's it. I woke up. I got a little bit of heartburn in the morning. Other than that, though, we'll see, man. We'll see, man. We're going to see how it is. All righty. Chattadonia. Do we have time? I think we have a little bit of time. It might be good time. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to get into some plays. I hope you're ready. I hope you have plays. We still got a couple of earnings we're going to go over. But good morning. I hope you're feeling good. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Like the video, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
So one of the positives that we've seen is if you look at estimates for 2024, there's a natural pattern of how estimates evolve over the course of the year. They kind of usually start high and then come down over time. And what we're seeing is they're coming down less than normal, less than average. And so that tells us that corporate expectations for earnings and guidance that we're getting is for 2024 in general is quite robust. And so that's the real positive, and ultimately that's the positive driver for equity markets.
Okay, well, they're going for $240 this year, up from $235. So they're going for a high single-digit increase in earnings. Thank you so much for joining me, and well done, Sanal. As you say, I can throw any tail risk in there, and there's plenty of them. A 200 basis point cut in there as well. Tony, thank you very much. Tony DeSpirito, Sanal Desai, keeping it real on the tail risk. Coming up, your morning calls. We have Joanne Feeney a little bit later on. Advisors Capital Management joining me for the conversation on the tech moment we're facing in the next 24 hours. It is a make or break moment for sentiment, is it? This is Bloomberg.
No. That was going to be a Samsung ad. You would have got your Samsung ad. But Chad, we got 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes until the pledge. You're here right now. I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Discover, Intel, Global Foundries, Medtronic, Palo Alto, Bros, and Teladoc. Those are my plays. Now, what do you got, baby? What do you... Oh, yeah, we need to do the random play. Let's get these plays in first. I forgot about that. What's your first play? Palo Alto. Walmart, Walmart, Palo Alto, DFS, TLT, Cat Calls, SMCI, NVIDIA, Rivian, NVIDIA, the HMD, NHMD, Buy the Likes, Roku, got you, Roku, Walmart, SMCIs, Hive Digital, Cat Calls, DraftKings, Selling USD, Closing, SpyPut, Palo Alto Network, CLSK, 1750, still long on Oxy Calls, Rivian shares, Tulum Calls, Capital One, Short Adobe, Bank of America, Crocs Calls, MDT, Coin Calls, SMCIs, SGD, Apple Flips, Puts, Tesla, something, SpyPut, still short in the market, SPY Puts and Calls, Nikolai, Nutrila, First Safety, Walmart, WBD, Long SMCI, Riot Calls, Tesla, WorldCoin short, Long Arm, Tesla, SQQ, Calls on Paul, Puts on everything, Wingstop Calls, Buy Euro, VIX Calls, SOX, SMCI, NHMD, Good Morning, Celsius, GG, MPW, Iova Long, IWM, USO, Adobe Puts, Long Bitcoin, Nutrila, Nikolai, long-term calls, and the final plays. UVXY calls, SPY calls, let's go, MPW, and long Bitcoin ETF. Wow. Chadadonia. Happy Monday, Tuesday. Wow, we got Bitcoin out there. You have a lot. Honestly, it's a very interesting day with China and all of it. But, Chad, there's something more important than all of it. Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. I hope you know you are appreciated, and I encourage all of you, the least you could do is show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it, and that's the vets, baby. So veterans, thank you. Big shout out to all of you guys, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody helping out, making their country and community run, baby. God bless you, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Seven digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chadadonia. We got a minute and a half. We need to do the random. We got to do the random play. No. Where is it? Random comment picker. All right, hold on. I'm getting to it. Where is it? Where's my video? Okay, gotta make sure you're subscribed. Did you guys like the video? We need 1,000 by the open. I got tinfoil for you too, related to the buyout. All right, Lord bless it, man. Bless the watch list. Let's get a good random play. Let's see what we got, baby. SoFi May call May 9th. All right, May $9 call for SoFi. Another SoFi. I think we've had like 4 SoFis in the long term. We go on with a SoFi, baby. Elcom. All right, May SoFi. May $9 call on SoFi. The dollar's ugly. Well, Chad, we got about 30 seconds until the bell. Like the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. You need anything from me, you let me know. Other than that, call out anything. Watch the post earnings. Like the video so we can get 1,000. And I think that's about it. I think we're good to go. Oh, we're almost there. We need 50 more likes. 50 more, baby. 50 more. All right, you got 10 seconds. I'm opening up the Schwab so I can make the random play. Again, random play, SoFi, $9. Am I going to play NVIDIA? I don't know. We're going to see what the prices are at. I mean, thankfully, You only have to wait till tomorrow. Round 1. Fight. We are down a little bit. I don't know if it counts as like a sell-off. Again, watch those Rokus too. I think those plays from last week should have went up. Yeah, the Rokus are almost up 1,000%. No shit. I guess they're up 400. Not too bad. I forgot carts moving. Already sent out the plays. Again, there's a couple of other random movers here on the morning. I can't. Where is this? SoFi. Let me see. You wanted a May SoFi? All right, I grabbed the May SoFi. Random play has been secured. Intel. Again, Intel had good news, and then even Global Foundries. And then Walmart's continuing from earnings. Intel's up 2.9. Yeah, Intel's running again. GFS, that might be a good one. Intel's up a lot. That is the only problem with Intel. And then you'll get a little bit of the, what's it called? You'll get a little bit of the earnings for NVIDIA. Yeah, they're kind of up there a little too much. Yeah, GFS, those options going to come down a lot. Walmart running. They are for a little bit. Watch HD too. If that one could flip, which it kind of already has. Again, HD was down a little bit more. If HD keeps going, that one will be good. Sound running. Meta. Meta is 474. Again, wait till it gets near the all-time highs. Yo, those Walmarts. Wait, we had a Walmart play. There's a Walmart play up 150. I just noticed that. Interesting. Those Crocs are trying to go up. I forgot we still have the Lyfts too. Don't forget about Lyft and Uber last week. MasterCard. Oh yeah, y'all still need 1,000 likes on that for that 10. It's a good one. Capital One's on the low. What is that? ARM? ARM selling off. ARM's down 7. SMCI's down 2. Yeah, that Roku play is up a decent amount. So watch out. These stupid pops will kill it, but that Roku is waking up a little bit here. Again, we even have a Walmart that went green. Yeah, bonds are going up 0.10. That's the only thing green right now. I think even the dollar's negative. And then I sold out of those micro golds. Closed out of Walmart 180. Nice work. Good work, my friend. Those are starting to come down. The Crocs are up. I don't know if those are glitching out, though, or not. Coinbase on the low. Already got Walmart. Where's the other one? Global Foundries selling off. Intel keeps going. I like the Intel, but I think Intel, it's already done 100% here to start off. That is the only bad part. The Dow's green, that is. And then Russell's down 1. Russell was outperforming. APPN. Dow is dumping. ECB bond holdings under PEP. 1.67 trillion. Walmart a little lower. Roku just holding. Tesla's on the high. And then NASDAQ's down by 0.5. SPY is down by 0.3. Russell down by 1. Dow is in the green. Microsoft going lower. Adobe, I have no idea. It's not down that much. It's only down 1%. Kind of looks like the market opened low and then just went straight up. Walmart. Oh, I forgot about Instacart. So that one's going up from last week too. Costco 52-week high. TXN on the high as well. WM in the money. Waste management. All right. SMCI was down a little bit. I'm looking at one play right now. We'll take a look. Yeah, SMCI is down another 5. Remember on Friday? That was absolutely ugly. So it keeps doing that. Okay, I made a play. Not bad. Oh, but y'all didn't like the video? That's cold, bro. That's cold, bro. Dang, y'all playing me on there. You had 1,000 shares. That's like the pre-level. That's pre-market level. You know what I'm saying? Nvidia, Big Red, Albemarle. Oh, I forgot about Albemarle. Damn, those contracts must have flipped then. Nvidia dropping. You have the likes to open. Again, it's 12:50 after the bell ring. So yeah, we still lagging on there. That's why y'all get the discount pre-market. It's called the Carissa bill. You know, we passed it. It's called the Carissa tax. Y'all should have known. Your representative should have emailed you. But yeah, Iova. Remember, that was on Friday. You have 1,000, not before the bell rang, so now it's 1,200, sir. I thought everybody knows that one. Walgreens coming up. Again, those Rokus are holding. Again, I think we get one more dollar on the Rokus. We'll be in the money. Yeah, Nvidia's down 3. So literally down to 704. Hasn't it been like 2 days down? Kind of. They definitely gave up some steam there. Everything else is getting clapped. MDT, we had a little bit in the morning. And then those Walmart plays are getting clapped too. And then Roku, that's the only thing we have looking good right now. Roku's like $1.50 from the money. And then OX, we sold out of that one. Nvidia new low. Cart new high. Iova new high as well. Damn, that thing was at 10 when we saw it. That one keeps going. MRK. Pfizer. I think it needs to get above like what, 28.80? 28.30. That's still just at the earnings level. So like right now they're just trading a little lower than that. Roku going lower, so is the SPY. Well, I need to open up another TD. Oh, Airbnb 148. Yeah, they're coming down a decent amount. FedEx April. ARM is getting murdered. ARM was down like 7 before anything. Again, even before SMCI. SMCI is even down 8. That's crazy because SMCI was nuts on Friday, and then that one's still going. Roku is still dropping. NVIDIA below 700. So we're down quite a bit. I mean, again, NASDAQ's down 1% right now. SPY is down by 0.5, and now the Dow has gone red here. But, again, a lot of those chip makers in the morning that were kind of holding up, those have already flipped. SPY 49.75. So we broke 5,000. So last week you only did that once there briefly. And then right when we went above it, we just started ripping. But you're like right in between the CPI level if you take a look at it. So very interesting. That's a big candle on NVIDIA. Am I tripping? Bro, that's a $20 candle on NVIDIA? Yeah, no, that's real. Bro, literally like 704 to 680 in like a minute and a half. That is real. Alrighty. All right, I made another play. This one's an option. But then, again, we're still lacking on the like, so I love you. Not a recommendation. Good start. Yeah, the Roku ones, again, these are our level. I think we're at 66. We have 65 puts. We are at the 65 put. Like it up. We're a little shy on the likes. You need like 50 more. A little less, give or take. But you know, that's it. Again, it's Monday, Tuesday. I understand. It happens. Ionis. Intel again. Iova. That was the other one. Bro, that NVIDIA candle is like low-key crazy. I didn't think it was real, and then I refreshed. And then there's GFS. Light confirm. There you go. We need 10 more. 12 more, technically. Don't worry. We're getting there. We're getting there. Tesla's at the low. Damn 3. Again, Dow's barely hanging on here. Coca-Cola, Pepsi on the high. Walmart trying to hang on as well. Walmart's really trying to hold. There's no way that hits. Walmart's doing great. I'd wait, though. Wait, if Walmart could go down a little bit, those contracts might get a lot better. Oh, there you go. We hit our likes, baby. 1257. Way to like. All right, so not a recommendation. You will lose money. My first play, I grabbed 100 shares of Global Foundries at like 54.52, and then I just grabbed Intel calls. I grabbed March something Intel 50 calls for 39 cents. I grabbed 2 of them. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Intel and then GFS. So 2 chip plays literally ahead of NVIDIA. The SPY is red, yeah. Well, remember, like last week, we were fighting to hold up green, then we ended up flipping red. And then you had that little weird fade and then all the data. But, I think today and this week, not much is driving it, but I think we could go either way. But I'm not too surprised by any downside after what we had to deal with last week. Roku trying to come back up. Those Twilios are up. I forgot about those. Small gain on that. March Intel. Yeah, that was my latest option play. Pfizer. If they get above 28, like I'm saying, like 28, 28.30, Pfizer does start to get pretty intense. Or it could at least hold up. That filmy. Okay. Made another play. This is why y'all already liked the video. We good to go. This one, you guys just gave me the idea, since I've said it so many times. The Intel, I got a $50 call for March. So this next one, don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Thank you for liking the video. I grabbed a Pfizer March 15th call. I grabbed 2 of the 30/50s for 12 cents a pop. So about $24. Just in case, because like I'm telling you, 28.30, that's the earnings breakout level. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm down to have $20 on it if it does. Abu Dhabi Mubdallah is said to consider buying a stake in Heathrow Airport. Alrighty. NVIDIA, I might play all these other sympathies ahead of NVIDIA, but I don't know yet. We'll see when we go over the preview and kind of how things end up closing today. We already got it Intel up there. Roku coming back. There's Pfizer. What's CIGI? I don't think Pfizer has a catalyst, no. If anything, post earnings and then maybe if any volatility lets values go up, but I don't believe they have anything on their calendar. I don't even know any DraftKings news, no. Could be some of the European stuff. Again, Europe was going on fire the last couple days and calmed down. And prior to that, like, again, I remember UK, they had worse gambling betting data. But other than that, I see Barclays adjust DraftKings price target, 41 from 36. Truist raised them, and they got 3 literal price target increases today. That's where everybody raised their target price on them. So I don't know what the bad news is on DraftKings. Literally like 3 or 4 price target adjustments. SPTN on the high. Bonds trying to come up from the low. SPY near the low of the day. So again, remember, you are below 5,000. Only did this once here. Next levels are going to be like what? 49.72, 49.60, then 49.50. And then you'll play that game that we played last time. It'll start moving like 25 points at a time. Microsoft flushing a little more. Bonds trying to catch a bid. City moving up. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. Are you ready? Do you guys want that Capital One Discover tin? I don't know if you guys can handle this one. I don't know. This one's big tin. This one is big tin. Microsoft, NVIDIA at the low. Is that Square? Or no, that's SO. Oh, no, I don't know. I might have to just, let me get 10 more likes. Can I get 10 more likes? No. I'll give it to you for 10. Carissa trying to say 15. That's all I'm saying, man. Just give me 10. Just give me 10 likes, man. Carissa's asking for 1,500, man. 10. I'm just looking for 10 for 10. 10 at 10, baby. 10 for the tenner. Just get that 10. All right, here it is. Are you ready? I don't know if this is obvious or not. So Capital One is going to buy Discover. Some people just think it's like a normal merger. People are talking about how it's such a good idea and all this other stuff, right? So the tinfoil is that not too long ago, there was a slight word on the street that Capital One was going to get clapped. So the tinfoil is that Discover bought Capital One because Capital One was about to go bust. Yeah. So we're viewing this as M&A activity, but I think we should be viewing it as bank weakness activity. That's the tinfoil. But the tinfoil is that, because it's an all-stock deal. They're all combining and everything, but pretty much the word on the street is that if Capital One was really struggling, this was pretty much a bailout, not really a buyout. Yeah, Discover's the one getting bought. Yeah, but they're just combining. I think it's a merger, realistically. No, Capital One. So they're both kind of clapped, but I've heard more negative things on Capital One, even if they're the buyer. I think it's just allowing everybody to absorb each other, use their shares. But again, this is just tinfoil. It's not confirmed. We'll find out what happens. But for the most part, the tin is, maybe these buyouts in credit land could be more reminiscent of more banking fears. GFS is coming back. What's in your wallet? Microsoft on the low. Boeing. Where's Wally World? HD. Again, a lot of the earnings have. Damn, AMAT and TTD got clapped. Phoner. U of A. Roku's still holding up there. Toyota. NVIDIA is murdered. SMCI a little bit off the bottom. All right. Coca-Cola. Oh, wasn't there somebody else related in the food space? Bond's catching the candle right now. See how long that lasts for. Global Foundries, that play's working for now. I don't think the Intels have hit. And then Pfizer went up a little bit, but it's chilling. MO's on the high. That BNB. Again, bonds are near the high of the day here on TLT. Not IEF, but IEF is up more. Shy needs to move. All right. So I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It's only been 30 minutes. Market is surprisingly weak. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't seem like Dow Inspired doing much, but we are down over 1% on the NASDAQ right now. So we'll see how this all plays out. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Still holding that Walmart, and we will be right back. Oh, never mind. Right when I turn it on, it goes to this. They hate me.
To this killer.
Oh, there you go. Give you some Jim.
Town is amazing. You gotta go with me to Walmart.
New high. It's up 6%, just shy of that.
We're gonna go to the one near Asbury. Oh man, the food is dynamite.
You and me?
On that food. What the heck? Why not? My daughter lives down. It's fantastic.
I wanted to make sure that we included me.
Yeah, why not? We'll go with Josh too, right?
Oh, by the way, I have Josh on the half today who says...
Tell him enough with the self-deprecation.
He says of NVIDIA this week, he says it's the whole ball game for the most crowded trade on Earth.
The whole ball game.
For the most crowded trade being the Mag 7s.
Well, you know what?
So that's what's coming up on the half.
With Mahomes was very crowded. And how'd you do? Purdy lovers. How'd you do?
Own it, don't trade it.
Debo. How'd you do?
All right, after the break, we're going to turn back to the retailers as both Walmart and Home Depot top earnings estimates trading in opposite directions as you see. Stay with us. We're right back.
Sorry, you had a little bit more of a break. It was just I was in too deep to stop. I had to keep going. Bop bop bop. Jim Cramer. You guys love him. It's good to see. Good to see. Come on, Rokunian. Rokunian. High ticker is getting some steam. Again, a lot of just Dollar General down to like even random financials. Like XLF is on the high even though it's in the red. Dow has gone back to green and bonds have caught that bid again. Walmart's going back up. Coin is down. Watch of HD comes up too. And then again, Intel and Global Foundries and then NVIDIA. A lot of people are getting excited for NVIDIA though. It's going to be important. Dow holds the cards. Dow's the only one hanging on. Still bare. Now just went barely red. MNY on the low. Small cap kind of flush in. JD in the China. Again, China didn't do good. They got a rate cut and they came back from the holiday, but it just was not enough. And then even Europe wasn't too hot. So again, we'll see if it's either seasonality or minutes in NVIDIA this week. Which one's the bigger driver? But my goodness. And Twilio. U.S. leading indicator, -4. Estimate was -3. So that was the only other data here for the day. But literally, leading index was a little worse than expected. I honestly want to say that's good. Because remember, the trend of the data last week was all getting stronger. What is it? Yeah, CB leading index, 0.4 month over month. They killed off draft. So bonds are moving off of that. It's weird. DraftKings had only good data. Or again, they got a lot of good upgrades this morning. Abivai is doing, again, that 180 break on Abivai. Still waiting for that. And again, we'll see if we do get any sell-off. We'll see if healthcare has a way to hold up this week a little better. Walmart trying to climb a little bit too. Well, they came right back down. Yeah, Abivai and Pfizer. Meta pop. Meta's red. I thought they were the only one in the green. Google's in the green. Amazon's red. Netflix down 1.5. Procter & Gamble on the high. Nvidia and SPY still near the low. Again, we still got like 10, 20 points till the next level on the downside. PayPal's on the high. Walmart's was kind of mixed, but in general, I think, the story is good. I think the last time we heard from Walmart and HD, I think they both warned on the consumer. So, but then again, HD's wasn't that good, but they're holding up. HD has had 5 declining quarters in a row. Yeah, Airbnb got smacked today. I want to say all the travel names, but some more than others. Expedia is still lower. Booking only down 4. Airbnb a little bit outsized there. Pull up the VIX. It's at 15.6. So the VIX is like surprisingly high. So remember, this is like higher than that day after that first little pop. But remember, at one point, this was the highest VIX you've had all year, where we're at right now. So last week got in the way of that a little bit, but still pretty up there. Triple dip on Airbnb. I would wait a little bit. Again, we made them all free every time, which is good, but until it like really breaks, I don't know. But I'm still expecting the 160s eventually. Should this be the yen move now? Maybe once we know what our bonds are going to do. So again, I think our dollar and our bonds the last month or so, that's really gotten in the way of the yen. So I think we need to kind of figure that out. But pretty much March to April, we are expecting the Japanese to shift. Yeah, Walmart. Isn't the last day like the 18th or something for the stock split? Lunar, IBN on the high, YPF, XLP. Staples are running. What the hell is it do? Staples are up 1.5? Oh my goodness. Let's take a look. So it's only been 30 minutes. Right now, you have Dow Jones, 11 red, 18 in the green. So even though the Dow is red, you have more names in the green on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 60 red, 41 in the green. So it's almost 50-50, and NASDAQ's almost down 1.2. And then S&P 500, 275 red, 224 in the green. So it's kind of balanced. It's just whatever's going down is outweighing the names that are up. Lyft, bonds hitting a new high. Coca-Cola, maybe off of Walmart. I think there's something else I read in the morning, though, on Coca-Cola. I'm blanking. SMCI still down. Nvidia. Intel dropped. Global Foundries is holding up. Yeah, it's the worst market breadth since March. Isn't that crazy? March of 09. So this was the chart from yesterday's watch list. So like you're above one standard deviation in terms of the market breadth, aka names that are up versus down. So the gap between the S&P and the equal weight is one of its biggest in what, almost 20 years? A little less. I have not sold out of the Walmart calls. They're up 88% right now. Would you consider SPY June butterflies if they're free? Right. You know, the only problem would be you would have to tie up some money if they were free. But I mean, with the right play, I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I also like the what's it called? I also like the Fed futures. Like, might as well just wait till the Fed futures start pricing in an extreme and then just trade the other way. ELS on the high. Goldman on the high. So Goldman's up right now by 0.2. I guess JP Morgan's about to hit 182. Look at GCT. GigaCloud down 32%. Looks like it's getting worked a little bit. QQQ. Oracle's down. I trade the futures on TD Ameritrade. Schwab. And then 30 years getting a run here. Again, I think 10-year already gapped up a little bit more. And then dollar's still down on the day. Again, everything's down today except the bonds. But then again, it's kind of good news. Yeah, Google's starting to work its way back up here. Good call out on that. Airlines are doing good. Yeah, UAL ran up 1.8 earlier. GCT, that GigaCloud is flushing again. Chad just posted that. I think it keeps getting halted. Kroger up. Yeah, they're doing great. Again, even Walgreens and like consumer staples, they are doing very, very well. And then SPY still going. We're holding this level very good, 49.75. I mean, we did dance around here last time, but pretty much below like 49.71. Then we get a little bit more bumpy, but if it holds on here, I mean, that's a little bit of a better sign than not. IWM's been slipping all day. That's the worst, but NASDAQ is still down by 1.2. Abbott on the high, another healthcare name. Dropbox. I don't know. There's a lot. There's like individual news, and then some names, even if they had good news, they sold off completely. So like DraftKings, TTD, AMAB, all three of those names have had multiple upgrades in the last 48 hours, and they're down 4 to 5%. So you do have, again, the anticipation of NVIDIA earnings as well as even just what we had to deal with last week. Ford cuts price of electric Mustang by $3,100 to $8,100. Mach-E. Intel going lower. 3-day weekends are usually good for the market. My market loves coming back from a 3-day. But definitely a little bit more shakier. But we are entering into the last weeks of February. And then last week, I mean, there was a big change in the story, or a potential plot twist that everybody is starting to pretty much have to give feedback to. So I do think that is the next step of the equation. PayPal was high in the morning. Amazon, new daily low. XLP still going up. My goodness. Those Pinduoduos got clapped. So did Baidu and Baba. Cake earnings, they can move. I think they move decent last earnings. I think Cheesecake Factory was a standout. But a couple years ago, I remember big moves on them. Meaning they might be able to surprise, but if not, I'm sure it'll do whatever it's priced in. Wrapped on the high. Didn't they have bad news this morning? Yeah, they're still down 62%. Lunar, SPY a little lower. Again, I'd watch for 49.71 pretty much here. If we break below here, the downside might start to indicate a little bit more. Coinbase, Flushing, Unity, IBM, Baba, they're all on the low. Yeah, 3 different names flushing right now. You want to add a block to the long term? Should I wait till after earnings? It just could move around a lot. So, just a risk prior, but you could either add half before earnings, half after, or decide, what you want to do. You're either going to get a good discount or have to pay a little bit more following the report. Yeah, Lunar's getting a candle here at the high. Stock's already up 35%. Shop Beyonce partnership. That's what Chad's saying right now. Shop with Beyonce. What $9 play did I make? I did Pfizer for $12. Yeah, welcome to Shopify Beyonce. I don't know if it's a partnership. I just think Beyonce's store is using Shopify. And then coins still selling, NVS on the high. Just staples and healthcare on the high. And Marcus Hanlon, baby. Oh, my goodness. Always blessing the Chad. Oh, no. God bless you. I hope you had a good weekend, baby. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Mr. Hanlon. For he was gifted, and then he gifted his brethren. Yeah, Shopify. I don't know. I don't think it's. I just think Beyonce's using it. I don't know if they had like a real partnership going on, but I mean, we'll see. Roku. Those plays are still up 500%, 450, but they are just staying pinned. Walmart trying to go again. HD still holding. Twilio on the low. Uber on the low. Uber's at 75. Wasn't Uber just at 80? Abbevie's still doing good. I like Walgreens, but ever since they cut the dividend, I'd let them figure it out. Cart's still trying to climb. Lyft still at 7. Lyft was at what? $10, $12 not too long ago. And then don't we have Redfin earnings this week? Cart starting to break out a little bit. We've been waiting on that. Waiting for that thing to touch 30. GFS still holding. We did not get into Target. I think Target is just really ahead of earnings, but you did get a boost here off of Walmart. It's good. Uber was getting insane. Yeah, MPW's tomorrow morning. We could go over their earnings preview today if I have it, but I don't know if we're going to make a play. TSM's down. Wally World still staying pinned. What was that other one? What's their bio? Who was it? Oh, MDT. They're still holding. Come on, yalla. Scammers. Shop news hitting. It might. Again, there was that Beyonce stuff. Beyonce. We'll see. But I did make another play here. This one's going to be risky. And literally any time I've done this in the last couple of weeks, I've lost on it. I think only one of them I hit. But I did another pre-earnings. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Palo Alto next week 480 for two of them for 84 cents. And the idea is sell out before close just in case they get a little bit of that earnings juice or if they get a move here into the end of the day. Yeah, but they haven't worked out. Anytime I've done this on any play, I'm either selling for like a 5-10% loss or it just literally break even, doesn't do anything. It's far out the money. Well, I think 2 standard deviations is about 430 on Palo Alto. So it is far. It's like a little bit more than 2 standard deviations. It's just jacked up premium and then a limited amount to choose from. And then again, if Palo Alto doesn't make a move here, then again, it'll kind of play out like, where was it, the Illumina? Remember I bought more than one, and then we ended up selling out what we paid for, a slight loss. That's the only problem I have with that play. So I'm not going to hold that one. I'm going to flip it. We'll just get to ride it out for 7 hours. Cart still going. Again, Cart just watched for $30. It's really where we're trying to get to. Roku trying to go down a little bit lower. Walmart even getting a red here. AbbVie new 52-week high. That's amazing. You guys know, like, I think our dividends, since we've got it, if you just put in your divvy and just let it drip, your dividend should have increased by like 57%. So, big fan of AbbVie. Because even our latest AbbVie purchases should be up. Should we have taken the shop? Did it go? She up. A little bit. $1 off the bottom. BHVN. Lunar on the high. Chad keeps posting that. Did the Pfizer dividend hit? I'm not too sure. Lunar's on the high. This thing's already up 45. My goodness. No, we haven't got Pfizer divvy. Pfizer divvy was not this whole time. I think we get it February 26th. Does it they pay in March? Bro, I can't believe it. It's already February 20th. So again, I mean, we are getting into the end of this month already. Our latest dividend was on O and then AbbVie. Pfizer dividend March 1st. Pfizer going. Lunar again. Healthcare has been on fire all day today. So again, we did make a Pfizer play earlier. Those are going to move small, but again, above 28.30, that's the like earnings breakout level for Pfizer. So as long as that holds up, that's just going to be a good sign. I think Cart's still breaking out, 28.11. IWM, they're a little bit, 1.1, a little bit off the bottom. Then NASDAQ's still low, though. Bonds are holding up good. Dollar's still down. And then Dow Jones is right there. And remember, most of the day today, it's 50-50. So it's not like any names are like outsized. It's just whatever names are as many red as green today. But the names that are red are just going down lower. Celsius on the low. On Bristol looks similar to Pfizer. I want to say Bristol's doing better than Pfizer, no? I guess they kind of do look similar. I think Bristol has more of a like consumer staple stuff. Like I feel like they have a way different exposure than Pfizer. I'd have to look into it. But that's a name that'll be around for a long time. I was looking at 3M. I kind of want 3M for the long term. We're back down to the low 90s now. And then bonds are breaking out, 30-year on the high. Walmart falling, Pfizer a little off the bottom. Again, SPY, you guys know we've been hugging this level all day today. So like 49.70, 49.68. It's big if we go below here. So we've just kind of been dancing. Walmart is getting a little bit of a flush. Amazon, AMD on the low now. And MGM. You found this channel last week. You've been telling others about it, what happens outside of earnings. You knew stuff like FOMC. Yeah, man, we're here every day. You know, earnings just gives us something to focus on. Like, you know, we spend like an hour or two a day on the earnings and it moves stuff. But pretty much when there's no earnings, we're just going to be following the market. Like you said, whatever events from FOMC to inflation and data and then anything else there. Again, we will get you the live news. That's the other benefit. My weekend was good. I woke up, though. I woke up with heartburn and a voice crack. I don't know why, but I had a lot of good rest. It was a surprisingly very restful week. I did not go to Alaska, so I still kind of wanted to, but it was still pretty fun. Yeah, BMY doesn't look that bad. And again, Bristol Myers, I mean, some of you probably use Bristol Myers on a day-to-day basis in your household, whether you're aware of it or not. Oh, welcome, new Chad. Oscar says hello, Vic. Amen. Or not. Amen, amen. I want to see Alaska. It looks nice. I'm still going through the commercial ones, bro. I got sent so many, Chad. So gonna give me like a day or two, but there were so many of them. Some, I mean, I went through and I clicked on them. Some of them I need to give responses to, but there was a lot. I loved it, but I have not gone through all. Like literally, there's like 30 or 40 of them. Bonds, they want to party, but honestly, you don't really have anything getting in their way this week. Bonds should be quite interesting. You'll show me around, you know, all the fishing. All right, when I go, I want to go, bro. Alaska is literally beautiful. I don't know if that was you. One of the other Jads who lives in Alaska, they like sent me their cabin and like how it looked and everything and like what it looked like in the summer and then the winter. I was like, man, that looks insane. Egypt oil minister Tariq El Molla. Egypt is betting on IMF deal to help settle foreign oil firms. Egypt may halt LNG exports again in summer to meet local demand. All right, Walmart a little bit off the bottom. Again, SPY just had the green shoot. Bonds broke out. Lunar, again, this little stock is up 57%. I like Starbucks for the long term. Again, I think you just got to worry about pricing, but, I mean, that's a name I could always get behind. Discover going up here too. Solana getting murdered. Lunar. Bro, this thing's running. Global Foundries came down. Intel dropped. There's Pfizer still. Holo. What do you think about buying EWZ? I'm not too against it, to be honest with you. But it just, you got to balance it into your portfolio. But I would prefer India. They have a higher premium. But Brazil it's a very interesting level of exposure. I would say maybe find some companies, but grabbing an ETF will probably get you the exposure you need. But I'm not against it, but it's not, EWZ is not my first play. But I definitely like that idea better than than a lot of other names, or I like that better than Lucid, or who knows what it could be. Yeah, Lunar, LUNR, $11 stock, up 61%. I think they had news in the morning. I don't know if we read it. I want to say we did. I guess not. Let me check what they have. Intuitive Medical. Yeah, Eurofin, recognized for instrumental support in intuitive machines, lunar missions. I don't see anything else on them. They're launching equipment to the moon on Thursday. Well, NVIDIA's ahead of earnings. Again, NVIDIA's up 50% from their last earnings, and now everybody is making up their final decision on hold or sell, right ahead of their earnings, where even if they've done good, they have sold off. We are going lower there, so that little drop in pop didn't last, and it's 7:30, so we've only been here for about 1 hour on the dot, just straight going down. It's a decent down day. Again, Dow and SPY don't make it look that ugly, but NASDAQ and Russell, pretty big down day. Again, we are getting into the levels of last week. So pretty much you're back to what? Last Wednesday level before you rallied up? Kind of the home. Yes. Well, I think we need to just get back down to the last levels. So no matter what happens, like what the market does, thankfully, you've already been here a couple days ago. So again, last Tuesday, so literally a week ago, last CPI, that drop there was pretty gnarly. So we got a lot of data points here to trade. Otherwise, it's going to go like 25 points at a time, and then watch below 4,900, and then we'll see. And then remember, it's literally February 20th. So like you have the end of this week, and then I guess you got another week too. But you're definitely right there, smack dab in the middle of that seasonality. Save. I don't know what's going on. I still have it. I'm up on those shares, but I have not heard much. That's crazy. They've just been staying there. $300. Pondering when I should add to the long term. Well, it's good if you got cash. You can keep shopping. I can't do anything until March 1st. Unless I want to give myself an early deposit and buy Walmart. But I think Walmart is just getting too expensive for me. I want this split, but I'm going to stick to my rule and only buy the cheap ones. Are they going to raise rates in March? No, they're not supposed to raise them nor cut them. But again, over the weekend, who was it? Larry Summers was talking about rates going higher again. So that's kind of gotten introduced to the discussion, but it's not quite there yet. We still got a couple of options for this week. I think from last week, the number one so far is Roku. Our Walmart plays woke up a little bit, but they didn't do much. UPS on the high. Bill, we like Bill. Again, you could still be using Bill, but over the course of the last 6 to 9 months, I've used that money in Bill to buy other names. And then as we entered into this year, as we are really getting ready for a rate cut or anything like that, and just keep in mind at one point, you are going to want to move away from Bill into value now, or just make sure you don't have more than 20% cash. But yeah, Bill's still a great investment. Again, Bill is still paying out, 4 point something. rates haven't came down. It has its safety. It's still doing its thing. FedEx on the high now, too. UPS was going earlier. You're 60% cash right now. It's a lot of cash. I mean, you could even go down to 30, still above 20, but it's just like what we've always said, because that whenever the market does come down, I'm not saying like, I'm not buying everything because I don't think the market will come down, but I do think that, it's kind of the risk to reward of how it runs up before it comes down. And then also it's just like if you have any amount of cash and we get discounts, they should go a long way. Waiting on the contraction. No, I mean, as long as you're getting yield on it, that's kind of the beauty of right now. But I think 20% is the limit for cash on my accounts. And then SPY's still low. Bonds trying to go up. Utilities, I still have an old share play on that. But I don't know. I think utilities might kind of be the harbinger of death. Where is it? Investing. I want to see the Fed futures. Would you take 12 in cash and bill and move it into Walmart? No. Because Walmart's really expensive. So now Walmart's another 5% more. At least your 12% of cash is paying you a zero risk. So it depends if you want to take risk on Walmart, but realistically, that's the beauty is you're not above any limit. So why do you need to go into anything? Muath, baby, good morning. Yeah, Walmart. I like the Walmart idea, but like I'm saying, the fact that it's already kind of ran up here a little bit, I'm going to just wait. When you reach your limit in cash, it would be much appreciated if you send some this way. I feel you, but I would probably send it to a growth stock. Not just once we reach our limit, we go and buy other stuff. Maybe I invest in you. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you got some growth. Good morning, Chadadonia. What up, Sauce? Yeah, March cut odds, no cut. May's still kind of on the fence. That's actually nuts. Rate cut odds are still mad wonky, bro. You live in a weird world. German economy minister providing 3 billion euros for climate and transformation to fund 2027 to 2036 to procure green hydrogen and its derivatives from various import regions. Woohoo. I didn't think you'd see that comment. I did because it started off serious. I thought it was going to be a question about what you do once you reach a cash limit. Like, do you go and buy stuff? But then it proceeded to delve into another topic. FedEx on the high. There's CART. Market trying to get a green. Bonds already went up there. Dollars climbing up here. Dollars recovered, I want to say, a third of the loss from the morning. Did I see Sam prison photo? I did not. Is this it? Because that low-key does look like me on a day-to-day basis. I'm not going to lie. I'd be looking hella Sam Bankman. That's him? That's definitely his, girlfriend, boyfriend. This is the actual picture? I'm telling you, this is either his significant other in jail or, Like, I'm telling you, he's going to lead the jail. Like, that's it. Like, no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're very comfortable here. I think they work for Sam now. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just for you guys. All right, almost 29 on cart. All right, green shoot on the market. Going up. A couple of banks on the high. D-nut on the high. NVIDIA. Dude, I can't believe SMCI is down $200. $300 from its high. That's absolutely nutty. The contracts on SMCI are insane. I'm looking. All you could do is a weekly. You can't get anything with more time to play it cheap. And if you wanted more time, you're going to be spending $1.50 minimum. The weeklies, yeah, they pay if you hit. And if not, it's a little tricky. No, DraftKings only had good news, man. Let's see. All right. Not mute. I'm just getting quiet, trying to snake a chain. Kind of. I didn't make it play though. I don't know how I feel about this. It's very intense. So this play is awful. I genuinely think this is the worst play, but then again, maybe it has hope because I think it's so bad. I did not sell out of Roku yet, no. And then Bond's breaking out, Roku coming up. This one's an interesting one. Did y'all like the video? I might need more likes because this video, I need 2 likes, literally. We're 2 likes away from 1,600 likes before I tell you this awful play. I don't know how you guys are going to feel about it. So, I think you guys are going to like it. I trust that 2 people. There's 2 people in here who will show love. I believe in y'all, so thank you. On that note, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a SMCI. Yeah, I went with a weekly call. I grabbed a 1,400 for $50. I bought a $50 for 1,400 call on SMCI. So definitely not going to hit. That's why I think it's an awful-ass play. But the idea is if NVIDIA, if they get a pre-run-up, if their earnings are good, if people get any intensity. But that's literally the cheapest you could play that chain is like $55 for 100% out the money, which is absolutely wild. So, yeah, we'll see. We will see. Does sound nice. I think that play you only benefit off the IV. That's it. If SMCI starts moving big, if everyone gets hyped up on your boy, then they'll start ramping that up. On NVIDIA, otherwise, not so much. They will leave you. Cart, let's go, baby. Why not put the 300 is 80? Maybe. I didn't like the puts till last week, but that's still expensive. But if you get next week, I could take that a little better. I'm not too opposed to that on the downside, honestly. SMCI, pretty much sympathy to NVIDIA. That could be decent. SMCI, I don't know why I think it's just their performance and then their flow and then their market cap. And then again, that's what we've talked about, even when you look at how much that stock has went up in value, it's not like their market, like there's other names that have a way higher market value. Super sick. Oh no. I hope you're good, bro. I woke up with mad, weird heartburn and then my voice all weird today. I don't know why. I slept good and everything, but nah, man, drink some water, enjoy it, relax. Don't worry. Thankfully, you just got to be here for NVIDIA. That'll be the thing. It will be our big event of the week. Play the downside. Well, let's wait till SMCI goes up. So now it's going down. Pretty much, let's wait till the premium gets killed on one of those sides. That's it. Just like anything, the stock going down, that's just making the calls cheap. So vice versa. What'd you eat 2 days ago? What was it? I don't know. I had barbecue yesterday. Like I had a brisket and some other things, but I had too much. I had cornbread. Cornbread is fire though. That cornbread is like amazing. I nod and spy right at VWAP. What price is this? 4975. The dollar was down. The market went down. Now the dollar's going up. The market's going up. I wouldn't get to right now. The dollar is very, what's the word? I don't want to say sinister, but it conceals a lot. Like I wouldn't really be looking at it like every little speck. But because so far this year, it's just doing its own thing. So I wouldn't get too caught up into that. Because again, it's been a couple of days or a couple of months now, weeks, of us just flat out ignoring the dollar. Boston market. Oh, that's the best, bro. Supposed to take your real estate exam? No. Just study. You can make it. You'll make it through. No way. You got back into it. And then right on the day of the test, you got it, baby. Did you make the cornbread or buy it? You think I'm making anything? I can't make cornbread, sir. I can make lamb. I can make basic stuff, but I've never made cornbread. Nah. Oh, my girlfriend finally, like, cooked like shit, though. I forgot to tell you guys that. She tried to make me a pie. She tried to bake me a pie, right? And the shit came out like a flatbread. I was clowning her on it. She like made me like an apple flatbread, trying to make me an apple pie. She's like, they didn't have the same stuff and it's different in America than this. I was like, this looked like a flatbread. It was like a crunchy cake crust, but with like it was a flatbread pie. I was like, that's wild, girl. It's okay. Everything else she's made is good, though. So that was, yeah, I ate it. It didn't taste that bad, but it was just funny. Because she was even hyping it up. Like, she was like, I used to bake all the time. I could do this. I could do that. And then it just comes out, and it was not. Nah. It was good, though. It was good. Lows on the high. Again, cart keeps running. Yeah, HD went up. Again, HD was down 4 at one point. Marquetta on the high. Walmart coming down. Oh, shit, 10:30. Got, what, 30 minutes there? No data. We had the leading index today. And then, again, you got to see China, Europe, and U.S. all come back. But really not like a data-driven event. If anything, tomorrow, NVIDIA earnings, and then the Fed minutes, and then the PMIs, and then like 6-7 Fed speakers, I think, Wednesday or Thursday. Intel, Pfizer, they're all holding up. Double dip on the Walmart. Maybe, actually. I didn't think about that. Because we did have gains on it. And usually, it sucks, though. Like TTD and some of the other ones, they just got killed. So, ideally, Walmart is gone negative now. That could be a good double dip. Because now it's still up. You could buy the contract the same. Or wait till it gets cheaper. It's either going to double dip at break even. Or it's going to double dip at like 20, 30% lower. Tell Swiss Miss to try a coconut pie, one of the easiest ones to make. So this is probably like one of the bigger problems with our relationship. Homegirl don't like coconut. I think it's really weird because I love coconut, but she don't like coconut and avocado. I'm like, you're kind of a demon when I think about it. But yeah, she doesn't like coconut or avocado. I'm like, what's wrong with you? I love coconut. You love steak coconut water? Excuse me? Oh, that was a list. A comma would have helped you out on that. I was like, what do you mean steak, coconut water? You love steak, coconut water, and avocado. That makes sense. I was like, that's crazy. I've never had steak, coconut water. They might have scammed you. I don't know. Snap just woke up. I'll take it. Still down again. A lot of red today. Discover's still going up. Again, I don't know when their what their merger price is per se. Am I buying Trump's gold shoes? No, I saw them. Lending Tip sent me them. He was going to buy them, but then his credit card wouldn't let the transaction go through. They flagged it as fraud. But they look good. I like the white ones. The Trump 45s. Those are pretty hard. I'm not going to lie. The other ones were a little bit out there, but the Trump 45s, those go hard. Have you seen them? Yeah, bro. These ones, bro. Damn, they're going for 500. Yeah, but these ones go hard. I'm not gonna lie. That is a little it's a little aggressive. These like it kind of reminds me of the G Unit kicks back in the day. Now all you guys are walking around with Trump kicks. It's pretty funny. No, I think these look good from like a style perspective. I like it. It's a little too much, like the 45 in the wing, but I see what they doing here. I think if they took off the wing, just kept the T in the flag, they go pretty hard, bro. They go pretty hard. Homie wearing the Jan 6s. Yo, that's funny. That's really funny. He said, are you wearing the J6s? Dang, bro, you got those new J6s? That's crazy. You can scale a wall in these. So CHBS, that's on the high. Discover still going. $1 more on cart till 30. Airbnb trying to come up a little bit. They're still down. They're selling for 3 to 4. That's crazy. Because LT was trying to buy him, but he said his card wouldn't go through. It literally just said fraud warning. I was like, it does kind of look sketchy. SoFi ripping hard. Oh, yeah, off the bottom into the green. I like Nike in the long term. I really do. I like Nike, Starbucks. Again, I mean, Bristol Myers wasn't that bad. And then 3M lately. So 3M, besides its little run up today, but like low 90, that starts to get pretty appealing. So we get to wait, though. Again, I don't think I'm buying Walmart for the long term. So we're going to wait a little bit. But we have our deposit in 2 weeks now. So it's just good. I'm kind of down to hold it, but I do have a couple of names. I mean, if Pfizer's still going to... I don't know. When was the last time we bought Pfizer? Let's see. Cornbread. And then SPY above VWAP. Last couple of minutes here, we've kind of rebounded pretty nice. Yeah, 28.45. Oh, those shares at 26. Those will never be beat. So I don't know. I may want to get more Pfizer. But I do think you could get a better deal on 3M. Do you spend your deposit or go into one security? It depends. Sometimes we hold the cash. It depends on where the prices of everything else is. Sometimes I buy stuff right away, but usually, or sometimes we buy multiple stocks, but usually I'm buying one stock with it, something that we've already been holding or adding on to. And then if not, it'll just sit there in cash and get us a little bit of return as we try to find out what we want. Yeah, flushing up. It's like bonds went down a little bit, but SPY has definitely been running up here. We got 30 minutes till Euro close. Coca-Cola. Palo Alto's going up a little bit. I don't know. I don't think those plays actually move, though. Yeah, you're like right back to break even on that. We might get lucky on that. We'll see. But they do report after the bell. They moved up a lot off the bottom. I'm actually surprised we didn't make more off of that premium. And then banks are still holding up. Yeah, Google keeps running. Pound dollar rises to 0.6, 1 week high. Yeah, Google is definitely outperforming on tech. Like I said here in the morning, I mean, it's a weird day because you have half of the names up, half of the names down. But, I mean, the NASDAQ, I think you feel it the most, even the Russell. And then SPY and Dow are just hanging on in there. Google still keeps climbing up here. Roku came back up. Wally World still near the low. SMCI popped a little bit, $14 off the low. It's just crazy, the intraday chart, because even when you look at it, it looks like it's not moving a lot, but where this thing just ends up is fascinating. There's a lot of dollars on that one. Yeah, Walmart. We were just talking about the double dip on that. You can wait a little bit, but it might be there. You have some Google in your long term. You want to add more. Am I crazy to pay so much? A little bit, but I mean, adding into a winner, I mean, not too bad. You could always let it ride. I mean, I prefer names without premium, but I mean, adding into something you're up on. I mean, some people would advise for that. It just all depends on how you want to look at it. But I'm more of a fan of kind of wait, and while one thing's up, use that time to buy the things that are down until that name eventually comes down. NVIDIA, Microsoft develops AI server gear to lessen reliance on NVIDIA. So Microsoft making their own server stuff. Should be bad for NVIDIA. No real reaction on any of those names. Oh, I forgot Baba. We might be able to grab more Baba, but I think I might be done with my Baba sizing. Teladoc, they have earnings today. We are going to take a look at that one. Contracts are really expensive on Paulo. That's why we went for those cheap ones, and then hopefully we can flip them out by the end of the day. But Palo Alto isn't cheap. It's a big mover, though. But I think it's like $70 is 2 standard deviations, 72. It's up there. PMT and SPY still holding on. Again, we got Euro close here in 25 minutes. You're above VWAP, still a little lower on the day. PMT, PennyMac Mortgages. They're running up here a little bit. I like Hershey's for the long term. We brought that one up there again. Hershey's, Nike, Starbucks. Those are names. Again, even in our list, Pfizer, 3M, MO. They are all at lower levels, which I like too. IP making its recovery. Young Icon. I don't have Dollar General on my list. I like them. I don't know. Didn't they bounce though big? Yeah, I liked them when they were lower, but they're already up 40% just from last October. So I think you could get a better deal on them. And then again, was it Dollar Tree? One of them had problems. No, Dollar General was the one with problems. I think Dollar Tree was better. I didn't say F Baba. I said I might want to buy more Baba, but I think I'm done adding the Baba in the long term. Like, I don't know. Because if we add one deposit, it'll take us to like what? Like under $10,000. But I don't know if I want that much. I like the $6,000 we got in there. Let it kind of do its thing. But like I said, MO, Pfizer, Baba, and then 3M. Those are the names we have. The names we don't have, Walmart, Starbucks, Nike, Hershey's, and then Walmart's the only one that's at a high. Is that Microsoft news hitting? Again, there's news that they're going to be making their own like chips to not rely on NVIDIA as much. I have Baba from IPO in my like OG long term. But we just added it this year to the YouTube accounts. Home Depot, I like. It depends if you already have a position or not. I don't know. Did they come back up, though? I remember they were cheap for a little bit, yeah. But they're kind of near all-time highs. I don't know. Where's Lowe's? Same thing with them. Microsoftian. Shogu on reports that Russia plans to deploy nuclear weapons in space. We have no such plans, RIA. My average on 3M is high. 107. So I bought it. That's why I was considering averaging down on this. So 3M, and then again, 3M still yielding 6. Yeah, 6.5. But I kind of do like 3M a lot. But then again, I also like MO. I wouldn't mind getting a little stacker in there. They really haven't even done anything. Is 3M post divvy? Like, did it just have it? Yeah, literally 5 days ago. Damn. Already missed Pfizer. They're lost. I think most of them have been resolved. There's still the question of how much. But like some of the other ones, they've gotten out of the way. The crash has begun. Well, all that's happened is end of February. We're going to find out what happens. But like you feel it. It's already the 20th. We're ending the month again ever since that last high. It's been harder to hit another one. U.S. casts veto of UN action in Israel versus Hamas war. But, I mean, right now on the calendar, we're going to see where we go. But, I mean, last week, you know, the story changed a little bit. And now we're still kind of dealing with that. And then we're going to see if, again, can the market just easily rip towards a new high every single day. Which, again, a couple days ago, it's still, you know, it didn't look like anything changed. Or just coming right back down to that CPI level. What's the other one? Roku. They came up, dropping a little bit. Again, those polyalties, they're dancing around. 3M's on the high. They're going greedy long, 4935 on the SPY. That'd be if we what? I don't know what that'd be on the SPX. I think that would be the latest low, like right above it. It's the 20-day moving average. Intel trying to work its way up. Microsoft still holding those candles. What's the other one? GFS. Pfizer came right back down. They gave that up. Kirby sanctions coming Friday in response to Navalny death. The U.S. is to announce major sanctions on Friday against Russia for death of Navalny. Yeah, Microsoft makes alternative to NVIDIA network. See pop. You're playing SPY 5.5, 600 and 650 calls till September, November. Is that crazy? I mean, you might hit. That's what the chat says. I'm down with that. Like we said, I don't think anybody could put a finger on what's going to happen this year. It's literally we either run into problems and we get pulled back a little bit after another premature thinking everything is over and you don't have a soft landing, or you actually get your soft landing. So, I mean, when the market goes crazy, it really goes crazy. That's where you have an opportunity to hit, and then vice versa. You know, the only other downside would be if all of the things that have everybody excited don't materialize. I mean, you know, we are right now, we're factoring in a way better outcome for the end of the year than any problems would argue. Meaning, like right now, we still, with how things are priced, we are expecting a lot more favorable of a market rather than not. So it just depends, but good luck. We'll see. We'll have your chat facts. We could come back to it. Soft landing simply means bringing inflation down without bringing down the economy. That's so you're bringing inflation to normal levels where the Fed is mandated to, the goals, right? But you do it without causing the market and the economy to fall into a recession or negative growth. So that's it. That's the general thing we're talking about here. So it's like, yeah, can inflation come down without the market having, you know, a big loss in growth? Yeah, that maybe that does happen here. But then also at the same time, just like we learned last week, if inflation comes back up, if the Fed has to keep maintaining the policy, then people are going to be a little bit more concerned. And then other things like commercial real estate down to the consumer, they're going to have their issues. Cura dying. Yo, this thing, huge red. 4% down in one candle. Cura. People want the negative growth. It just depends who you ask, but some people want it for the wrong reasons, right? Some people want negative growth just so we could have cuts and just so we could have a decided, easy answer. And then some people, they just want the market to slow down because they think they want negative growth because everything's too expensive. It's quite ironic how you have both sides pulling. Yeah, Microsoft. I don't know what's going on with that Cura. SMCI. I mean, stock's up 20. That SMCI, I have no idea what it's worth, actually. Because the bid is at 55, but the ask is at 90. The last trade went through at 80. That thing's insane. Are Russia sanctions even working? They're working with like a slow effect, but not really. Let me put it this way. Russia's sanctions don't hit like they used to 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, when we would hit Russia with sanctions, it would actually like change how they operated. It hit them a lot harder. But nowadays, again, when you have support from every other country that doesn't want to get involved with the Ukraine stuff, I mean, it's made it pretty easy for them to stay alive. PII on the high. SMCI trying to work its way up. Those Rokus came down because Roku is holding up now. Twilio's still near the low. Our MDTs, they were up for a little bit, and then they came down. Zillow, SoFi, they fell off from the top. Lyft really fell off. Well, remember, Lyft was on fire, but so did Uber too. Again, a lot of these names that randomly went. Synchrony, Discover, and Capital One running. So again, anybody related to that buyout there, even some of the others, they're all doing really good. Yeah, bro, TTD got murdered. So did AMAT. I'm surprised AMAT's down 5 after that earnings. Again, even on the price target upgrades too. QDEL, oh, didn't they report good? Or were they bad? No, they were bad the other day. Cute, I don't know. Maybe that one comes up. That was a big earnings move a couple days ago. And then those SMCIs, the ask is up a lot. And then those old Twilios are up 100 now. Take it. I have not looked for NVIDIA. I don't know, NVIDIA, is that how we end earnings? Should we sell premium on NVIDIA to end it? But otherwise, I haven't really checked, but I do know the options are pricing in a lot. They have moved a lot, but NVIDIA will be, it's probably going to be more expensive than not. It just depends on how they report, though. Like, how does it actually move this time? The problem with NVIDIA right now is that, like, okay, one, is it going to be a beat or is it going to be a miss? And then if they beat, by how much? But then, do we get the same reaction where they beat, guide up, it's not that crazy, and then the market goes down, or is it vice versa? What if we even get an at the money print and then it runs up? It's one thing how they report, it's another thing market reaction. So I do think NVIDIA will be a little bit more tricky. But they have moved a lot. Again, I think one standard deviation is probably going to be pricing in 12 to 14%. Because, again, half of their earnings this year, they've moved anywhere from 10 to 24%. In other words, the same as any. Kind of may sound like that, but if you have followed with NVIDIA, I think NVIDIA has a very unique, even if they report good, it doesn't mean they will go up. And that's, if anything, they have more of a trend of going down after beating and guiding up on everything. So, unfortunately, like, I think it's probably more likely NVIDIA goes down regardless, but who knows? Maybe this time around a beat and a raise finally gets everybody up there, and then they go crazy. Well, no, last time they raised their guidance by like 30% higher, and then the stock still went down after earnings. A couple days later, it started to pick up, but like the day after earnings was a real struggle, and then the other times before that, it just ripped. Plunge protection team is on. Close shorts fast. You need to calm down, sir. Okay. That'd be nice. Thank you. NVIDIA will trigger World War III. Yeah, we had a World War III talk the other day. I don't think you guys are going to see a World War III. But who knows what NVIDIA will do. It's crazy, though, how many people are expecting NVIDIA to move the market. So, realistically, everybody is viewing NVIDIA as the biggest catalyst for this week, which is crazy to think about. I think I saw the jail photo. We pulled one up. I don't know if that was the legit one, but it looked fitting. You know, he had that weird look on his face, too. It is. Well, there's other, don't forget, Meta went up a lot. Google went up a lot. Amazon, even Apple, Microsoft, they're all up a ton. So, again, it's like 75% of the S&P 500 gains this year are from 5 stocks. So literally only a quarter of the gain is from everything else. And then VIX is still up right now. You the go, Mr. Rincon. God bless you. Good morning. How you living, man? How was your weekend? You filled out your Colorado primary today and Trump was on it? Nice. The SMC calls are insane. Our plays went up. You could get $10 on the bid, $30 on the ask, but like that play is still just, that play is 100% out of the money, and it still holds a valuation like that. But then again, SMCI has moved a ton. You doubt NVIDIA going below 600? Well, NVIDIA was just at 600. That's the crazy. Remember, 500 was a big deal, then it went up $200. So we're going to see. TradeWeb. Expedia on the high, up by 0.7. Interesting. The other travel names were red. And then SPY still have VWAP 5 minutes till Euro close. Who's this? White House, U.S. was not able to support UN Security Council resolution on Tuesday that was going to put sensitive negotiations in peril. Is that old politics girl still in the video? Oh, Pelosi? I was like, who are you talking about? MDT. Where's Wally World? Wally World came down, so again, if those contracts die a little bit more, those might be decent. Lunar. Started listening to Richest Man in Babylon yesterday. Started planning some of the concept on how to invest. It's very good, man. If you never read that book, I'll never forget. The first time reading that book, very eye-opening. C-Pop, Pop Culture Group, up 83%. $4 stock going crazy. Upstart's on the high. Macy's going up too, and Wall. I did not double dip on Walmart. We were talking about it. China supports World Bank's reforms finance ministry. And C-Pop. NVIDIA. See, a lot of random runners, though. I feel like every day for the last week or two, you've seen one small cap name go up 80% and run throughout the whole day. Again, last week they were just in NVIDIA investing in everybody. Oh my goodness. Teladoc, we might play it. We're going to see. Europe was kind of weak, so Walmart's starting to flush a little bit more. But Europe was, they were good the last 4 days, even on our CPI. Remember that day when we were day after CPI, we did really bad, and then Europe went up because their UK inflation didn't go up or something. So Europe was doing good the last couple of days. Then this morning, they woke up with weakness. Same thing with China. So today was kind of everybody down. And then 1 minute here till Euro close. We'll get ready. Did you see the O'Leary interview on CNN about the Trump ruling? No, I don't know. What did he say? Buy FTX or something? I don't know. Not a big fan of Kevin O'Leary. And then White House says still don't believe it's the right time for a permanent ceasefire. U.S. hopes negotiations to get hostages out will bear fruit soon. Let me see the Wallies. C-Pop's still going. I think it's at $5. You guys were saying you had it at $1? I don't know. Walmart's either going to bounce, but it also loves to sell off its earnings. Yeah, you can now get those plays down 30. They were up 200% in the morning. Caesars could be good. Again, though, MG, remember, Wynn was a good one. MGM was good but went down, but I think Caesars should do pretty decent. The question is how much have they moved off of the other earnings? So I think they got a gap down there with MGM and Wynn. So they've been going down, but I do think Caesars. We will go over the previews today, so have no fear, my friends. We got some earnings already. This will be like our last week. There will be more afterwards, but a lot of the big names, those are the ones going through right now. Yeah, Europe is now closed, and we've been right at VWAP again today. Just one way down, and then again, you've been within 10 points. All day intraday has been, I guess, 25 points. My goodness. AMAT I can't believe AMAT's at 188. That was probably the bid. That one first 5'd us. Then it's going to pop next week. Cart coming down. They were killing it. Palantir on the low. SPY getting a red. And again, it is Euro closed now. So we have been here for 2 hours. And volume 20 million. Not bad. And you know what else we need to do, ladies and gentlemen? Boys and girls, happy Monday, Tuesday. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. Exile the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank, the arm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Wow. Feels good. Oh. Whew. Man, you feel that? That's good. You got to relax the eyes, man. You've been staring all day. You just woke up, too. Let's go. Keep those eyes fresh. And do me a favor and release the trauma in your shoulders. Yeah. You see how you're scrunching up your shoulders? It's because you live a traumatic life. Okay? So I need you to just relax them, man. No one's attacking you. Okay? You're safe. You're safe and sound. The market may be going down. So just like the market, bring your shoulders down, okay? You could still stand upright like every other day, but bring the shoulders down. Okay, then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, just like that. All right, let me get my resistances. Oh. Oh my goodness. Get you any sizzle? No, I did not. Oh. Oh man. Bro, my back is sore. All right. Let me hit the wall stretch and then we'll get our foot balance and then we're good to go, Chattadonia. Happy Monday, Tuesday. We made it. Oh, man. There it is. There it is. All right, little balance. So first 3 minutes, 5 minutes, we're already lower. Decently. My goodness. All right. We balancing. Market look mad. I can't do it right now. Gotta get it out there. But it's a slow week. I mean, that's the only thing where I'm like, we'll see where this ends up. But I think we're just slowly digesting what happened last week. We're gonna get a little bit of things to respond to this week, but then again, I mean, this isn't even the big data, and it's a short week too. It's already Tuesday. That is the craziest part about all of it. But 100%, that CPOP still keeps going up. White House asked arrest of dual citizen ballerina. Reiterates strong warnings about U.S. citizens traveling to Russia. Solar, I mean, I think solar is going to be something that really moves with the election calendar, but other than that, I'm not reading into it too much. Again, it is heavily discounted with how they've performed, but I'm not really trying to get a solar in the long term, but I do think that will be one of the election trades. Mattel's on the high. They just had earnings. Still balancing. Still balancing. Well, airlines were up all day today. That was one where, surprising, I don't know if there wasn't even, I guess there was a holiday. But I didn't hear anything on airlines, but they did good. Again, even JetBlue and your boy Carl Icahn. There was one more thing that happened too, and they held up very good. All right. Jay Powell, I think, doesn't he have another meeting? I think he has one speech ahead of the February meeting, or excuse me, in March. Otherwise, it should be like what, March 11th, March 21st, March 20th. So March 20th, but I do think he comes in before EGPT. Oh no, that's Egypt's ETF? Dang, son. That was EYPT. That's the biotech. Novartis looking strong after FDA. That was for like Xiom. That was on Friday too. Wells Fargo. So I don't know, man. I think Wells Fargo, they got that FI news that helped them out on Friday, but some people were talking about them the same way they were talking about Capital One. Then Capital One goes and buys somebody. I don't know. And then what was the other one? We did Pfizer and Intel. I don't think those moved at all. Global Foundries ended up coming down. At BNB. Square. Again, they report on Thursday. That's going to be an interesting one depending on how it moves ahead of time. PayPal went green for a little bit. Where's Disney? Disney's red. I wonder what the breakdown is. So, again, it seemed 50-50 in the morning, but right now, NASDAQ 100, 62 names in the red, 39 in the green. Dow Jones, 16 red, 14 in the green. Walmart, Coke, and Honeywell are the best. And then S&P 500, 267 in the red, 234 in the green. Literally, Discover is the best on almost all of those indexes. Yeah, China holiday travel was good, and China cut their 5-year loan rate, the biggest in a couple of years, but China actually went down. So, again, China, they were kind of running on the they were coming back, and then there's all that good news Friday, but they just got clapped. Iova? No, I never played Iova. I thought we had Iova, but we never did. Or we had it at another point, but I didn't play it on that recent approval and move that it's done here recently. And again, right, if anything, latest thing, we're just coming off Euro close, almost 15 minutes. You literally have sold on Euro close right back to the low, but we haven't really moved off of this low in a couple of hours. Am I letting AMAT die or cutting losses? I think you'll figure it out. Same strategy with every play. The Walmart, I think you could have hit off the morning. But I'm looking for the Walmart double dip, but still a little uncertain on that one. That's a daily. There's Cardigan, Nexi. Another one of these, Nex Immune. We're doing this again. Nexi up 20%. What is this? Announces closing of 3 million direct offering at the market. That was on February 6th. So they just did like a restructuring thing too. So they added shares, restructured. I don't know. But they have definitely moved a lot in the past, up 20%. TTD and AMAT got clapped here. Again, I don't think any specific news. I just think this overall downside that we've been leading into and a little bit of the jitters for NVIDIA have killed a lot of things. Again, a lot of names are down. Again, Uber has dropped 3-4% from the highs. Again, Disney went down. I mean, Apple and Microsoft, they had their week, but even Apple is down by 0.6. But today's not that good. I don't know if today just feels a little better because it doesn't, maybe we're just coming right back here, but it's a pretty big down day. Again, the Nasdaq's down 1-1, 1-2, and then the Russell's down 1-3. SPY and Dow are holding on a little bit, but you're definitely taking a pretty broader sell-off throughout the market here today. Yeah, White House promises major sanctions in Navalny death. That's a reiteration. You double dip the AMAT. I'm down with those. I've yet to do that, but I've been looking at it. Today feels much weaker than the last big red day, even though percentage-wise it's lower. I feel like today feels stronger, even though it should be weaker, if that makes any sense. So I think this is the first time in a while where we've spent 3 hours in a tight range, and it's not really trying to bounce back up here. But then at the same time, like last time we were down 1-2 or anything of that, it picked up quick. But I do think today is it's a subtly bad day. And then you look across, I mean, all the names that already reported, they've kind of done their thing now. Yeah, this is perfectly in line with the February seasonality. Like, I don't know if you look at the calendar. Like, it's already the 20th. So we get this week, 3 days of this week, and then another, 4 trading days of next week, and then that's it. And then the month is over. So, I mean, it does make sense with how if we are going to follow a very seasonal market, that does make a lot of sense where we're at right now. So we'll see. But Chad, it also makes sense that I need to go to the bathroom. That's a Josh feature. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. And I'll see you in a little bit. Did you like the video? Thank you for liking the video, man. Shout out all the real likers out there. Amen. Amen.
In late 23, so we could see multiple exit avenues open up for startups this year.
And what about also the competitive landscape and how it changes up? When I think of Capital One and Discover, I think of, well, what does that mean for Visa and MasterCard? But you must be thinking, okay, where do my portfolio companies gain an edge here? Where are they going to be needed? Where are they going to be necessary? Where can they disrupt? What areas are you trying to invest in at the moment?
I think we've been spending a lot of time. Consumer credit, I think, has been a pretty no-go space for the last little while for VC investors, just given where the market environments have been and cost of capital and interest rates. I think that there are still really interesting investments to be made in that space. In the consumer space specifically, we've seen a number of large rounds like builds, like Monzo get done in the past year or in the past quarter, really. And so I think that there will be hopefully some renewed interest on the consumer side. I think we've been talking to a lot of our financial services corporate clients, so banks, wealth managers, insurance companies, many of whom service, our portfolio companies actually service, and there's been a huge amount of interest in AI. So we're spending a lot of time looking at the intersection of financial services and some of the new advances in Gen AI. It's obviously very new. We're spending time in fraud, $10 billion of fraud, which is a record amount of fraud lost in 2023. Lots of new fraud vectors coming up with Gen AI as well. So an evergreen space that many of our corporate partners are interested in learning more about as well.
Yeah.
And then finally, in the wealth management space, the democratization of alternatives is an area that we're looking at quite a bit.
It's interesting, of course, you mentioned Monzo, which is UK-based. You mentioned some of the other areas of the rounds that built here in New York. How are you seeing the talent growing and where it's growing from at the moment? Has there been some sort of regulatory arbitrage at all that you see globally?
I'm not sure that there's been a huge... I actually think fintech has been a generally under-invested category in the past 2 years. I would say there was a big spike up and down, so I'm not sure that there's huge differences in where talent flows are going. I think certainly AI is the big story of the day, and so a lot of the talent that we're seeing want to work on problems related to AI. I do think we will see financial services oriented AI solutions where that is, I think, where we've seen a lot of really interesting new seed companies and many of our existing portfolio companies hiring for and or implementing new solutions in the AI space that leverage AI with existing tech stacks.
I heard a lot of AI. AI. Well, we're going to find out tomorrow, baby. So again, I think even the amount of like news topics towards like AI are just hitting all-time highs now again. All of the last earnings from ARM to SMCI, and now it's been 2 long months, but you are going to get to wrap it up with NVIDIA right now. Isn't that wild? It's here. It's here. Tomorrow will be a big day. That's it. But then again, NVIDIA earnings, we already talked about it. The anomalies we've seen out of it are going to be fun. And then everyone's going to be like, it's fake. It's fraudulent. They're lying about it. We learned on Friday that SMCI got in trouble for how they recognized revenue before. And the video is tomorrow after the bell. So we got a couple of earnings today, even a couple more tomorrow morning. But then tomorrow after the bell will be NVIDIA, then a couple of other companies, and then from there everything chills out. I think I have the list. Yeah, so today we're going to get Palo Alto, SolarEdge, Teladoc, Enovix, Caesars, Diamondback, Fang, Toll Brothers, Medfast, Veritiv in the morning, MPW, Analog Devices, Wingstop, Wix, and then tomorrow after hours, NVIDIA, Rivian, Etsy, Synopsys, Lusa, Novo, Dutch Bros, APA, Marathon Oil, and Suncor. Then Thursday, Carvana, Square, Melli, New, Mercado Libre, Ardelyx, Booking, Intuit, and Live Nation. And then Friday, a couple more in the morning. I bought Pfizer for the long term. I've done it a couple of times this year. I think most of our deposits have gone towards Pfizer. On Rivian, I don't know. Rivian, You're adding one every time you see one on the street. Well, I have seen a lot of them lately. So remember, Rivian's earnings, I told you guys last time, one, Rivian is going to lose a bunch of money. Everybody should know that at this point. They're burning like $3 or $4 billion a quarter or something. But they have a lot of cash as well, too. But what we're waiting on is just pretty much delivery numbers. That's all that's going to matter. So if you think their delivery numbers are going to go up tomorrow, then they're going to have a good earnings. If not, if that delivery number, how much they guide for, as well as how many they actually delivered, that's pretty much going to be the big mover on Rivian. Other than that, I do not like them for the long term, though. I think Rivian, the valuation you're paying is, you're paying for the next big thing to actually be the next big thing, Like a lot of people don't like Airbnb's valuation. I mean, Rivian is substantially more overvalued in every other metric. So the thing about Rivian, I think Rivian will be a success with the work trucks. I genuinely think their work trucks are amazing, but I don't know how they're going to do as a consumer car brand. But for now, I'm not really a long-term on Rivian type of guy. I don't have any play on NVIDIA now. If anything, I'm playing the sympathies, and then I'll probably go for the NVIDIAs tomorrow. We'll take a look. Or depending on how they trade today, which they are lower. Other than that, though, I don't have a play. Walmart's selling off here now. Walmart's only up 2.9. Again, they were up like 5 or 6 at one point. You drive the Rivians for Amazon and they suck? Why? Really? Why do I think those are the greatest work trucks? No way. Why do you not like them? You see AMD this morning, they said they don't see demand. I did not see that, no. When am I doing the Flint, Michigan house plays? What do you mean? Last time we said NVIDIA, Flint, everybody told me no. I wanted to, but anybody I would take guidance from, even LT and other people I know, they were all against the idea. Wally Wild. Rokunian. Yeah, those Tulios are up over 100, but they're small. You want Flint. I mean, there's a lot of... I think Cleveland, Ohio is better. Cleveland and other places in Ohio, I mean, they're still just dirt cheap. And then where's that number one place everyone's going for right now? Buffalo. I think they said that was going to be the cheap area of 2024. The battery range is 130 on the Rivian truck, and it glitches out all the time. But is it more comfy? I'm hoping MPW reports positive progress on Stewart. Man, I was thinking about it the other night, though. Once I saw that they have earnings on Monday, and I got kind of scared. Just because, I feel like how they're going to do it, they're going to, report good news. And they're going to be like, yeah, we're selling this building, but then we're going to recognize that revenue and then put it here onto this, and then I don't even know. So we'll see. But that's tomorrow morning. We'll get to either wake up to a surprise or not. You don't like how the Rivian SUVs look? Well, I don't know. I think unless the Rivians become a lot cheaper, I don't know about a consumer car, but I will tell you, a lot of people have them. So that's the thing, comparing it to Lucid or anything else, I've seen a shit ton of Rivians. I see a Rivian every day. Every day I go outside, I see a Rivian. Doesn't matter where I am in SoCal, I see one Rivian a day. So people have them, but I do think they have better contracts, and like other things down the line are going to work out for their commercial vehicle. But we'll see. We'll see, but I do see them a lot. I've been seeing the new Prius too. That thing is beautiful. But like, people like them. People really like the Rivians. They look cool, but I don't know. It's an expensive vehicle. But I just don't. Then again, I mean, I think they're losing more than Tesla ever did, and then they don't even have the it's still not a Tesla. You like the look of the Lexus and the Audi. The Audi EVs are cool. They just depreciate. I heard but even the Lexus, the like Toyota EVs, they depreciate too. It's crazy. I've done verticals on expensive stocks like SMCI. I've gone with cheap ones. I did a cheap option play with very limited time on SMCI, but no. Debit spreads, if it gives me enough upside, I'm down, but lately that's kind of been the downside to any of those. The Lambo index is high. I mean, it's kind of near the highest points we've seen in terms of availability, but then we watched the prices drop already, but for the most part, a large supply of Lambos are higher, and prices on most used vehicles have dropped, even down to the expensive ones now. CLGN. Oh, what was that other? We sold out of RGNX the other. Damn, that thing went to 19? No way. Damn, that another day? And then Nvidia still low, 681. Intel got clapped. Global failed. And that one failed. That one ended up turning. I think I still have those sound shares. Yeah, I think we're barely down on them. But we've held that from like, what, a year ago almost? And Walmart's still low. Did HD go up? They're negative still, but they recover like 3-4%. Will EV cars last for 60 years? Not without like a major repair, I think, to the battery. But then again, I mean, my first Tesla, that thing has lasted a long time, and I have yet to change the battery. And I think the car has like 160,000 miles. Why are we down bad? Hard to say, but globally, everybody kind of slipped up. And then again, we pretty much ended last week with a slight negative tilt. And I think we're kind of resuming that as we didn't really wake up to much. And then a little bit of jitters coming in ahead of the NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. All right, new low of the day, though. So you finally hit a new low. Bonds stop moving. Again, a lot of individual names have moved throughout all of this. Dollar climbed back up a little bit, but still down on the day. Capital One, Discover, they're still trying to climb up on that. Do you think the Bond guy is going to save us? What Bond guy? James Bond or we shouldn't be getting any Bond things. I mean, yeah, I think there's a 40-year bond auction, which is weird, but then other than that, I think the PMIs might move the most on bonds this week. Stock market Super Bowl tomorrow. Well, it's Fed minutes, not the FOMC. So it's kind of like a playoff game, but then again, like we've talked about, there's been time the minutes have not moved the market at all, and then even lately there has been time the minutes have surprised the market. So you just flushed almost 10 points right here. 4963. So again, next level now. It's pretty much right here. If we don't hold this up, we could start running down to like 495556, then 4953, then 4946, and then 20 points at a time from there. So again, watch right here, or again 4957 to 56. That'll be another baby level. Yeah, Nvidia's tomorrow after the bell. So we have all day of today. And again, we still have what? Like 3.5 hours? A little longer. So we have all day of today, and then you're going to go all day tomorrow. Whatever happens pre-market, and then minutes come out tomorrow as well. And then after the bell, then you get Powell. So you will even get the minutes ahead of Nvidia. Or then you get Nvidia, not Powell. I don't know why I said that. What about Fisker or Polestar? Any comments worth the long-term holds? I don't think anybody should buy any of them. But, like, here's the deal. I could be wrong, just like anybody else. So it's very simple. If you already have your long-term built, you have a good balance of growth and dividends, and you're accomplishing a plan and it's already set up. If you want to throw in a deposit on one of these EV plays, feel free. But, like, quite frankly, every EV play right now, except maybe Tesla, but even then they have a crazy valuation. You're just paying for this idea of what they will be in the future. You're not really paying on like actual performance and what they're doing. They may seem cheap, but their valuations are really, really high. That's kind of the problem. So it's kind of like Lucid. I think Lucid is the best example. I can't stress this one enough. So you have to go look at what it's worth. Lucid is still an $8 billion company. That doesn't blow your guys' minds? That Lucid is worth $8 billion? Like, I'm trying to, like, who else? Who would be, not JP Morgan. No way there were. So again, even though the stock is near one of its like ultimate lows, that thing is still a lot. Again, I know Rivian's worth a shit ton. Rivian is still worth $15 billion, losing $3-4 billion a year. Fisker, not that bad, $300 million. But then again, I mean, remember, Fisker has like gone BK like twice in life. That company always pops up and leaves. But I'm trying to think compared to like big names that are doing good. $8 billion is still small cap. No, I think anything small cap is below $1 billion. So I think $8 billion is still up there. Yeah, so like it's half the value of Best Buy. It's about 20% the value of Kraft. Abbott's huge. I'm just going through the list of names that are up right now. Wynn, Eli Lilly, Kroger, Kohl's. So it's bigger than Kohl's, and Kohl's owns real estate. Lucid is double the size of Kohl's. That's insane. It's half the size of Clorox. Like, dude, none of this makes any sense. See, like a couple of names, you're like, wow, okay, everything's expensive, but you get a couple of these names and then look at the value. It doesn't make any sense. How is Lucid half as much market cap as Clorox? That's crazy. Saudi cash, very simple. Well, that could be simple, but it's much more complex than that. And what I mean is that just because you have one group willing to pay that much, it doesn't change the fact that all of these are mostly overvalued, by a big portion. Now you know why I don't like EVs. Well, I'm not really against them. I just think there's a lot of just the cars itself are expensive and the companies have a high valuation. I think it's still very early, and everybody has been brainwashed for the last 3 years into buying into the hype, and maybe it'll naturally come about in this world, but for now, I mean, there's not really like good invest. It reminds me of weed. It reminds me of weed stocks. MDT pop. Lucid is your grandmother's EV. Yeah, Lucids are just hideous. Rivian looks cool, but then again, I mean, it's not like dude, Rivian, you're still paying. Like, Rivian is almost the same size as Clorox. Rivian is almost the same size as Illumina. That's insanity. And it's 20% the valuation of Airbnb. But again, they lose $4 billion a year. C-Pop still going. So we saw that one at like 3 or 4. Now it's at 7. Ferg on the high. Is that? Oh no, Fang is today after the bell. Hideous. Come on, best range, best looking. Oh no, I think hands down the Lucid is like one of the worst looking cars I've ever laid my eyes on. I saw one the other day and I was laughing because I was like, who would spend that much? So maybe the range is good, but other than that, I think Lucid is like, I would take a lot of other cars ahead of the Lucid. Will REITs perform better when rates get cut? Assuming the rate cut doesn't come with a big slowdown in a lot of things, yeah. All EVs look goofy. Kind of, but there's like pretty much, I mean, the fact of the matter is I think the Kias and the Hyundai EVs look better than Lucid. You can make them look decent, but and then I think Tesla looks the best. Yeah, the EV9, that thing is dope. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. And then don't even get me started on the Prius. You mean to tell me you could buy a Prius or a Lucid, and you telling me one of those cars isn't objectively good looking and the other one is objectively ugly? Oh, come on. Toyota Prius versus Lucid, hands down. You already know the answer. You already know the answer. I don't think you could get BYDs in America. I think you can, but it's a big process and expensive. But I do think that is the limiting factor. NVIDIA still lower. I mean, SPY's near the low of the day. Euro closed. We've sold off and kept going lower. I mean, you had little fake bounces, but you're at 49.63. So this is its own little level. Again, last time was what? 49.70, and then we held that for like an hour and a half. You could only get BYD tractor trailers. Haley says, I'm not going anywhere. No plans to quit race. Live Nikki Haley. There's a live Nikki Haley. I kind of want to listen to her. I don't think I've ever, like, heard her outside of the debate. Let's get a Nikki Haley in here.
But I'm still here. I'm fighting for what I know is right.
I don't know why she
care
sounds
what
like
the
that.
Party leaders and political elites want. I'll keep fighting until the American people close the door. That day is not today, and it won't be on Saturday, not by a long shot. The presidential primaries have barely begun. Just 3 states have voted. 3. That's it. After this weekend, we'll be at 4. That's not a lot. In the 10 days after South Carolina, another 21 states and territories will vote. People have a right to have their voices heard. And they deserve a real choice, not a Soviet-style election where there's only one candidate and he gets 99% of the vote. We don't anoint kings in this country. We have elections. And Donald Trump, of all people, should know we don't rig elections. Americans of every belief and background are tired of our national mess. They don't want more chaos and craziness. They worry about a national collapse. If I weren't in the race, we'd be reading the exact same storyline every day until November 5th. There would be widespread reports of Americans suffering from a bad case of Biden-Trump fatigue. And it would be true.
Occidental
A
explore
stunning
sale of
70%
Western midstream
of the
steak.
country doesn't want
Oxy.
a Biden-Trump rematch.
Oh, they're
The
already reacting a
majority
little
of
to that.
Americans don't just dislike one candidate. They dislike both. As a country, we've never seen such dissatisfaction with the leading candidates. We've never had so many Americans mired in pessimism and division. We still have a chance to restore their faith. I will fight as long as that chance exists. Now, I know what Donald Trump is saying. He wants an election with no opponent. But that's not what the voters are saying. Despite being a de facto incumbent, Donald Trump lost 49% of the vote in Iowa. In New Hampshire, Trump lost 46% of the vote. That's not good. We're talking about almost half of our voters. What does it say about an incumbent who's losing nearly half of his party? It spells disaster in November. We shouldn't
how would you
silence
win?
those voters like
I'm
Trump
confused.
wants. They have the right to keep speaking out. Trump sees this. That's
So
why
it's
he
just
and
not
his
looking
allies
good in
are now
general.
trying a different tack.
I've
They're
never
saying,
listened to
"I'm
Nikki
helping
Haley. I
Joe
thought it'd
Biden
be
by staying in."
a good one to listen to.
Let's unpack that for a second. First things first, Joe Biden is doing more damage to himself than any Republican ever could.
Oh, she clouded on Joe.
Every time he opens his mouth, he sounds like his mind is closing up shop. The Democrats are getting weaker by
Okay,
holding
edgy
a
joke,
coronation
plus
for
one.
Biden. Republicans will get stronger through a vigorous competition. We have plenty of time to hash this out. If the race ended today, we would have the longest general election in history. There are still 8.5 months before Election Day. Do we really want to spend every day from now until November watching America's two most disliked politicians duke it out? No sane person wants that. But there's another reason Trump is wrong. At the end of the day, the only candidate who's helping Joe Biden is Donald Trump. Because Trump is the only Republican Biden can beat. The Democrats know it. They don't even try and conceal it. They don't even try to conceal the glee at the prospect of running against Trump. They want to win. So they want the guy they've already beaten time and again. Trump knows it too, but he won't admit it. True to form, he's taking out his anger on others. He's getting meaner and more offensive by the day. He's trying to bully me and anyone who supports me.
Okay, 49.59.
He says they'll be barred from MAGA permanently.
You ready? 49.57, and then 49.53. Then it could start getting a little uglier,
I've dealt with bullies my
or maybe it'll do
entire
its
life.
bounce.
They don't intimidate me. They only motivate me further. And I've never met a bully I couldn't take on. There are those who will try and paint me as never Trump. That's not who I am. Never have been. I supported Trump in 2016 and in 2020. I was proud to serve America in his cabinet. My purpose has never been to stop Trump at all costs. Like most Americans, I have a handful of serious concerns about the former president. But I have countless serious concerns about the current president. Joe Biden has turned our country upside down. It's not normal for millions of migrants to illegally cross our border without being stopped. It's not normal for our schools to be more focused on gender pronouns than reading and math. It's not normal to have skyrocketing prices and soaring crime. And it's not normal to have wars raging in Europe and the Middle East. All of that is on Joe Biden. But he's not the only one who's replaced normalcy with chaos. Donald Trump has done that too. It's not normal to insult our military heroes and veterans. It's not normal to spend $50 million in campaign contributions on personal court cases. It's not normal to threaten people who back your opponent. And it's not normal to call on Russia to invade NATO countries. Donald Trump has done all of that and more in just the past month. Look, I've said it many times. I think Donald Trump was the right president at the right time. But times change, and so has Trump. He's gotten more unstable and unhinged. He spends more time in courtrooms than
Coin
he
and
does
Mara
on the
selling
campaign
off.
trail. He refuses
And new
to
low on
debate.
the SPY. This
He's
is the level
completely
here.
distracted.
Or like
And
one more point away.
everything is about him. He's so obsessed with his own demons from the past, he can't focus on delivering the future Americans deserve. We have two hugely flawed candidates in Biden and Trump. Americans know it. They've been saying it for years, and we all know why. Trump and Biden are two old men who are only getting older.
Okay,
Nearly
4957.
60%
You
of
hit it.
Americans say Trump
Tesla's
and
going down a
Biden
little bit
are
too.
both
Again,
too old
crypto
to
is
be
selling
president.
off. Bonds are
Because they
staying
are.
surprisingly pinned.
We've all seen them fumble their words and get confused about world leaders. That's not who you want in the Oval Office when Russia launches a nuclear weapon at our satellites or China shuts down our electricity grid. We're talking about the most demanding job in human
C-pop.
history. You don't give it to someone who's at risk of dementia. You give it to someone who's disciplined, someone who can work day and night for 8 straight years. No vendettas, no drama, just results.
You like that? No vendetta, no drama, just
Even if
results.
Trump and Biden weren't too old, and again they are, Americans still oppose them because they know what they'll do. They've already done tremendous damage, and they're just getting started. Biden has crippled families with years of inflation. He's put welfare over work and doled out more corporate welfare than any president ever. Meanwhile, Trump added more to the national debt than any president in history. And it wasn't because of COVID, no matter how many times he tries that excuse. Now he wants to put a 10% tax hike on every single American. Just like Biden, Trump will devastate families and destroy good-paying jobs. We need to shift our economy into overdrive, not reverse. Most importantly, we need a president who protects America. Biden has failed this basic duty. As commander-in-chief, he tried to cut the military.
Why? You guys need to
He's
listen
made
to
us
at least
weaker while
once.
our enemies get stronger.
We got like 8 more
He
months of
withdrew
this
from
shit, man.
Afghanistan
When
in a
y'all
way that
ain't,
encouraged our
I thought y'all are
enemies
getting
to
in the
do
mood.
whatever
I
they
thought, am I the only one?
3 years later,
All I'm like is like,
Russia
okay,
has
maybe I'm not
invaded
going to vote
Ukraine.
this year.
Hamas has murdered
But other than
Israeli
that,
women and children
I don't know.
in
Yeah,
their
we're just
beds.
getting started, man.
China
You got
is
the whole
launching
year for this.
unprecedented cyber
It's
attacks
damn
on
election year,
American
bro.
infrastructure.
I ain't heard this lady
Iran
once. I'm going to
is
listen to
killing
it.
American soldiers. At the same time, Donald Trump has plenty of his own problems on national security. He's all but said he's going to abandon Ukraine. That's a massive gift to Vladimir Putin. Now Trump is inviting Putin to invade NATO countries. Those are the same countries that stood with us after September 11th. Of course we should ask them to pay more. We should demand it. But abandoning them will only bring more war. Putin is already planning his next move. He's eyeing our allies in the Baltics. A Russian attack would put America at war. Russia isn't the only country that smells blood in the water. When the dictators in Iran, North Korea, and communist China see America step back, they rush into the breach. They think America's time has passed, and their time has come. The truth is, Americans already know what Joe Biden and Donald Trump will do, but we're just as concerned with
Okay,
who
you're still
they
at that
are.
49.57
They're
level.
dividers at a time when
So
America
watch if we go lower.
desperately,
Again,
urgently needs a
49.53.
uniter.
That's the Tuesday
All they
CPI
do
close.
is turn us against each other. Trump calls his fellow Americans vermin. Biden calls his fellow Americans fascist. Trump and Biden don't just demand that people pick sides. They demand that their followers hate the other side. Look where that's gotten us. Congress is too divided and broken to do its job.
Bitcoin still selling off.
Families
Biddy
won't
on the
even
low.
talk to each other at the dinner table. We're separating into opposing camps that view each other as un-American, if not downright evil. These are dangerous times. The most important thing we can do is regain our focus and shared sense of purpose. The worst thing we can do is become even more distracted and divided. The reason I'm running, the reason I continue to run, is to remind everyone what it means to be an American. I'm the proud daughter of legal immigrants. I grew up as a brown girl in a black and white world. I saw our state move beyond hatred and elect the first female minority governor in American history as a conservative Republican. And in just a few days, my parents are going to cast their vote for their daughter for President of the United States. I've thought this week about what that means to them, but I know what it says about our country. In the America I know and love, we disagree strongly, but we do it without hating each other and still have the same shared national purpose. In the America I know and love, we respect freedom, the rule of law. We refuse to use the awesome power of big government to punish those we dislike. And we recognize that America has done more good for more people than any country in the world. It's not America first to withdraw from the world. It's not America first to praise dictators who want to kill Americans. It's not America first to bankrupt Social Security by doing nothing to fix it. And in fact, it's America last to keep losing one election after another to the socialist left. That's what we get with Donald Trump. I'm running for president to restore a country that's strong and proud. That is why I will stay in the race after South Carolina votes. And to my beloved fellow South Carolinians, I ask that you stand with me. Stand with your family, friends, and neighbors. See the America I see. And remember that we can still unite and move forward
I need to go
together.
pee, but I feel like she's about
Not
to
with
end.
anger, not with fear, but with faith and hope, like we've done before. Let's finally leave the past behind, and let's forge a new American future. This vision has guided every generation. It summoned me to serve as governor of this great state and as ambassador for the greatest country in the world. And that same vision called my husband to serve in the uniform of the United States. He's a major in the South Carolina Army National Guard. As I prepare for what lies ahead, Michael is at the forefront of my mind. I wish Michael was here today, and I wish our children and I could see him tonight, but we can't. He's serving on the other side of the world, where conflict is the norm, where terrorists hide among the innocent, where Iran's terrorist proxies are now attacking American troops. This is Michael's second deployment. It was hard for us to say goodbye to him the first time when he deployed to Afghanistan. It was even harder last summer when he deployed to Africa. As every military family knows, when a loved one deploys, we start the year-long prayer. It's a prayer for their safety more than anything else, but it's also a prayer of gratitude. The kids and I know why Michael went. He stepped up to keep us safe, and not just us. He stepped up to defend our nation's freedom and our way of life. Michael is fighting for the country he loves. So are all of his brothers and sisters in arms wherever they're stationed in this dangerous world. They have made their stand because America is worth fighting and even dying for. Now I will continue to make my stand because America is worth living for. Thank you. God bless you.
She was
God
about to
bless
say,
South
"Make
Carolina,
America
and
great
God
again."
bless America.
That's a good one. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. We got to listen to the first Nikki Haley. Amen. Amen. That wasn't too bad. You guys are getting a little mean in there. I don't know. Do you guys have mothers? I have to ask some of y'all. Do y'all have mothers? Because I feel like some of y'all just get mad when you hear a lady speaking. Some people just get worked. They're like, I can't listen to how she talking. It was just, I think some of y'all get mad if or maybe your mom just beat you like my mom, but I love my mom. You know what I'm saying? Because like some of y'all, she just start talking. Y'all feel like you getting disciplined or something. Y'all need to calm down. Just relax. It's election year, dog. You about to hear all of this. I don't know if I believe the crying there, but that's a deeper topic. We'll avoid it, but you realize I sound like Pat Mahomes. I'm just gonna ban you for that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the Chad facts would warrant it. Yeah. Yeah. It's a new account too there. It's not a new account, but your first one, I'm gonna just go ahead and ban you on that one. I think we'll call it a day. I think Chad agrees. I'm sorry. We already had enough discussion on the Pat Mahomes. That happens. My mom doesn't want wars or to send money overseas. I hope not. That'd be crazy. But then again, I'm just, making a little joke, just trying to make you guys have some fun. I really wanted to listen to her. I don't know. I know some of you are like, Josh, you deep state operative. I'm like, okay, calm down. This is my time to listen to any, it made the news. I want to watch it. I've never listened to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, so let me listen to it. It's okay. I got to hear from her finally. So other than that, though, we're going to have a year of this. We're going to have a year of this. 8 more months. You got some quotes, no mortgages over the weekend. They're all pretty much over 7. It's a little higher. Are they hard money or are they like qualified mortgages? Or are they non-QM? But some are below 7, but I think like 6 to 7 is pretty fair, and then anything non-QM should be higher. But yeah, Nikki Haley, you had leading index today, no other events, Europe and China. Non-QM is a non-qualified mortgage. So just a different type of lending. That's how you get better mortgage loans. We've made a video on it. I like HD. I wanted to play the recovery, but then it recovered too fast. It did come down a little bit, but I don't know. HD is kind of concerning, though. Like I'm saying, the 5 quarters in a row of declines, I don't think that's a good sign. Fed Bowman at 1. She's today. I know we have 6 more in the next couple of days. Don't ban me, but you sound like Pat Mahomes. I'm going to go ahead and ban you. I think you already retracted it. You got banned already. That sucks, though. You made your first donations the other day, but unfortunately, I guess our relationship was short-lived. Yeah, but thank you. But it's okay. I think you knew what was coming. I think you wanted it. Some would argue that I gave you what you were looking for, so I'm a good friend. But yeah. Thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. We appreciate your feedback. Please review the description. We have merch available. And thank you for shopping. Do you not? No, I like Pat Mahomes. It was just kind of a joke we had last week, but I wasn't in the mood for it today, so I banned it. Hence the current behavior. If there's any more questions on it, let me know. I'm sure it's probably going to be the same way the rest of the day. I don't know. It didn't fit. That's why I said I'm going to go ahead and ban you for that one. That's cruel. I don't think it's cruel. I think if people know my reaction towards it last time, I think it's pretty, like, I think everybody knows what, usually you don't say that unless you're trying to create a reaction, so then you're getting a reaction, it's just not the one you wanted. So that's all. I don't think it's that cruel. Buying the dip on that gas. I got over that gas already. I got clapped on that already this year, but I think eventually it's gonna have a massive rip. But I don't know if I would take that bet. If that makes any sense. So it's like it's eventually gonna run up, but it could keep dying in the meantime. So that's what you got to watch out for. Bowman's tomorrow. No worries. I was like, I didn't know if we had anyone today, but I do know either tomorrow or Thursday you're going to have 6 Fed speakers in one day. It has been too. We went from, remember, beginning of this year was freezing. There was the blizzards and all that other stuff, but then this has literally been the warmest winter in like, I want to say 5 or 10 years. The weather in Ohio, I'm sure it's probably still cold, but on average, like across the U.S., it's one of the warmer winters. And again, that gas is just getting clobbered. As in average temperatures. I think just in general, like spread out across in terms of like cold weather flares and just things actually getting there, just compared to last year and the last couple of years, it's been warmer. Warmest winter in Wisconsin. $60 degrees in Cleveland, I'd say average. It's 50 in Ohio and there's snow on the ground. Isn't 50 like warm? This is crazy. And then SPY coming back down again, so we have not really shaken any of the downside. It's literally been down right now for the last, 3 or 4 hours? We just got past hour number 4, 9:37. Let's do some push-ups, too. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 4.5 hours, or 3.5. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. You look good. You look good. What if I could do 100? Do 100 then, baby. SPY going lower. VIX going up. Bonds catching a bin. Relax those shoulders, okay? The trauma traps. No need for all that trauma in your shoulders. Relax them, okay? And then chest to the sun. There you go. There you go. First, donate. Remember to drink water. Amen. Let's go, baby. First super stream. I see you, Dan. Let's go. Get that water. Then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There you go, man. We're dumping a little bit. Get the body moving. 4956. So that's it. 3 more points. That will be the Tuesday low. I think that'll be a really big level. We either bounce or continue to dive from there. But now you need the body moving. What's the level? 4253, I think, or 4953. Yeah, 4953. I got one more set to do with this. But yeah, you're already below this one. So next level is now 4953.60. But pretty much Tuesday's close. That's a gap that you haven't filled yet. So, and then again, in that one, in the last 10 minutes, 30 minutes, it rocketed up another 30. So like I'm saying, if this level doesn't, 4953 doesn't hold, then you actually will have a little bit more on the downside. You could have another 20, 30 points on the downside. Ooh. Some CI. I'm concerned with the market here. Again, just imagine bad CPI, have that reaction, then 2 days later we bounce back up, and then now another 2 days later you're right back at the level. This is just what we were talking about all last week. Remember, I was just saying, I was like, I don't know how to describe it, but I could smell the volatility, and that's kind of what we're getting into. Well, let me hit the wall. Wall stretch, and then we'll be back, Chad. Don't worry, it's a good Monday, Tuesday. All right. Now we balance, and then we good. Again, bonds are still up, 0.34 on TLT. Not bad. Not bad at all. Mark has to do with liquidity. I'll draw mid-fib. Honestly, I think that discussion may have to come up a little bit more. Again, the whole liquidity thing and even the quantitative tightening and the balance sheet. I mean, it is getting quite interesting, but I don't know if that's hit the forefront of the markets yet as much as it will in a couple of months. I do think next time Powell talks about quantitative tightening, then it's going to get really interesting. Palo Alto, we made a play, but we're going to flip before end of the day, but they're pricing in a lot, but Palo Alto does have the ability to move up a lot. But like I said, they're already pricing in minimum 10%. I got one more leg to balance on. Almost done. The ocean is turbulent indeed, my friend, indeed. All right, well, you hit that low. You did not hit the 49.53. That was that Tuesday level. We haven't hit there yet. Well, then you did do the little bounce right back. I mean, it has been, an hour since Euro close? So we still got a lot of time in the day, halfway through, but still down 1.6 on the Russell, 1.5 on the NASI, 0.8 on the SPY, and 0.35 on the Dow. You're in the SMCI puts. You're nervous. This is fun. It was fun when I played it on Friday. It moves around a lot. That's the exciting. But then it weirdly will just stay pinned and not do much. But definitely has a lot of things going on there. SMCI is not for the weak-hearted. Twilio, Walmart. Palo Alto's just chilling. Where's Meta? Abivai, they were near the highs in the morning. Again, you have bookings on Wednesday or Thursday. And then 2 more weeks till a deposit. It's good, though. We could wait. But I do want to use that deposit. I grab some daily puts. Options are getting crushed. Today, this is how we started off last week, I think. Remember last week we kind of had the pre-earnings kill? That's how today, because again, even any of the post-earnings, there was a couple that ran like HD and Walmart, but after the first 20 minutes, everything really, really did calm down. But then again, we still have a whole nother half of the day left. PPC 52-week high, Pilgrim's Pride. What was the other one? Global Foundries. They came down. Flip Celsius. We already made our options free, but they have moved around a lot. Do they even report this week, or are they next week? So remember, like, NVIDIA reports on Wednesday, tomorrow, and like NVIDIA is going to be the end of it, but there is still going to be like random ass companies in the next week or two. But for the most, I do think like 85 or 90% of the market should have reported by the end of this week. So we'll see how that plays out. ADMA? Not like Archer Daniel. I don't know ADMA. They keep talking about it. All right, I need to go pee again. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Well, so Capital One is a bit of a barbell distribution on the low end and the high end, and Discover is traditionally focused sort of on a more middle market consumer, sort of a solid middle class consumer with sort of average earnings and a good FICO score. So I actually think it folds in pretty nicely into their portfolio. And if you bring Capital One's tech to bear on Discover's loan portfolio, there's a potential to have some sort of structural improvement in delinquency and recoveries, which are two competitive advantages that Capital One has.
Now, one other question about competitive advantage. Traditionally, Discover itself has been a smaller network than you saw Visa and MasterCard. And if you think about it, these networks have worked with Capital One in the past. What is the impact for Visa and MasterCard for a deal like this to be approved?
Yeah, so there's going to be a bit of a sort of tension going forward because Capital One obviously is going to continue to issue Visa and MasterCard branded credit cards. But Discover is really small. It's about $550 billion in annual network volume versus MasterCard and Visa together, which are about $10 trillion in the U.S. So I don't think that the competitive concerns are too grave for Visa and MasterCard, but I think that this is definitely a shot across the bow for those two companies going forward.
What does it mean for regulators? A shot across the bow is interesting because Capital One in itself had not been the one or two credit card company by loan volume. They were number 3, buying number 6. And to your point, Discover was number 3 in network volume here. So does this really propose a competitive threat such that regulators would be upset about?
So obviously the environment out there is tough right now for regulatory approval, but this is again, Discover is a distant number 4 network here, and Capital One will have a long way to go to make it bigger, but. Vertical integration is a bit of a dirty word, and that's what will be happening in this transaction. The card issuer will be acquiring the network, and so traditionally those two parties negotiate fees, and so when the two parties are together, it gives Capital One a bit more control over the fees it charges merchants. But on the other side, it will give the merchants another viable alternative to Visa and MasterCard and American Express in determining sort of what kind of fees they pay to issuing banks.
Ben, you've covered this space a while. When you looked at a massive deal like this come through the wire late last night, what was your thinking in terms of the biggest ramifications to the industry?
Yeah, I mean, this is potentially one of the biggest transformations that the industry has seen in quite a long time, but it's also going to be a really slow-moving one. So this is a huge bet that Capital One is taking. They're sort of betting their legacy that the Discover network is a path forward for them. But I think in the short term, consumers aren't going to see a lot of difference. The Discover brand is going to stick around. Capital One is going to have to do a lot of marketing, invest a lot in the tech stack.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you,
sort of
weird.
leverage.
I think the tin is true. Dude, that is such a big merger out of nowhere for no damn reason. I believe the tin. I really do. I believe the tin is saying that one of them was clapped. I think it was Capital One, even though they're the buyer. But like legitimately, I do think there's something beneath the surface where a merger would have hit all of it rather than kind of coming out with it. Because that's a gigantic merger. When would you, again, imagine this whole weekend, everything we've done. Dude, MasterCard and Capital One, what's in your wallet? Or, excuse me, and Discover? Those are huge. Huge. Oh, very, very crazy to see. Yeah, BTPF over in 2 weeks. That's why I'm like, I don't know. No, there might be a block in the merger down the road, but like how that merger is going to play, they may have a better chance. Like that one, like pretty much like Save and JetBlue, like that one should have gotten rejected, but like this would make them like the biggest out there in terms of transactions, but Capital One and Discover are much smaller than Visa, Amex, and all the other guys. That's why it's very interesting. And then they're going to have like, I think they have a couple of months, and then ironically, depending on who wins the presidential election, this will also buy them time. So in a weird way, whether it gets approved or not, this just bought whoever, both of parties, they have time until when? They have until like next year pretty much to finalize this or not, or see what's going to happen, which is kind of nutty to think about. The combined transaction volume, I think it makes them the number one. I don't know the number, but I remember hearing it, but it's very, very large. The new stress, by March, I think, right? Stress tests are done every 2 quarters. So either March or June. The judge should block it. It's a little different. There's just different factors to this deal that I think will drag it on, but I think it's ultimately going to be their discretion. But it's not as easy as rejecting the, the other stuff. What age was your mom when you started the LT? Oh, dude, my mom don't even tell me how old she is now. I think this is a mom thing. I don't know if it's a Middle Eastern thing, but every time I ask my mom how old she is on her birthday, she says, I'm 24. And I'm like, I don't believe that, mother. And then she gets mad if you say you don't believe it. So again, my mom's 24 years old. So I don't know. I think she was about 24 years old when she started it, or when I did. Matt. I have no idea. I genuinely wish I could even answer that, but I have no idea. It's your 10th anniversary of being 36. I like that. That's a good one. Your mom is 29. Yeah. See, you know what it is. Yeah, MPW's tomorrow morning. It's good. My mom is 29, so she tells me I'm 32. Yeah, man, it gets weird. But hey, I don't argue. But my mom is getting old, though, because she was even saying it, oh, no, she's always not like people. But she's, starting to get more, she doesn't like loud noises and all that shit. But then again, we did get beat for much less when I was younger, when I think about it. This year, I'll be celebrating the 17th anniversary of my 30th. Congratulations. Always good, man. Always good. Already. Your girlfriend is Egyptian. Good luck, my friend. That's dope. My mom is happy for you. Do you have an age you wish you could have stayed at? No. I just it'd be cool if I could eat hot food without heartburn. It'd be cool if I could still be able to grab rim, without sometimes when I jump, I hurt my anus. I don't know how to describe it. I think somebody knows what I'm talking about, but it's only weird if you're weird. I'm just being honest with you. But I don't know. I really wish that I, just certain factors and features in life, I wish those would have just maintained, but it's cool. Cause it's been a learning experience, dealing without having it now, you know what I'm saying? So it's good. I used to be able to grab rim, yeah. Not anymore. I think I could still hit backboard, but yeah. So what age? I don't know. It's slowly like it fades out every year. It's like a trade. You know, they're like, this year you're gonna make a lot of money in return. We're gonna trade in your hairline, and then general managers, they execute the deal upstairs, and then that's it. And then you come home with a little bit more money and now no more hairline. And then be like, we're gonna trade. We're gonna get emotional stability. And then in return, we're going to trade that for not being able to eat spicy foods past 8 p.m. And then somehow everybody agrees, and then that's it. And then it just happens. Damn, my warranty expired at 28. Yeah, it all depends. Some people got extended warranty and all that stuff, too. Chatadonia loves you. Abbott on the high. Oh, did those plays expire? Of course they did. Of course they did. The barbecue worth the heartburn? Kind of. I didn't think it was going to give me heartburn. But I've been clapped like all day today, like low key. Like my voice, I don't know why it was like that in the morning, but like, oh dude, I've been bubble guts all morning here. It's been good though. Still exciting day. MPW pricing, we'll do it in a little bit. CGNX. Oh, that wasn't the bio. There's one biotech that got approval this morning. Where's that Nexi? That was the other runner that came down. New sanctions on Friday in response to Nalvani. What more than they take away? They'll probably, they might do some of that money stuff they were talking about. I think they did vote on it, and they said they're down to like seize the assets, not just freeze them. GLD, nice. Gold. I like the dips on gold. I don't know where gold. I don't know how much higher it's gonna break out, but I do like buying gold cheap. Not really cheap, but just like at the recent low. So I sold out of my gold earlier today around this price, but it's like anything, dude, 2000, 2020 on gold has been good. Is there any inside buyers of MPW? You could look, but I don't think there is. I think the latest was the SC13. You guys know BlackRock owns like 12 or 13% of MPW. Yo, what the fuck is this? Oh, they cut it. So RBC cut MPW's price target to 5 from 8, but they maintained MPW at outperform. That was this morning. Yeah, Vanguard owns 15% of MPW. They sold out 1.3 million shares this quarter. BlackRock owns 9%, 9.8. They bought 932,000. Cohen's and Steele, they cut their MPW position in half by 19 million shares. Yeah. Don't see anybody else. What don't they own 12, 13% of? It's probably like smaller names that haven't really gotten exposure on WWE. Well, we hit those WWEs like a couple months ago on the little merger, but I forgot. What's the TKO's the new ticker? But ever since we last time we saw WWF was the Ed McMahon headlines. SPY still kind of holding again. It's been what? Hour and a half since Euro close? Oh, Vince McMahon. I say Ed McMahon. I'm a boomer. Tesla. Abbott on the high. Abbott's doing really good. Again, literally our contracts expire. NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA is getting ready for earnings. All the chip makers are down, so it's not just NVIDIA. Like SMCI looks the same. Even Intel and Global Foundries, they had good news today, but they didn't really hold up. But, yeah, it's not like I think NVIDIA, it's a big amount. 6% is nothing to balk at, but I think all of this is just typical pre-earnings move on a very, very hyped up name that is also up 50% from their last one. I wanted to look at something else. We were talking MP Dubs. Oh, there's one thing else I wanted to see. Was it MPW? No, it was related to earnings. I was thinking of something else. Well, yeah, MP Dubs, man. So that's going to be tomorrow morning. What was the other one? I think there's one more earnings we missed out on. Or that I think has a little bit more weight this week. Not booking. No, there's another. O is for real estate. What was I thinking of? But then O is going to be today after the bell. They shouldn't move too much, but I do think their last earnings moved them a decent amount. Yeah, and then but for NVIDIA, they are up 50% since their last earnings, and then you just want to see what they're pricing in. But like, imagine today's move, even if they were pricing in 12%, it's probably still pricing in 12%, and then it just moved 6% today. So that's going to be the problem between now and tomorrow. No, we did make a play on Palo Alto this morning. We're going to sell out of those by the end of the day, and those plays are down right now, 14%. Rivian, we'll see the pricing, but Rivian usually prices like 18% or something. Rivian is not going to be a cheap one. We're going to do earnings previews in a little bit. I didn't realize it's already like 10 o'clock. It's 10:03. Where did today go? I know Monday, Tuesday, that's it. All right. Yeah, it might be time. So give me a second then. Let me go grab me a water. And then it might be time.
Criticism of Donald Trump, the frontrunner, as we have gotten further into this primary cycle. She also says that essentially right now she's just saying the quiet part loudly. Listen to some of what she said in her State of the Race speech in South Carolina earlier today.
Of course, many of the same politicians who now publicly embrace Trump privately dread him. They know what a disaster he's been and will continue to be for our party. They're just too afraid to say it out loud. Well, I'm not afraid to say the hard truths out loud.
So joining us now for more on this, here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio is Bloomberg national politics reporter Nancy Cook. So, Nancy, it's worth pointing out here that Nikki Haley hasn't essentially been saying this out loud for the entirety of this race. It's pretty new, in fact, that she's saying some of these things about the former president. Is it too little too late for her?
I mean, kind of, yes. I mean, she really has decided to tank Trump on directly, really just in the last month or so. Before that, she was very cautious. This fall, we saw that she was very cautious. I think at this point, she is just trying to set up a contrast between her and the former president. And I think that honestly, what we're seeing here is her playing a much longer game about, if there is some sort of health scare or the former president's legal troubles catch up with him, she will be the alternative. But we are really expecting him at this point to clinch the nomination, probably by the third week of March.
Hey, Nancy, it's good to see you. I wonder when we talk about the psychological impact, if it's just impossible to know what that will be following South Carolina this weekend, because as we've been discussing for days and weeks now, the conventional wisdom is Nikki Haley just kind of hangs out for the spring and summer and waits to see if something goes wrong with the Trump campaign. But what about 2028? What about her future career if it doesn't work out in this campaign? Does a loss that bad, a 30-point loss in your home state, keep you from doing other things in the future based on the message that you're sending, the embarrassment that comes with it?
Not at all. I think that will be a big part of what she'll do. I think that she will, is really positioning herself to run in 2028. She will have been the last Republican standing against Donald Trump. And you have to remember that if Trump loses to Biden in the general election, which is months away, Nikki Haley can say, I told you so. She's also in her early 50s. She's so much younger than Trump and Biden. And I think that she has like a long political life left in her. So I think part of this is also positioning for 2028. I think Governor Ron DeSantis.
A long political life. My goodness. At the Lowe's, baby. It's game time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're living good. I hope you are feeling blessed. Welcome back, man. I missed you guys over the weekend. So I hope the long weekend you didn't miss me too much. I hope you didn't have to go without PHILO for too long. But here's the deal. Today's PHILO, it was something we talked about on Friday. And I was surprised, but I'm glad that I got to bring it up because some of you guys reached out to me and y'all were just telling me about how that was very eye-opening and it was very encouraging. And once again, it leads to, where I'm saying it's crazy because do you guys remember the PHILO that I told you? Do you know what your PHILO in life is? Like, do you know what the next event in life is going to be for you? Did you forget? This is partly why I've been shouting y'all out every day. I told you, personal responsibility is a very, very big level. It's a very, very important thing. But no, there's something important. Oh, you forgot when I told you? You determine the lesson. Chad, the student determines the lesson. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I hope you get revelated. But remember that. That's why don't ever forget. You all choose what lesson you want to learn. Whatever you're dealing with within life, you all have blocks. That thing you're struggling with in a weird way, that's part of your choice. The thing you're doing good with, the thing you determine the lesson in the school of life. It's funny how it all works. That's why I'm saying I shout out some of y'all because, when we be having these talks, whether it's PHILO or not PHILO, I think some of you, depending on what your ears are tuned towards, you're walking away with something. You know what I'm saying? So let's go, baby. Let's go. And this one on Friday, man. Chad, I'm here to tell you the secret of life. I'm giggling because, you know, much of the secrets of life, I don't think they're secrets. That's word to Earl Nightingale. But this is a very important one. And I've had this PHILO before. This is old. I talked about this on Friday. There is nothing new I'm going to share with you today. Nothing that you shouldn't have heard, but hopefully if you haven't heard this, that's why I'm saying this, because there's a lot of things that I think are old and that I've gone over. But then, you know, some of y'all, I don't know when you heard it, when you're going to hear it, but then that's it. Something clicks. But Chad, I have a secret of life for you today. Okay? Can someone tell me what shape is a clock? Here, just throw out your answers. What shape is a clock? And what shape is the world? If y'all have any answers, you could post that in the chat. Yeah, you let me know. Just if there are any answers. Like, what shape is a watch? Is the world? What else in life, man? I'm sure. Oh, a round, a sphere. I was waiting for a sphere, mother effer. You know, it would be like sphere, a spherical object, both flat discs. Circle. A sphere. You get the general idea. Oblong, orb, circle. So y'all should know what I'm talking about. We had this talk on Friday. End of the day, we are 2 hours into the close. The market is already closed. We're 2 hours Friday. You know, there's a couple thousand of you here right now. In this room on Friday, there's like 700 people, which is still, it blows my mind. But that's, again, a very small group comparatively. And we're sitting there talking about circles. Talking about life. I have Chad telling me all sorts of stuff. You know, I had one of the Chads come in, you know, this is on Friday, and he's like, I felt a certain way about life. He said he was feeling like a failure lately. He said, I just feel a certain way. And in response, the first thing I tell him is, listen, my brother, life is a circle. I need all of you guys to never forget this. Life is a circle. That feeling of I feel bad, I feel good, I feel in the middle, whatever it is, you are going to go through that over and over and over and over again. You know that, right? And this was my words. It was to Nikki B. I didn't want to put you on blast. He said, that was me, baby. Amen. He stand on business. They don't feel you, bro. But for real, like, I love this, and I love this conversation because, like I'm saying, it's funny how, you know, other people reached out to me because of that, in the response to what you were going through. And even then, and I was thinking about it, and I told you when I was talking with my sister, I ended up sharing this with her as well because I do think it's very important, man. I think a lot of us we get caught up in the moment too much, and what ends up happening is that you are going through your life at a certain point in your life. But then if you feel and give that moment way too much attention and feel like it's not going to change, or the way you feed into it, you start making bad decisions based off of that current circumstance, failing to realize how it works. Sometimes we end up prolonging bad events, or we come out of a bad event with a little bit more of scarring than necessary. Oh, I don't know if they feel me, Chatadonia. Have you ever been in a temporary situation and walked away with a permanent consequence? Oh, they don't. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. You don't remember? You were just having a bad day, and it led you to have, even if it wasn't permanent, you were just having a bad day, and that little bad day attitude that you had, you turned that into a 2-week problem, which should have been a 20-minute problem. No? Oh, come on, Chad. That's the crazy. Even on the most minor level, we be doing that. Y'all don't feel me. I know you don't feel me. Some of y'all don't want to. Y'all better clap right now, or you don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Stop it. I didn't know I'm talking to a perfect human being. You know damn well, every single person in here myself included. We have all had you had a 20-minute attitude where it should have, okay, all right, I'm bothered for 20 minutes. All right, bad day, bad trading day. Okay, I don't like this mother effer on the TV. All right, this happened. My kids just called me. Oh, I got to deal with this now. This person at work. All right, I get it. But you made that 20-minute situation way bigger than what it was. And acted as if it was the biggest thing in the world and it wasn't going to change and that you weren't going to move on with life anyways. And then now you're walking away with something that's sticking with you for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And you could have had it for just a little bit. Great. This is your whole entire life now. This isn't the main thing I'm even talking about today. I said circle, 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 circle. I haven't even explained it. This is the bigger thing you got to worry for. It's like we're talking about making, things last longer than what they do. But, like, you all have to understand life moves at a circle. I don't know where you're at right now, but theoretically, we all start off kind of at the same neutral. Just hypothesize with me, right? That we all kind of just start at a basic neutral, right? And then as we all go through life, your neutral either turns positive or it turns negative. Something good happens, something bad happens. So like I'm saying, I don't know where you are at right now. Some of you guys are at the lowest lows of your low right now. Serious. Like, and honestly, it just like, think about it. You don't know what people go through. Like I'm saying, some of y'all, you are facing difficulties with money. Some of you are losing people. Some of you are going through relational stuff. This is maybe your first time going through something, and you could be at the lowest depth of low right now, and vice versa. Some of you just started your business. You just quit a job. You are now at all-time highs, money. Maybe you just got married. You just had a child. You just got over something, and you're feeling pretty good right now. So everybody is going to have good and bad. This is something I hope all of you could understand. But the point I was talking about on Friday is that everything moves in a circle. Everything in life is a cycle. The economy is a cycle. A cell is a cycle. Everything you could think of, the basic human level is a cycle. It's a circle. Everything just goes around and around and around and around. The whole world spins around and around, 1 year around the sun, spinning on the axis every single day around. That's going in around in a circle, a cycle. That's 1 day. Go look at the clock, the time. Ironically, it's just all a circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then you start over in the same circle. Again, you just circle. Everything in life is a gigantic circle. Are you following with me right now? Please tell me it's not true. I don't know. I do know. I think it is. I think this is so factual. It's unreal. These are the things that get me excited. These are the things that I love. Because it's very hard to argue that we're doing something new. Yeah, you may encounter new things on a day, but like the whole general aspect of like revolving, right? A cycle, a revolution, that just keeps happening in many aspects of life. So you have to understand that. If we can notice that and not apply it to ourselves and try to learn from it, then we're just choosing to be like really willfully ignorant then. Because I need you to pay attention to this stuff. I'm saying everything is a circle and everything moves in cycles. Again, a season, the year. You keep doing something, right? It goes from one thing to another. It's always moving. That's the paradox of time. Time moves in a circle more so than just, okay, yeah, we know the starting, well, we don't know the starting date. We're saying 2,000 years from this, from that. That's more linear, but it's all a circle. But what I need you to understand is that you are living your life in a circle. Your whole life, all of us, whether you're good or bad right now, whether you've done good, done bad, don't matter. We are all going to go through circles. So I don't know where you are now, but usually how it works, you're neutral, then things get a little bit worse. And you're like, okay, it's not the worst thing, but this is kind of bad. I don't feel too happy. Then it gets even worse from there. And then things get to the worst. Now imagine a circle with me. right? I don't know. Can I draw a circle? If I had a portfolio, just imagine a circle. You're at the bottom. Things are getting worse. Okay, and then from the bottom, you may notice a little signs. Things start to get a little better. You may start to get a little better from worse, but you're still bad. Then you start making improvement. Then before you know it, you get back up to neutral. That thing you were tripping about 6 months ago, a year ago. All right, it feels like it's not like you're making improvements, but you've improved from the bottom and things aren't that bad. You know, you view it a little differently. It's not as traumatic. And then a little more time goes by, then things get better. You start actually making some progress. Now you got a new idea. Maybe you start working towards it. Then more time than that thing you were working on becomes the peak. Then things get good, and now you're like, wow, life is, dude, I can't. And then you're like, wow, looking back to the low, I would have never thought I would have gotten here. And even actually, believe it or not, that peak, you even go higher. Things even reach a point where it's better than what you expected. And then what starts to happen, things start to slip up a little bit. It's not like a big slip. It's actually very subtle. You're not at your peak doing the best ever, but you're definitely not doing the worst, but you're noticing it's not as, okay, you're not doing what it was once doing. And then a couple more months, maybe years, who knows the time frame, it gets a little worse. You kind of start doing worse again, or getting back to a level where you're not the worst, you're not doing bad, you're not struggling, you're not sad, but you're not at that level of exuberance you were just at. And then guess what happens? You're like back to neutral, and then you go worse. Then you start going back to bad again. And then before you know it, you're like, oh, well, yeah, I did good in money, but now I got to deal with this in my relationship. Oh, I was good with money. Now I got to deal with my health. Oh, yeah, things were that good, but like, damn, I never thought this would happen. Oh, yeah, well, I accomplished this, but I just don't feel the same. And then guess what happens? Now you do the same thing again until you hit a bottom. And then you start getting a little bit better off bottom. Then you hit neutral. Then you start to do a little bit better. Then you start doing your best again. Then you start to fall, and then you do it again. Over and over and over again. That is going to be every single one of your guys' entire lives. Myself included. And I say that confidently and positively because once you realize this, it should help you make better decisions. That's why I'm saying I don't know how you feel right now where you're at, but I want you to keep acting as if this cycle will continue like it already has in your life, rather than making a permanent decision off of where you are at temporarily. So if you know things are bad and the worst they've ever been, you should be able to prepare for the upside because you know where you're at, and vice versa. If you're doing good, the best you've ever done, you should also be preparing for how you're going to handle the downside. You see where I'm at? If you're neutral, you better be asking yourself which way it's going. Oh man, but do you see where I'm saying? This is it's a great fact of life. Because I don't know where you guys are all at, but the problem I see without knowing where you are is and I know all of us could be a witness to this, is that we make certain decisions based on how we're feeling in that temporary time frame, failing to realize where this cycle is leading to. Again, you were just feeling the best ever, of course. Now you got to go through this cycle. Again, you're feeling awful. Okay, it's not going to stay like that. Stop. Don't live in that. You should start thinking, okay, well, how's it going to turn around then? And then that means I'm probably closer to the thing that's going to get me progress than not. But I'm telling you, this right here is one of those secrets of life. It seems pretty obvious when we explain it. It seems right in front of us, but again, you could ruin or make your life depending on how you act off of this info. Like I'm saying, knowing this and ignoring it and feeding into the low end of this cycle, not preparing for the high end of the cycle, it's foolish. It's going to hurt you. Or again, just ignoring it outright and saying, nope, I'm in a low cycle. I'm going to make a home here. It's just like, no, it has not worked like that. And like I'm saying, we had some talks about this, but maybe there is instances where it doesn't occur. I get it. Life is a crazy thing, but I really encourage you to like look at your own life and notice that you've gone through this already. Because that's where you're able to like really take a look at what you've gone through. Because all of us, we felt good. Again, sadly, some of us, the last time you felt really it was a child. But the point is, you go back, you will see you have moved through your own cycles. Again, you are literally the animal shedding its skin and then keeps on growing. Your cycles are shedding and growing. You're shedding the old, but still the new of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But I really do think if you look back, your life has already guided you through this. And that's why I'm saying, like, really start to think critically wherever you are at, how you could prepare. But, yo, I don't know what you're going through. And maybe you are doing good right now and you're getting too gassed up off of it. It's like, yo, prepare for the downside. Vice versa. You think you're like, man, I feel like a failure right now. I'm like, it's like, okay, don't go off of what you feel. Don't define now the more of the future where we're going based on what you feel now. And if you're telling me that's how you feel now and you're coming off of a high and you've gone to a low regardless of how much time, well, which one are you closer to? That's the same thing I'm telling the guy who's doing good. You telling me you got pride, I feel amazing, it's all good. You're closer to something going wrong than something going even more right. And vice versa. The dude at the bottom feeling a certain way, you are closer to something turning around than you are something getting worse on you. So you got to start building into that. But above all else, like I'm saying, this whole PHILO, this whole understanding of the cycles, not only on an economic front will help you, but it's like, yo, I really do think this will help you in life. Again, I really do hope this helps you move through stuff and maybe not give too much weight and credit to a feeling and being able to know how to operate, to keep your momentum, to keep your motivation, knowing that everything is temporary. This too shall pass, both the good and the bad, and play into that. And hopefully even be able to be a little bit less reactionary or emotional because you're playing the cycles, not necessarily what is actually happening. So, Chad, you can go very deep with this, and it goes in all directions, but I ultimately do hope all of this leaves you guys with a basic understanding of something that could help you. And I don't know where you are right now, but I encourage all of you to listen to the cycles and understand them, and don't build into your cycle and try to make it a permanent home. And I encourage you to move with it all. And understanding how things are always moving, that's how you get to where you want to go, is by understanding it is all moving and you are going to move into it. So don't worry about feeling or getting scared that you'll get stuck in one place. You won't, but you got to prepare for the next one and look ahead and play into the motion, ladies and gentlemen. So Chatadonia, I hope you enjoy that one. I hope you take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watch this main channel. First link, Scream Alerts, boot camp, and real estate course. But that is your PHILO, baby. I know, I like it. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for even bringing it up. It's a good one, man. Oh, dude, Kamala? I'm going to let y'all listen to Kamala. I should give you an uncle, but I don't know when Kamala
since that meeting, we have...
All right, I'll give you uncle before. You need uncle, yeah. All right, I'll be right back. It won't load. All right.
A letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
It's a cow.
It's a cow.
Oh my goodness. Amen. Amen. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Now, good news, bad news. Good news, you're much, much closer to earnings. So we're going to go over all of those. Bad news, you either have to listen to a press briefing or Kamala Harris. And I don't think the press briefing is online. Well, I'd love to hear from our vice president. Maybe she'll become our president. Who knows? On the next episode of 2024, traders contemplate if Kamala will become the president.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I know. Oh, good timing. Great timing. Damn it. No Kamala. Damn. I'm telling you, right when I wanted it. Just right. I told you I never get to see her. I don't know if it's my schedule or her schedule, but I guess I can't listen to it then. Damn. I guess you guys dodged the bullet right there. That was great timing, man. That's unfortunate, fortunately, you know. I can't do nothing about that. I thought I was trying to get you the previews, though. Well, where's this damn press briefing? Come on, Kamala. Yeah, well, this is awkward. She's elusive. I've been trying to link up with her. It hasn't been working. You know, I thought that was going to be our moment. I've heard Nikki Haley more than Kamala this year, which is, again, I just heard Nikki Haley today. That's crazy. All right. Well, I need something to get these previews. I don't know how many previews there are. Spy pathetic. Well, it's actually a big move. I don't know. I feel like some of the days where we do nothing is more pathetic. I've never really called the market pathetic now that I think about it, but it is very, at least we're moving. Maybe could set a trend. The only thing that's pathetic is that we are kind of just still stuck in the range, but this is some of that secret volatility, I think, creeping in from the last CPI. Live in 2 hours? Department of State. All right, if that goes live, I'll be able to get you guys the previews. It's okay. We're ahead of time. We'll give it like 10 more minutes. We'll see where it takes us. The late February. Again, it could happen, but it might not either. So this is what I put. I showed you guys this on stream, and then I put it on the watch list as well. But literally, like February is like the second worst month of the year. Usually the losses happen in the final 2 weeks of February. But now, like in 2021, 2019, 2017, these are pretty modern. You've rocketed up in February. So the months where it doesn't go down, it absolutely rips. Again, the smallest February gain, if it did go up, was in 2013, and that was 1%. So literally in the last 14 years, the lowest gain in February is 1%. So when it does good, it does very, very good in February. But then when it does bad, you usually get a pretty big decline on that. Right now, we're in February. I don't know how much are we up? We closed at what? 482.75. You're at 494. I don't know. This might be a rough estimate. Let's see. 48384. Oh, wait. Where are we at? Let's see. 49503 minus 483, say up 2%. 1119 divided by 48384. Yeah, about 2.3. 2.4. So we're up right now. We're holding. So if we just stay break even by the end of the month, it'll still be a pretty big green February. So yeah. But then it's like if we drop 2.3, 2.4%, February goes negative, but then usually it's a little bigger than that. So we might be able to move 3%, 3% in the next 2 weeks. But then again, it's like there's no guarantee of it. So again, even though it drops on average, it's not like there's a guarantee that February has to be negative. TTD, and they just got clapped. A lot of things did, even if they had good earnings and even good analyst guidance. We believe the price of natural gas will go up in the next decade. I assume it should, but then again, I mean, yeah. I think the answer is yes, but it's gonna be, I think more highly politicized. It seems like that's what we learned in the last couple of years after what's gone on. So again, weather events plus external events and how countries kind of treat it can determine a lot. But yeah, I do think the demand should be there. And then even if there's other things, even during a transition, or if, like I said, weather or other events make it kind of more scarce, I mean, it's always going to be there, but it's hard to play the commodity. Again, a lot of people have noticed, there's a big difference between the price of like actual natural gas and then what you pay for natural gas, like using it in utilities and all that. And then even how much these companies make. The SMCI, I don't know. Let's see. It says I'm up 7%. Same bid as what I bought it for, and then the ask is up. Natural gas. Do you guys know crypto, I think, is the number one on the year? So far, I mean, we're almost 2 months, full 2 months, but crypto's up like 16%. And then I think oil is up like 7.1, and then the dollar. So crypto and oil are outperforming the dollar, and then dollar is outperforming stocks. Pretty wild to think about. Seasonality of crypto on February is bullish. I'm not too sure, but that sounds right. But I couldn't tell you with the same confidence as like the stocks. U.S. tells allies Russia may put nuclear weapons in space in 2024. Josh AI, if NVIDIA reports bad. Oh, you want Josh AI? Is he here? I saw an AI video of ordering AI at Wendy's, and it's exactly how I pictured it. It's crazy. But SMCI will go down on a bad NVIDIA. I think everybody will get affected by it, not to mention just however much NVIDIA moves on like a sheer impact level. I mean, it's worth a lot. So, again, that market cap, that valuation, that could move around just everything. It's not like, I don't know, maybe some chip makers go up if they do bad, but generally I'm looking for a big drag on everything if they do bad. I think NVIDIA just getting ahead of earnings, and then again, all the chip makers went down. I don't know if there was any news or even kind of China coming back, opening up a little slower, and then not to mention all the other downside pressures we had from last week. But other than that, I think just kind of earnings anticipation move. And remember, NVIDIA is up 50% from their last earnings. That's the part I think everybody's missing here, is just like NVIDIA did it again. Like, you guys got to realize, like, from the beginning of the month, NVIDIA went up $140 after going up another $100 the week before that, the month or 2-3 weeks before that. So NVIDIA has already made an earnings move. That's the thing that sucks. And then like SMCI, that went crazy, but the market cap is a lot different. But like NVIDIA has already moved 50% from their last earnings. That is absolutely unreal. Concerned about oil creeping up. Yeah, I am too. Because remember, I was telling you guys my whole basis of like soft landing or not. I think it does depend on what happens with oil prices. But if oil prices come back up, I mean, that's both one for inflation, but then also it's like if they start cutting rates and then energy prices are high again. I mean, any other time that's happened, we've had quite the meltdown. It's on Fiverr. They might be able to move. I don't know what price they're at. I think they dropped a lot. Yeah, weren't they in the hundreds? They might be able to move a lot. I'll have to take a look at the pricing when we get closer, but I don't know how they moved in their last 4 earnings or so. What does it mean with today's price action? I think we're just continuing some of the negativity from last week. So I think this is bringing us back to the volatility of the CPI. Remember, we had one of the worst day in years, and then 2 days later just bounced back up. So now we're coming back down, but I think it's all kind of related to that. And then also some of the anticipation ahead of these events, mainly NVIDIA earnings. Amazonian. And I don't know. Every time we see it, we trip out. Abercrombie is killing it. Okay. So you don't get a press briefing, but I could give you guys the State Department. This usually pisses off people because it's related to the war. So sorry.
Times from this podium.
But I need to get you your earnings
Russia,
previews.
when it comes to dual citizens of the United States and Russia, or dual citizens of any other country in Russia, Russia does not recognize dual citizenship, considers them to be Russian citizens first and foremost. And so oftentimes we have a difficult time getting consular assistance, but we will pursue it in all matters where a U.S. citizen is detained.
Okay. And then on the sanctions, why wait until Friday?
It takes time to put these sanctions packages together.
Well, it's been 2 years. I mean,
it has been
the anniversary was coming up.
And if you have watched, you have seen us roll out.
He's just mumbling over
that 2 years, so it's not like we have delayed anything.
They both are
sanctions as facts justify when we see sanctions evasion or activity moving to new areas, and to tighten our existing sanctions. And we'll have more to say on Friday.
Okay.
Could I also ask you just if any reaction on Evan Gershkovich's the latest pretrial detention that he's been kept in for another 30 days?
So, with respect to Evan Gershkovich, Ambassador Tracy attended Evan's hearing and spoke to the press soon after. You may have seen her comments. We're disappointed but not surprised by the outcome of the hearing. You've heard me say many times from this podium, the charges against him are baseless. Russia should immediately release Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan, and the United States will continue to work towards securing both of their freedom.
And just one other on Russia, Radio Free Europe. I don't know if you saw the Russian announcement in that saying it's undesirable as an organization. Do you have any reaction on the Russian statement?
I don't have any specific reaction other than to say that you have seen Vladimir Putin oppose the free dissemination of information, the free press inside Russia, and unfortunately that seems to not surprisingly, but unfortunately not moved off that position. Let me go to Humera first.
Matt, can you say at all if the administration is going to use this EO that you guys issued in December that threatened basically penalties for financial institutions that help circumvent Russia's sanctions?
You mean with respect to our announcements that are coming on Friday? I certainly don't want to preview those. And I just say in general.
The announcements that are coming on Friday.
On Friday that you would like
public on Monday.
That you would like. It's Tuesday actually.
Tuesday.
But we made public that we'll be taking that action. I don't want to preview what they will be, but as we have said, they will be a major sanctions package.
Right. Can I just ask a little bit on Ukraine, coming off the heels of Munich Security Conference, where a lot of European leaders and sort of various officials have tweeted their rather negative outlook about the supplemental in Congress and all that. And Congress is on holiday until mid-March. What exactly is the administration planning? How to convince the speaker? Whether you have a plan B if the supplementals prospects look pretty bleak.
So we will continue to engage with Congress to make clear that it is in the national security interests of the United States to pass this supplemental funding request. You heard the Secretary speak about this last week. One of the points he made is that when it comes to our security assistance to Ukraine, 90% of that money is actually spent here in the United States. It benefits American manufacturing. It benefits American technological development. So we will continue to make that case. But I think it's also the American people that make that case. If you look at the recent polls that came out, the American people overwhelmingly continue to support standing with Ukraine. And there were a number of members of Congress who were in Munich over the weekend and at the end of the last week attending the Munich Security Conference, and they heard directly from Ukrainian officials and from European officials how it is in the national security interests of Europe and also in our transatlantic national security interests. So we'll continue to make the case, but I would say it's not just the United States that will continue to make the case. And I will say, as you have heard the Secretary say, there is no other magic plan that we can unveil to support Ukraine. Ukraine will continue to defend itself, even in the absence of a supplemental funding request passing Congress. That is without a doubt. You have seen them fight with bravery. You've seen them fight with skill, and we fully expect that they will continue to do so. And they will continue to make gains against Russia, as they have done in the Black Sea. But the situation will be very difficult. When you don't have the ammunition you need on the front lines, you're going to be vulnerable. And that's what we saw over the weekend with the loss of Avdiivka. And so I think it's the facts on the ground that will continue to make the case to members of Congress why they need to act, and we hope they will.
Would you say that you still have some sort of confidence that it will pass?
I don't want to make an assessment of what Congress will do. What we will say and continue to represent is why it is in the national interest of the United States for it to pass this bill. Members of Congress will have to make their own assessments, and it continues to be our belief that if you brought this funding up for an up or down vote, it will pass the House, And that's what needs to happen.
Okay, I have some Gaza questions, but I'll let people ask.
Go ahead.
Staying on Russia, Russian Supreme Court of Tatarstan today rejected also Kurmashov RFR reporters' request for house arrest. Let me get a quick reaction and we'll follow up on that.
We will continue to engage with the Russian government. This is another one another matter where they consider this to be a dual, well, not a dual citizen. It's another matter of a dual citizen where they rejected that request. We'll continue to engage with the Russian government on this question, but I don't want to speak to the specific court matter.
I mean, yesterday marked 4 months of arrest, well, day before yesterday. Are you telling us that you're out of option here?
FTC states posed to sue over Kroger Albertson deal?
United States citizens overseas is always our first priority, and we always look to protect the safety and security of every United States citizen, whether they be in Russia or whether they be in any other country.
Is her designation of her arrest as wrongful, is it still on the table? Are you still considering?
I just don't want to make any kind of judgment about a wrongful detention determination. That is something that we always look at when it comes to American citizens who are detained overseas. It is a process. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes new facts develop that we take under consideration. But I don't want to speak to that any further from here.
And going back to Sean's question,
on this, RFE-RL2, Russia has labeled Radio Free Europe today as an undesirable organization after designating it as a foreign agent. Do you have?
I commented on that a moment ago. Just to say we have seen Russia continue to crack down on a free press, continue to crack down on transparency. It is quite clear that they do not want their people to have information about what the Russian regime does abroad, what the Russian regime does to its own people.
And one more, Russia places
I don't
you
think
as
Alex
senator.
completely yield the floor, but go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, Russia places you as Senator Lindsey Graham on Russia's terrorist and extremist list. Any reaction to that?
So we've seen obviously the Russian government designate a broad range of United States officials with various sanctions. I doubt there are any significant ramifications from that, partly because I doubt very much that Senator Graham, who I shouldn't speak to, he can speak for himself, plan to travel to Russia anytime in the near future.
Again, is it fair for us to report back that you just said you will not take any action? Just for RFA.
Alex, you can report back what I just said, not your implication of what I didn't say. And what I said was that the safety and security of American citizens abroad is always our first priority. That is true with respect to this case. It is true with respect to every American overseas. And when it comes to the wrongful detention determination, that is a process that takes time here at the department where we assess the facts, some of which change over time, circumstances change over time, and make a determination that is consistent with the law.
Please come back to
Danny, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Two questions on South Korea, Cuba, and North Korea. South Korea and Cuba established diplomatic relations last week. Cuba has been a brother country with North Korea for a long time. What is the U.S.'s
I don't have any comment on relationship between South Korea and Cuba. Obviously, we have always said that countries are free to pick their own, free to decide their own diplomatic engagements and their own diplomatic alignments.
Okay, on North Korea's Kim Yo-jong announced that North Korea is open to talks with Japan. If Japan does not interfere with North Korea's nuclear and missile test and abduction issues, my question is, if Japan tolerates this and talked with North Korea, what impact do you think it will have on the U.S. and South Korea, North Korea alliance?
I think that's a pretty big if. I think I will wait to see how the government of Japan responds to that question before I weigh in any further.
Wait, you don't have any...
I am aware of the North Korean offer. I have not seen the government of Japan respond, but it will continue to be our policy to achieve for full denuclearization of the North Korean or of the Korean Peninsula. That, of course, has not changed and will not change.
Any intention of North Korea why they suggested to talk with the North?
That is a question for North Korea, not for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question about a statement by the UN experts from the UN Human Rights Office yesterday expressing alarm over allegations of human rights violations to which Palestinian women and girls in the West Bank, in Gaza, is subjected to. They said, the UN experts said that Palestinian women and girls in detention have been subjected to multiple forms of sexual assault by male Israeli army officers. At least two of them were reportedly threatened with rape and sexual violence. Have you seen those allegations?
So,
do you have any reaction?
I have seen the allegations. I cannot independently confirm the reports. I will say that we have been clear that civilians and detained individuals must be treated humanely and in accordance with international humanitarian law. We strongly urge Israel to thoroughly and transparently investigate credible allegations, ensure any accountability for abuses and violations, and that will continue to be our position.
Have you heard back from your previous call for investigation into the killing of Hind Rajab? Hind Rajab killing of.
We have heard that those investigations are underway. It's our understanding the investigations have not yet been concluded.
Sorry, can I just ask you, when you said you had no independent confirmation of what the UN experts found?
I mean, the underlying
I get
allegations.
it, but did you ever have confirmation of what Hamas allegedly did to Israelis who were women, girls who were?
There are Israeli medical experts who have testified to that, and that is something that we consider credible. Yes.
So, you consider those instances to be confirmed, but not what the UN.
We have seen this report, and we have called for an investigation to confirm whether the allegations are true or not.
I get it, and if you're willing to take the word of Israeli, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, but if you're willing to take the word of Israeli medical experts on what happened to the people who were abducted on October 7th, whose word are you willing to take, if not the UN?
A full, independent, credible investigation.
Would it have to be Israeli medical expert?
We are calling for that no, it of course would not have to be an Israeli medical expert. A credible medical expert, a credible. I don't want to prescribe who it would be. A credible medical expert that can testify to it would be something we would look at. Of course, it would not have to be.
Would look at, but you take.
I'm not going to because that's one where we have seen the outcome of the investigation and able to opine on it. I'm not going to opine on a matter.
Well, yeah, but you didn't do your own independent investigation into what I think it's pretty much well accepted by everybody that there were instances of rape and sexual assault on October 7th.
And the circumstances very much matter. And it is a well accepted fact with respect to this.
Yeah,
just let me finish.
But you're saying that you have what you consider to be independent confirmation that those attacks, those assaults happened.
It is independent confirmation. It is a well accepted fact because the investigations produced credible evidence that not just the United States accepted, but countries. No, let me finish. Countries around the world accepted. With respect to these new allegations, we want to see an investigation, and we will, of course, look at the investigation and make our judgments when that investigation is concluded.
Okay, so it's just too early.
Correct.
Thank you.
Can I say in the Middle East?
Yeah.
A couple of things, but of course, the secretary's on his way to Brasilia. I'm sure you saw the comments by
this guy's intense.
Lula,
He's like untrained golden retriever energy.
Israel's quite upset with him about what's happening there to the Holocaust.
He's really into it, but like
he's really do you have any comment on what Lula said, and do you think the secretary will raise?
I don't know how to describe it.
So obviously we just disagree with those comments. We have been quite clear that we do not believe that genocide has occurred in Gaza. We want to see the conflict ended as soon as practicable. We want to see humanitarian assistance increased in a sustained manner to innocent civilians in Gaza, but we do not agree with those comments.
And do you expect the secretary to raise this? Will this affect relations?
I'm going to follow my general rule and never preview what the secretary plans to raise before he has a chance to do so directly with officials, but we engage with Brazil on a number of issues, and I don't expect that to change.
And just, could we stay on the Middle East? Obviously, there was the veto this morning at the Security Council. I know Ambassador Thomas Greenfield spoke about this at length, but in terms of
is that what's his name?
Region, how do you think
he looks like the guy from The Independent?
A number of
Trent
Arab
Krim?
states in particular have been calling for a ceasefire.
I think that's Trent Krim, The Independent.
Take U.S. diplomacy?
So look, when it comes to an immediate ceasefire, this has been a place where we've had a disagreement with a number of countries in the region.
Press briefings are different when you're buzzed.
But that has not
Dude, it's
stopped
like
us
11
from being
a.m.
able to engage constructively about how to
feel
bring this
you.
conflict
If I've
to
never
an
really
end.
watched one
And
of
not
these
just,
buzzed,
an
but
end, but a durable
it's
end
11
in a way
a.m..
that ensures that the
And I
violence
still
that
have
we
heartburn.
saw on October 7th and
But
the death
I
and
feel you, I
destruction
guess.
that has plagued this region for so long is not continued, and that we can finally find a durable peace agreement. And so, despite our differences of opinion about this UN resolution, we continue to engage with Arab countries about finding a way forward and working on some of the issues that we know we will have to deal with when it comes to establishing long-term peace and security in the region. Let me make sure Sean's done before I go. Yeah, go ahead.
It's 8 p.m. here. Totally okay to be
just
buzzed.
On Gaza,
Okay.
the mention of temporary
It's also
ceasefire
okay to
and
call
war ceasefire
football
in the UN resolution,
football where you live. We
this
call it
change
soccer.
in wording comes after
Yeah.
President Biden used this last week.
Mm-hmm.
Temporarily, it obviously does. The president made that point last week, and now you've seen the draft resolution that we're working on. But this has been a matter that we have been pursuing for some time, trying to get a temporary ceasefire in exchange for a release of hostages, and something we think is critical to try to achieve and we'll continue to focus on.
Right. Do you think the administration has obviously been under pressure domestically on this and internationally as well? Do you think that the change in president's wording, but the fact that now it's in draft resolution, has anything to do with those pressures that it's facing domestically?
No, I think it has to do with how we are responding to the situation on the ground and the situation in the region. We are trying to achieve a temporary ceasefire, or you can call it a pause, you can call it whichever name you prefer, to secure the release of hostages. We worked on achieving a humanitarian pause back last year. We're successful in doing it. It didn't go as long as we wanted
All righty.
to. We got some hostages.
Chatadonia. Do you know what time it is? Oh, yes. No more press briefing. That was actually the State Department, believe it or not. That wasn't the press briefing. Yeah, I had to get some things queued up. It's 2:01, 11 a.m., baby. 11 a.m. We sent out the stream alerts, so hopefully nobody misses it. There is quite a bit today. So we have there's some small names. I have the previews. I didn't know if I was going to do them or not, but then I was looking at these. Some names move a lot. So not all of these are high profile names. There's a couple that I'm missing here, but we're going to have a pretty good schedule between today and tomorrow, and then again tomorrow after hours. We are going to cover all of those. So today we're going to go over all of the earnings that are pricing for today after hours as well as tomorrow morning. And what I'm going to do is go through the options chain and go over what is priced in, aka what the market makers are expecting for that stock on earnings. Now, that's the first step of what we're doing. Then the second step is I am going to do something that I call Ghetto standard deviation, and I'm going to double up what is expected and then find out that price to see what would be a range, and then we're going to look through the options chain and determine if we make any plays. So now, Chatadonia, now that we're talking about that, you should know what I am about to tell you by now. If you've been here before, I hope you guys have learned a little. I hope you've seen the success and failure to be able to make your own judgments and a good judgment, but none of these plays are a recommendation, and you are about to watch me if I do end up playing on these. If I go for the 2 standard deviation, the Ghetto standard deviation plays, those plays are more likely to lose than win. Let me say that again. They are more likely to lose than win. Well, the way we're looking at this whole strategy is by going for a small amount of money in terms of what we're investing, but the probability is extremely low on all of these plays. So keep that in mind. But why I'm saying all of that to you is that, one, we are going to be doing some work. We're going to be going over stuff that is very important, aka what is priced in. Everything after that, it is up to you on how you factor this in and work this into your strategy, but don't let what we're doing, don't use this to gamble, or don't let this blow up your account, because it will. If there is no discipline, if you don't balance your books and you don't manage how much you're putting into these plays, they can definitely clap you, all right? So that's everything out of the way. That is our intro to all of this. Are we all on the same page? Do you feel me, Chatadonia? Don't blow up your account, okay? Don't spend too much money. know what's priced in, factor it in. 2 standard deviations is unexpected, but if it's cheap enough, that may be a good sign. And if it's not cheap, that's the option market maker telling you to stay away, baby. To stay away, baby. Get TTF website support. First link where you signed up through the stream alerts, or you can email tradingfraternity@gmail.com, baby. Any other questions? Are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page? Yes? Okay, good. You calculate 2 standard deviations by figuring out what's priced in and then doubling it up. So go search Ghetto standard deviation and you will find the original tutorial, but you're going to watch me do that here live. It's pretty easy. You just find out what's priced in and then double that amount, and then you are left with a Ghetto 2 standard deviations. Amen? Amen. So first earnings preview is going to be Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto. So we'll keep Rokunian up there. All right, Palo Alto. This one, they had a crazy earnings, I think, last time. So Palo Alto, they're expecting $1.97 billion in revenue versus guidance of $1.955 versus $1.98. Non-GAAP gross margin 76.6, non-GAAP operating 25.8. EPS is expected to be $1.30 versus guidance of $1.29 to $1.31. Deferred revenue $9.83 billion, billings $2.36 billion versus $2.33 to $2.385. Next gen security ARR $3.41 billion, cash from operations $677, capex $43 million, and free cash flow $627 million. Revenue next quarter expected to be $2.0 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 76.4. Non-GAAP operating 24.9. EPS $1.29. Deferred revenue $10.4 billion. Billings $2.62. Next gen security $3.64 billion. Cash from operations $522 or $23.2 million. Capex $47 and free cash flow $48.7 million. Full year guidance, EPS on the year $5.40 to $5.53, revenue $815 $825, total billings in the range of $10.7 to $10.8, non-GAAP operating margin 26 to 26.5%, adjusted free cash flow 37 to 38%. Since last quarter, November 15th, Palo Alto is up 43%, S&P is up 11.2, XLK is up 11.11, near-term options imply 10.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, gain of 15, gain of 8, and gain of 12. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters. So not bad. What was something stuck out there? What was it? I think it was ARR, Next Gen Security. I don't know if that's an expense or if that is revenue, but they've moved up 40%, and they moved quite a bit. So step number 1, we are pricing in what is priced in. So let's see what is priced in for earnings on Palo Alto. It says $35. That may be correct. We use 367. Like 36, 35, $36. So that's like what? So $36 is priced in for one direction. So one way would be 36. Again, it could be a little give or take by $1 or so. But $36. So 2 standard deviations is going to be $72. 36 times 2 is 72. That is the Ghetto standard deviation. So what would that be? $72,439. So yeah, those would be going for like $310 to $260, the 440s or the 435s. So pretty expensive. You're spending a lot there. Minus what? We said 72. $295. Puts aren't bad, but they're still kind of up there. Still got to spend $100 again, and the calls are really expensive. So yeah, Palo Alto. I mean, people are expecting a lot on there, but that one is definitely overpriced, I would say. Or again, 2 standard deviations is not cheap. I made a play on it earlier today. I bought these extremely far out the money ones. So I bought 2 of these at 80 cents to flip. So I'm going to sell those before close. I'm not going to hold those for earnings. So those are just the cheapest one. Not bad, just pricey. It is, but it's like not only is it like just cost a lot of money, but just don't forget like what it's saying is that, you know, pretty much for what, a 10% move, you're going to have to spend a decent amount of money no matter what. So it's still like, you know, just 2 standard deviations is going for a higher amount of money than not. That's the only issue. Oh, I don't have MPW. That's one, Troy, if you could get me that one. But MPW's in the morning. We're just started on the first one. First one of the night is going to be Palo Alto. So any questions on that? We're going to flip those plays here before close. Small play on that, but yeah. I think that one just, it's up there no matter what. I think you might get a better post earnings on Palo Alto. Puts more likely. I mean, they're a better price, but those are still $100. So again, that might be a play where, like I'm saying, if it moves 5-6%, all of those contracts are going to end up negative tomorrow morning. So next one in line, if there's no questions on Palo Alto. So we have a play, but we're going to flip out of that one before close. Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, next one is Solar Edge, SEDG. They're expecting $323.2 million in revenue versus guidance of $300 to $350. Non-GAAP gross margin of 6% versus guidance of 5 to 8. Non-GAAP operating loss of $99 million. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 30.3%. EPS $1.34. Optimized shipped units 1.61 million. Inverters 114,000. Megawatts shipped 1,513 and 86 megawatts of batteries. Since last quarter, October 19th, Solar Edge is down 25%. S&P is up 17, and XLK is up by 21.5. Near-term options imply 18% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 27, loss of 18, and then gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 6 of the last 20. Short interest 15%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. So, yeah, they're probably pricing in a lot. 18, if that's correct, if they're pricing in 18%, 36% will probably be your 2 standard deviations. That's a lot. $13.83 right there in the middle. About $14. Damn. Divided by 80. 16%, 16.7. That's a lot. So $28 both ways. No, 28, $14. So 111.15. That'll be 2 standard deviations, not 1. Oof. They're up there. I mean, you're still paying for them. These are all 3 standard deviations, but these are kind of a lot. So I don't know. It's not cheap. $55.50 for the downside. Puts aren't bad, but it's 2 standard deviations going for the same price as 3, but I think there's way better upside on this than not. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to play it, but I think they're pretty expensive. I don't think you're getting, again, welcome to the later stage earnings. The puts aren't bad, but you have, the upside, that's the thing that is like optimal on this play. Yeah, these calls could have been a lot cheaper. Oh, you could just get the 56. The spreads on these are gnarly. You might have to go a little closer to the money, but yeah, maybe we'll come back to that if we don't play anything. But it's up there. Yeah, you might be able to get N-phase instead. See, if N-phase is too expensive, N-phase may be cheaper now. That might make more sense. But no play for now. We'll come back to those. Next play, the good old Kathy Woods. They were your doctor when you didn't want to go outside to see the doctor. Good old Teladoc. So Teladoc, any questions on Solar Edge? I don't think there's any questions, is there? Anybody? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. All right, good. So Teladoc revenue expected to be $670.8 million versus $658 to $680. Adjusted gross margin 71.4. Adjusted EBITDA 111.9 versus 107 to 117. Adjusted EBITDA margin 16.7 versus guidance of 16.3 versus 17.1. EPS loss of 22 cents versus guidance of loss of 33 to loss of 23. Integrated members 90.3 million. BetterHelp paying users 462,000. Total chronic care users 1.18 million. And total visits 4.74. Next quarter guidance expected to be $673.3 million in revenue. Adjusted gross margin of 70.3. Adjusted EBITDA 67.3 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 10%. Loss of 41 cents. U.S. integrated members 90.78. Better care paying 480.2. Chronic care 1.17. And total visits of 4.93. Price history since last quarter, October 24th. Teladoc is up 16.1, S&P is up 17.8, and XLV is up 14.1. Near-term options imply 15.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, gain of 27, gain of 6, and then loss of 7. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Short interest 12%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 12 of the last 18 with 2 in line. So that says 15%. That might be a little higher. Remember, they moved a lot on one of those other earnings. I think we hit them, and then they came down. But Teladoc, it's 20, 30, about $3. So $6 both ways. 20, 39. What? Oh, that's 2 standard deviations. Oh, yeah. So it's about 15. I'm like, what? I did 6 instead of 3. Oh, I'm tripping. So, yeah, it's about 3 divided by 24. Yeah, 14.7. Apple Gary V's to step down as head of acoustic team. So $6 either way is literally $26.41. 40 cents. Not bad considering I think Teladoc can actually move. It's just cheaper in terms of nominal price. I think the option play is still expensive, but the stock itself is just cheaper. And then the puts, I mean, what, $14? 10 cents? Yeah, so it's a nominal cheap price, but I think there's just better upside. How do you find the near-term options implied move? No, I'm doing it mentally. So in this case, again, like Teladoc, we came up with $3 is priced in. One, if you have TD Ameritrade, it says it plus or minus $3.03, right? That's the priced in move. But if you go to the at the money strike price and just add up the strike prices, I add up the ask in my head. So 130 plus 170, that's $3. A little bit more, 303. That makes sense with what you're getting around here. You could calculate. You could even use the strike price like right above too, but they should be about the same. This one's 308. So it's about $3, I'd say. I think that's a fair price to use, 303, and then I doubled it up. So that's all. That's how you do it. And then once you double it up, that's 2 standard deviations. The at the money strike price is what is priced in at 1 standard deviation. Cart's just chilling. So wait, where's the option chain? Which one were we looking at? Teladoc? I don't know. Teladoc, again, is just cheap in terms of price. With the stock itself, like, that's pretty much it. All right. I grab one. No, I still have my Instacart. I don't think this play is cheap. I'm just getting one for the upside for 10 cents. So I went further than 2 standard deviations, but that just in case Teladoc goes crazy. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I just bought a Teladoc call. So I don't think the option is cheap, but I want some of the upside for a low amount of money. But for what you're paying for these strike prices, they are expensive. You're still spending, $40 on a $27 stock for next week to go up 30%. So these ones are even further out the money. No, I grabbed a $30 call. So this one's further than 2 standard deviations would be at 26. So instead of spending $30, I'm just going for these just in case if they have a beat. Teladoc has been able to move a lot, but if it also does nothing or is priced in, we only lose our $10. All right. You grabbed the 35 calls for 4. So there was a reason why I didn't grab those, actually. I don't think they're that bad, but there's a reason why I went with $10 instead of the $4. Does anybody know? I would have liked to spend the $4. I ended up spending double that, a little bit more. But why did I go for the 30 instead of the 35? Both of them are extremely far out the money, so it doesn't even matter. Not too expensive. I went with the more expensive one. The 30s have good liquidity. Yeah. But even more so, this is something I want you to always look at. How does that option chain move around? You got 3 things happen on this option chain. I don't know if you've realized it. This option chain prices in 3 different increments. 2050, 21, 2150, 22, 2250. And then we get to 27. Then it starts going 27 to 28, 29, 30. And then we get into 30. It starts going by 5. See what I'm saying? So usually I try to get the ones that break. You want to go before it starts changing in values too much, because then the price, it's kind of hard to determine the actual price. So you paid less money, but now you're even $5 further than the latest contract. But this is just something, because that's why, you'll notice these contracts are closer to each other in price. Well, yeah, they're only 50 cents. So again, once you even go from 50 cents to like $1 difference now. Like these 26s and 27s, you're kind of paying a pretty decent amount between the two. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay. Who's the next one? All right. The next one, we already did Teladoc. I don't have Enovix. I have Caesars. Caesars. Why not buy more time? I think that option chain is too expensive. So I'm trying to find the sweet spot of not spending a lot of money while still getting exposure, but like minimizing my exposure. So again, $10 is my risk on the play, and then we could play Teladoc afterwards. But other than that, I'm not trying to spend too much money. Like I would have liked that $4 play if it wasn't $5 above the next strike, but I think $10 is a good place. Not that much time on it. Kind of close to the money, but still 3 standard deviations out there, and then not spending too much dollars-wise. Caesars, kind of, honestly. It's moved up quite a bit, too. So Caesars, this one will be interesting. They're expecting $2.85 billion in revenue versus guidance of $282 to $284. Adjusted EBITDA margin 33.1%. Adjusted EBITDA $943 million. EPS loss of 4 cents. Since last quarter, October 31st, they're up 6.6. S&P is up 19.4. XLY is up 17.7. Near-term options imply a 6.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 4, loss of 1, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 7 of the last 20 quarters. That one's interesting. So again, casinos I think most of them have done good, but their stocks haven't necessarily traded higher. And then literally they're not pricing in as much. Like 6.6 is kind of high relative to their stock, but 12% is more reasonable for 2 standard deviations. If they're cheap, that's more reasonable than not. But then again, in the last year, it hasn't even moved more than 5% up or down on any of the last earnings. So that one's kind of very, what's the word I'm looking for? Lukewarm. So the Lord would spit it out. So 41.5 right at the money, 128 plus 133. That's 258, 59, 60, 261. Yep, that's exactly what. So we'll use that. So 261 is like what? 512? Is that right? Or is it 520? 522. So 261 is 1 standard deviation. 2 standard deviations would be 522 plus 4150. So 4672. So 31 cents for the 4650s. 522. Or 36.28. 15 cents. What do we say was the call side? 46. So you could play it for $30, but it's not bad. If they actually surprise, you'll have a better time profiting than not, or an easier time. Let's see. right, that give me it. All right, I'm going with Caesars. I just like that it's not pricing in as much, and then honestly, I mean, it was trading at a way better price earlier. Maybe they'll be the casino that does good, but this one could be pretty lukewarm. So I grabbed the 36 put at 14 cents. And then I went a little further and grabbed the 47 call for 25 cents. Walgreens been going up all day. All right, who's next up? Caesars. Don't have Diamondback. I have Neo. Not Chinese Neo. Healthcare Neo. NEO. I don't know. I feel like these were some of the names I don't really know about, but this one was like they price in a lot and they move a lot. So this one kind of got my interest, but I don't know if we're going to play it. But they are expecting $152 million in revenue, EBITDA of $3.1 million, adjusted margin 2%, EPS loss of 2 cents since last quarter. They're down 2.0. S&P is up 14.5, and then XLV is up 13.5. Near-term options imply 13.9%. Last 4 quarters, gain of 14, loss of 3, gain of 19, gain of 25. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So, yeah. I don't know. Do any of you guys like this stock? I've heard of the name because everyone thinks it's like Neo, but yeah, it's a little difficult here. What? It's almost at 15. 220. So $4, $18. Yeah. It's actually not bad for April. Genomics. It's weird. It even has options activity. But yeah, it'd be the 20s. These at least have somewhat of time, but Neo can't be traded on Robinhood? Really? You grab the calls, but you don't like them? No, it's NEO, not NIO. They do stuff with cancer. Slow-moving stock got clapped. It's funny because they just move big on earnings. That's why I was like, we'll take a look at this. It's implying 13%, but literally in the last year, this thing is moving like 15% on every earnings. There was one earnings where it didn't. Neo can be traded. Your little brother just did that. Oh, maybe they're confusing it with the Neo crypto. I'm buying one. I bought one for April. Only to the upside. Honestly, a lot of money for the price of the stock. And I'm kind of down with this. Honestly, the only thing in my back of my mind I'm thinking about is the biotech love and buyouts everybody has been giving a lot of these companies. That is it. I grabbed it April. What plays? I only made plays on Caesars and now Neo for earnings. And then we have a Palo Alto that we are going to sell before close. All right, next one is Toll Brothers. Toll. And then Bond's still dancing around. So Toll Brothers, they're expecting $1.87 billion in revenue, EPS $1.78. Home building SG&A 12.2 versus guidance of 12.4. Full year guidance deliveries 9850 units to 10,350. Average delivered price per home 940 to 960. Adjusted home sales gross margin 27.9. SG&A percentage of home sales revenue 9.9. Period end community count 410. Tax rate 26. Since last quarter December 5th. Toll Brothers is up 17.2. S&P up 9.6. XLY is up by 4.8. Near-term options imply 5.8% move last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 4, gain of 2, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. That one's... I thought they've moved more, but they haven't. So they're pricing in a lot, but, I mean, 2 standard deviations is more realistic to get to 10 than it is any other number. But at the end of the day, they're pricing in a lot. They're at all-time highs, and they've moved a decent amount already. That one's kind of tough. 103, 265 plus 310, 575. This one says 560. DraftKings was it 570. It was like what, 1140? So 1140 is 2 standard deviations, 570 is 1. So 1140 would be what? 114.80? Something like that. So 115.45. Not bad considering the price of the stock. And $11 to the downside is like what? 92? Again, they just don't move a lot, but that's not a bad price. Considering the all-time highs, price of the stock, everything else. Yeah, the puts even came down a little. That one's not bad. Again, they just don't move on earnings. But 2 standard deviations is not charging you an arm and a leg. Again, you're going to spend what, $60, $70 both ways on a stock that's what's it called? 115, 120. INSEE on the high. Wasn't there news on them? Insight. Toll Brothers. I think all the other ones did good. All right. Fang. I don't have a Fang preview. No Diamondback. So the next one I have up here, this one's interesting. VRT. Oh, so this is for the morning. So yeah, that's it. Wait, I thought I had Medfast. I guess not. So those are all the ones for today. I think we only ended up playing, two of them. But next one is Veritiv. This one's for the morning again. I don't know how many of you guys want to play this one, but like I was saying, I look at some of these earnings previews and I was like, damn, that one's pricing in a lot. So Veritiv, this thing's literally breaking out. They're expecting organic growth 14.2, revenue 1.88 versus guidance of 182 to 185, operating margin 16.8 versus guidance of 16.1 to 16.5. Next quarter expected to be organic growth of 5.1, revenue 1.62, adjusted operating margin 12.9, EPS of 32 cents since last quarter, October 24th. They're up 61.3. S&P is up 17.8. XLI is up 19.2. Since last quarter, near-term options imply 14.7. Last four-quarter moves, loss of 4, gain of 29, gain of 11, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 16 quarters. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 16 with 2 in line. Forward quarter has beaten 8 of the last 14. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 5 of the last 14 with 1 in line. Not bad. Send the Fang. That's cool. I'm done with today. I don't really want to cover the Fang, honestly. If I don't find a like MPW, if we didn't own it, I probably wouldn't have even done it. So anyone, if there's not like a preview that's like widely covered, it's because it doesn't really have that much exposure or volume on it. So that's why I wouldn't even trip on it. But Vert, this one can move a lot. I didn't know it's somewhat fairly new. Oh, I don't have that one either. But again, I think like these REITs aren't going to really move too much. Maybe MPW. No, we're going to do MPW next, but I didn't even have one for O. So like REITs aren't really stocks that get like covered for earnings. So Vert, they only have the March options. 120. That one's $1. We'll go with 110. So maybe like 220. 18. It's like 119 or 19. Yeah. Vert just looks like it's moved on earnings, but honestly interesting. Wait, what is that pricing in? Oh, I am looking at the wrong ticker. I was like, why is that not bad? It's VRT. I was like, dude, that's not bad for what it is. I was like, huh. Yeah, there you go. So 62. Jeez. 460 and 480. 930. It says 920. We go to 925. So 1850. 925 is one way. 1850 is two. $80.60 is 2 standard deviations. 90 cents. And 43.50. It's broken. What is it? VIR? VRT. Why is there a lot of people playing this? Interesting. But this one is expensive. You're pricing in more than 10%. Yeah, that one's kind of up there. They're huge in data centers. Veritiv, they're industrials. Well, I grab one. I like the activity. I think these are too expensive, though. So I'm only going to go one way to the call side. Not just one of these all-time high crazy ones. I grabbed March 15th. Those puts could be juicy, though. Brown urged Fed chair to strengthen enforcement penalty. All right, the next one is MPW. I don't even think I have a crazy one on there. So revenue for MPW expected to be $311.2 million. Normalized FFO 29 cents. Dividend per share 15. EPS 18. Normalized FFO per share estimate on the year $1.26. EPS estimate 75 cents. They have 2 buy targets, 7 holds, and 6 sells. Average price target 414, 15% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 22%. Adjusted EPS has missed 8 out of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 72.4% in the past year, while SPX is down 22, or is up 22. And then quarterly dividend expected to be 15 cents a share. And that's it. That's all we have on MP. So again, they're pricing in literally 20%, I believe, which is insane. So I don't think there's any way to play these options. 78, 80 cents. Literally pricing in 22%. Yeah. You're better off. You want to play that, you're probably better off going with shares. Yeah, I don't even, because again, I think it'd be, maybe, I don't know. Because if they do have a good earnings, it will move more than 40%, but even then, you need a 40% move. You need $1.60, you need $5 minimum. And that's just to break even. There's surprisingly a lot of options on MPW, though. They offer a lot of different options there. Yeah, they're just pricing in a lot, but I don't think I'm going to play it for earnings. But they do have the ability to move quite a bit. We did the Caesars. We did a Teladoc too. How could you properly cover shares? You can't. That's it. I think it's just a high. That's like that. That's why we're waiting before we add it. But it's just very high risk, high reward. So if you're looking for something that can move 20% tomorrow, that's probably your guy. But other than that, it's a costly play any which way you want to cut it. Even if you want to short it for how much downside's available, even if you want to go long and try to like buy or sell something, maybe you could buy it and sell covered calls. That might be the only thing you could do, but even then, it's still going to expose you to some risk. We haven't done Uber yet, or excuse me, NVIDIA. No. We're doing the ones now for tomorrow morning. We just did MPW. So now what's the next one? I have too many of these open. So next one is Wix. Or no, Winx. No. Analog Devices, ADI. I have a couple of these. So ADI, this one is revenue $2.5 billion versus guidance at 2.5 plus or minus 100 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 68.7. Non-GAAP operating margin 41.7 versus guidance of 41.5 plus or minus 70 basis points. Cash from operations 1.16 billion. EPS 172 versus guidance of 170 plus or minus 10. Revenue next quarter expected to be $2.3 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 68.6. Non-GAAP operating 40.4. Cash from operations $1.13 billion. EPS $1.57. Since last quarter, November 20th, ADI is up 2.4. S&P is up 10.1, and XLK is up 9.2. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, break even, loss of 8, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 19 quarters. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 11 of the last 19 with 1 in line. Let's see. ADI. Doesn't look like it was pricing in too much. Seems to be 5%. 930. So 1860 is 2. 930 is 1. $207.75. Not bad, 55 cents. $170. Yeah, we just went through MPW. All right, I'm grabbing. I want to go both ways, but I feel like it's kind of expensive. But I like this one. This one's simple. It's pricing in 5%. It's moved more than that, or almost 10% in the last year. So it either is not going to move at all, but if it does surprise, they have the ability to move 10%. Or again, yeah, in this case, it'd be 10. But I'm taking the risk by not grabbing a put. ADI, they're a semiconductor company. I guess software. Is ADI on the high right now? Oh, no shit. Yeah, HD already had earnings in the morning. Fubo forced to carry unwanted expensive content. Yo, I got an exclusive on Fubo. Fubo sues media giants behind planned sports streaming service. All right, I'm going to try a Fubo flip. I think we're getting that. Fubo is suing ESPN to block ESPN, Warner, and Fox. Says they're carrying unwanted expensive content. I'm going to go for a flip. I grabbed 1,000 shares at 202. But I'm just hoping it gets a pop by as everyone digests that. I was probably... Actually, damn, that was 800,000 shares? There's no way. Yeah, I think I was all the shares that got purchased. You can watch. I feel like Disney already kind of reacted there. Honestly, nothing's moving. Fubo nor Disney. ADI, I did a March call. Next week call. I spend again, 2 standard deviations. I think that one's the only option chain so far that priced in good. So ADI was the only one that wasn't the stock may not move, but what you're paying for 2 standard deviations on a expensive stock, all of it is just looks good. Yeah, what happened to the bonds? They just gave up there? It's interesting because the market's still up and we got 2 minutes till power hour? This is in response to that new bundle thing with Disney, Warner Bros. And all those. The ADI, you guys missed out on the ADI. There's way too many of you asking. It's go calculate 2 standard deviations. Y'all are insane. I think I literally grabbed exactly what 2 standard deviations was, or I think I went a little over, but even then, I only went one way on it. That's it. But you can price it in. It's definitely not that hard. I think I still remember. I think 930 and then 1860 are the numbers. I'm in Palo Alto, but I'm going to sell those. I don't want to hold those. We only have an hour. That's what I was just looking at. I was like, oh, wow. Time. I didn't realize. The day is wrapping up, my brethren. The day is wrapping up. All righty. My Palo Alto is not green. No, it's down. All right, the next one is Wingstop. So this one's their stock is crazy. So Wingstop, Their comps are expected to be 14.7 system-wide, company-owned 6.2, revenue 120 million, restaurant margin 24.8, EBITDA 35.7, EBITDA margin 29.7, EPS 57 cents, number of restaurants, end of period 2199. Since last quarter, October 31st, Wingstop is up 74.7, S&P is up 19.4, XLY is up 17.7, near-term options imply 11.3. Last 4 quarters, gain of 8, loss of 0, gain of 9, and then gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Lemon pepper, it sucks. Because it looks like if they're pricing in 11, they kind of move what they priced in. So good luck with that. Oof. 39.72. I get like 30. I get like 37. What is that? 37 times 2. $74? Habibi. So $3.95. All right. Still mad expensive, low key. What would be the puts? $247. Habibi, this is not even cheap. But then again, they are coming off of 180. That just is expensive no matter what. I would only want the puts, but even then, it's not even like. You still got to spend like $1. Yeah, I don't know. I only like the puts, but even then, I think they're quite pricey. Unless something catastrophic occurs. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe we'll come back to it. Well, I think that one just is going to cost a lot. Alrighty. Next up on the list. Where is it? Wix. So we got a couple more left. We're almost done. So that was just Wing. The next one is Wix. Oh, Wix is holding up. Man, that website maker, they're kind of holding up. They've sold off a lot, but damn. So they're expecting $402.6 million in revenue, non-GAAP gross margin 68.1, non-GAAP operating 12.6, EPS 96 cents a share, free cash flow 79.3, bookings 401.9 million, creative subscriptions 1.19 billion, revenue next quarter expected to be 416.5 million, non-GAAP gross margin 67.9, non-GAAP operating 14.8, EPS $1.04, free cash flow 84 million, bookings 444.1, and then subscription ARR 1.24 billion. Since last quarter, November 8th, they're up 41.7%. S&P is up 14.2, and XLK is up 15.2. Near-term options imply 12.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, gain of 13, gain of 1 and then gain of 12. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Forward quarter has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. Not so bad. Priva. That's crazy. Wix. So, honestly, it seems like it's pricing in a lot, and then it's had quarters, 2 of them, where just it literally has not done anything. So, it's a higher price. That's the only thing that sucks about it. And you're only pricing in this week. So, 16.30. Well, 16.50. So, $33 both ways. 159. 33. It's not bad. Even though that's pricing in a lot, I mean, still 2 standard deviations for like $40 to $50. It's honestly not that bad, surprisingly. And then 9 to 3, that's for the marches. The puts are kind of more money. That's honestly interesting. That one's very interesting. Because again, it's price. Wix is pricing in a ton. But the 2 standard deviations are not. Wait, am I looking at the wrong one? No, yeah. They're not bad. I'm going to burn it, but... Yeah, very interesting. I bought one of the 185s for $5. That's honestly a weird-ass contract. That's the only reason why I'm buying it. I'll put my $5. Watch out. Be careful. If you market order on that and it goes crazy, yeah, no more $5 on that one. MDT. That one did cuck. Flex, first 5 on the high. All right, that was Wix. What's the next one? GLBE. Globe. No, this is called Global E Online. I don't know if any of you guys trade this one. But GLBE, I think this is another big mover. or pricing in a lot. Revenue 182 versus guidance of 178 to 186. Non-GAAP gross margin 43.3. Adjusted EBITDA 34.3 versus guidance of 31 to 36.5. Adjusted EBITDA margin 18.9 to estimate of 16.9 to 19.6. GMV 1.1 billion versus guidance of 125 to 117. EPS loss of 12 cents a share. Near-term options imply a 17.3% move. All right, it's not too bad. Where is it? 17.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 27, loss of 5, loss of 3, then gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 10 quarters. EPS has beaten 4 of the last 10, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 4 of the last 10 quarters. Don't you guys trade GLBE a lot? I feel like I've heard this before. Thank you for SMCI. I don't know why it's up 140. I forgot we made that play. I'm down, though, man. I'm down. But GLBE, I don't know. This one, $40. 710. Yeah, I don't know. GLBE, this doesn't really look like it moves, but it has. I don't know. That one I'm going to skip. But 2 standard deviations would be about $15, $14. You can't be down. No. Like I said, I'm down. Like, I meant like I'm down. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm down that we have it. Like, I'm down to roll. You know, I'm down to party. That's what I meant. Not like I'm negative. Are the stream alerts recommended? It just depends. I mean, if you could support the channel, just if you love me. But beyond that, if you have the ability to watch all day, you don't need it. But if you're prone to missing things and then get mad about missing and then you want to know every little thing that's happening, I mean, it's good to have. The SMCI play from this morning is up 120% right now. All right, Globe. All right, we have 2 more. HSBC and then ALIT. Stream alerts is the first link in the description. Instructions unclear. Sending love. Oh, man. God bless you, Tim Whitman. We have Tim Whitman, like, instruction alerts. That's, I mean, the amount of instructions my man is shown love with. He's like, I don't know, man. All I know is show love, baby. God bless you, bro. So, ALIT, I don't know what this company is. ALIT, A-Light, they move a lot. I don't know why I have this preview. But they've moved 12, expecting 12%, moved 11, loss of 12, loss of 6, and gain of 9. I don't know if I want to play this $10 stock. Let's see. ALIT. $260. $12. Kind of expensive. I don't know. They'd have to break out. They don't look. All right, we'll go to HSBC, and then this is the final one. HSBC, the bank. These are all for tomorrow morning. The HSBC, provided by the company, full year revenue expected to be $66.69 billion. PBT 34.12, EPS $1.32, DPS 64 cents, CET1 ratio 14.5. Since last quarter, they're up 5.9. Stocks Europe is up 14.6. Last 4 quarters, a loss of 2, gain of 1, gain of 4, gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. So, European Bank. Okay, are they set to report tomorrow? Yeah, February 21st. $1.40 is priced in. $1.40, so $2.80. 5%. That's actually not bad. So 43 like 60. Interesting. HSBC doesn't look that bad. It's not pricing in a lot. You're just getting exposure to European banks. That one's decent. I'm still kind of undecided on it, though. Otherwise, we could walk away with our plays today. $5 on Wix, 37 on ADI, that's 42. 44 on VRT, that's 86. And then 30 on Neo, that's like what, 110. And then $30 on 40 on CZR, so 150. And then $10 on Teladoc, so 160. We actually made a little bit more plays. Yeah, I'll burn HSBC. I like the valuation. It's not pricing in a lot. Otherwise, we'll see. You still got 100% on the SMC. I don't know what happened with SMCI. Nice. We just got to move on there. I wonder how time decay will be on that play. Otherwise, yalla, keep going, you know? All right, I think that's it. I got out of my gold swing today. We made a good amount on it. Otherwise, I'm just waiting. I think gold might just hover around these levels, but gold, we actually need, like, something to come in. I don't know how to describe it. But, like, lately it hasn't, like, the dollar and all the other things with rates. I mean, the main drivers, we haven't really got much updates on it. So, but I'm down to play it once it comes down. Lazy Boy, when do they report? They can move a lot, though, but I think they have been moving to the downside now. I'd have to double check. But Chattadonia, we just had a lot of earnings previews. I need to go to the bathroom. Wow, it's already 12:14, 12:18. We only have 40 minutes left. Are you kidding me? God bless America.
And prices should.
Oh, there you go.
I think it's going to be tough
like
for
a good
NVIDIA
guy.
to keep
Right,
that growth
Follow me
rate
on Instagram.
up.
I'm at
So
the Trading Fraternity.
even though great company,
Like the video.
big
I
piece
love
of the
you. Good morning,
S&P,
and
I think there are more interesting places to be looking than just chasing what's been working over the last 6 months to a year.
The other, I guess, debate that Greg and I were having is about the course of interest rates, when and how aggressive they might be. How reliant do you think the market is on the prospect of getting several, not just one, but several rate cuts this year?
I think the expectation is absolutely we're going to get several. And again, I think that 100 basis points would be what the two-year bond yield is implying. I think the timing of that is a little bit less important. I think it's important for short-term traders. And Scott, I've held this view that really it's not about the exact date they cut, it's that that's the direction they're going. And again, I've been saying this for a while, inflation, when you net out shelter, is down to 1.6%. Shelter is very lagged. Single family housing is the biggest piece of that. Rents are second. And I think when you net that out, which I think is appropriate, you get to a much lower level. So I think the direction is absolutely down. I would be very surprised to see a rate increase. That seems a little bit out of the cards, but I respect the different points of view, no doubt. I think that we should be expecting several cuts as we move into the back half of the year.
Okay. Let me ask you about targets for stocks, because we get Goldman today to 5,200 from 51. UBS goes to 54. The comments that I brought up earlier that you made in February of 23, where you said we'll get everything cheaper, you were also looking to go back and retest and break through those prior October
Retest,
lows,
for sure.
right? Now here we are. What are you looking for in terms of performance from the stock market based on your view? Because now we've lapped those October lows and we started another leg higher in this bull market.
Right.
On November 1st, let's just call it that. So now what?
I'm going to have to evaluate what my price target is. And the reason I'm going to have to evaluate it is, even though I do see a correction, because technology is becoming such a bigger part of the indices, and as you know, I just said, they're going to grow 20% plus, many of these companies. I don't know if it will go as low as I had previously projected. And so while it might not be 3,800, I do see a meaningful correction, because I do believe that we will get less than 3 cuts this year. I think we can all agree that the market is not expecting that. And I do believe that the next move is a hike. And so I think those will be meaningful downward catalysts. And I do expect a correction on the order of 20%.
Okay. We will, I hope, keep having these conversations.
We certainly
Greg Branch, thank you very much. John Marriott, thank you as well. We'll talk to both of you soon.
Well, there you go. A little bear. He said 20% down, Chattadonia. He said 20% down. Look at that. My goodness. Hold on. Yeah, bearish is good. It's kind of refreshing to hear. Usually everyone's like, it's going to the moon. He said, nope, I got you. 20% down. All right. But, Chad, we got earnings previews out the way. We made a couple plays. I think analog devices is my favorite out of all of them, just because it wasn't pricing in. That Neo one is just random as hell. Those random as hell ones haven't really played out. And then we got to get out of Polyalti by end of the day, but so far, no premium juice on that. Yeah, Polyalti, we're down 15%. But I'm going to close those at the bell. When's CRM earnings? I don't have CRM. I think CRM's on Wednesday or Thursday. I don't know. Where is our handy dandy earnings? Is it even this week? No, CRM is in next week? Oh, man. Microsoft, little wick. Intel back down to 2. Made a play on Intel. That's kind of the NVIDIA exposure. Microsoft, yeah, they did get a little wick up here. What time is it? 3:23? So we still got just above 30 minutes. We did MPW. Nothing really crazy. It's trading below its average price target. They're down 75% on the year versus the S&P, which is up like 20 or something. And that's it. The Intel play, you're going to have to wait for the watch list. That one was like early in the morning. How does Palo Alto beat? I don't know about how much they beat, but they move quite a bit. So but they also price in a lot too. So I mean, I think their average move is like 6 to 9% after earnings, but then they're pricing in, a solid like 12% or so. So that one's an expensive company. Yeah, Twilio, those plays went up 100%, but it's still cheap. But they are about to enter into the money, I think. That's where it gets interesting. Yeah, Fubo. That didn't move. I made a little flip on that for 203, but I'm still in those. I still need to get out. I'm down $10, $20. I'm going to keep the SMCI, yeah. I mean, you can sell out now with a pretty good gain, but I'm surprised those contracts even held up. They already came back down, though. on the bid, but the ask is still up a lot. Those contracts move very aggressively. Trade alerts, first link in the description. SMCI is worth 40 bill. Last week it was worth 55. Literally last Friday. I think it was worth more. VINC? What the hell is Vinc? Vincerix Pharma up 100%. Who is this guy? Vinc? What is this, Habibi? There's a SC13. What is Vinc? I don't know. INGR 52-week highs is another bio. Ingredion. Kalu. Airlines still, remember, airlines all day. Some went down. UAL still at the high. Delta up 1.4. That one's kind of impressive. Cart still kind of holding up. And then again, MPW in the morning. Gonna sub this stream alerts. Love what you do. I love you too, man. Well, God bless you. Either way, we'll have the updates on the watch list. And then, again, tomorrow around 11, we'll have the earnings too. No, Wix, there was just Wix. I bought the $5 contract. I didn't even think there was any cheap plays. The ones like near the money were decent, but then I just saw one contract going for $5. I said, you know what? I'll just take that, call it a day. But a lot of the plays were on the more expensive end of pricing. That's why I saw. But I ended up making quite a bit, but 150 for like 4 or 5 plays. No, Rivian's tomorrow. We're going to cover Rivian tomorrow. So Rivian, the video, we're going to all do those tomorrow. Intel. I liked HSBC too, but that one I didn't think was worth it. ADI was probably my favorite one. I have old shares of SoundHound, but I don't really think much about it. I think it'll just move with the NVIDIA hype. Because didn't they invest into it, or was that just the first AI one? But I did see an AI drive-thru. I saw an AI Wendy's drive-thru. I didn't go to it myself. I saw a video of it. But it was like, hey, take a look at some of the possible options. Let me know if you have one. You'd like one cherry Coke? Awesome. Is there anything else you'd like? And then like I saw somebody order with an AI in the drive. It blew my mind. But it's exactly how I expected it. You have one at Carl's Jr. down the street. I haven't gone. Try it. Let me know how it is. You should film it. UAL still going. Again, City. I have that one up here as well. Spy's not doing that bad. Remember, today looked pretty ugly, even though it's been slow. NASDAQ's still down 1, but, you have recovered about 22 points from the low of the day. So it could be worse, Could be worse. What was the play on ADI? It was a 2007 One Republic call. You're too late to apologize. You're too late. That's the one. ADI. So we already went over it, unfortunately. I don't want to recap it. So what I would do is I'd calculate 2 standard deviations, and I did 1 strike price above 2 standard deviations. But if you calculate it, like I'm saying, the thing I like about it is that the 2 standard deviations is legit on that one. Stock's only pricing in 5%. 10% is not that crazy. So, and then it has moved 8, 9% before. We have London, UK chads. Yeah, I think so. Some of them might be sleeping, or I don't know, waking up. I forgot how it works. Pfizer went red? No way. They were looking good in the morning. They were right below the 2840. Was it March 1st? I believe so, yes. Didn't Citi? Oh, no. As Wells Fargo had the bank news on Friday. Do I have the UAL random play? Oh, I might. Let's see. I do. It's only up 24% though. It expires in March. $50 calls. We got 24% gain. Minutes. They usually don't move the minutes, but there has been a couple of times, few and far between, where the minutes ended up giving us a big reaction. So considering Powell was hawkish at the last Fed meeting and the market has moved a lot since then, I do think tomorrow will be interesting, but it's hard to guarantee a move off of the minutes. So it could be something, or it could just as easily be nothing. If MPW cuts dividends, it'll probably go to $1. But that'd be really bad. I don't think they will, but that'd be a very bad sign if you cut dividends within a year and then cut them again. What am I going to look option-wise if China invades Taiwan? NVIDIA. I don't think that's like a. I don't think there's a serious play to look at. But if that was the case, I would make a currency play. I would either buy the Japanese yen or make a play on other China plays. But I don't really think there is a scenario in the short term or midterm where China does invade Taiwan. City dropping, SPY getting red. So we were just talking about how we moved up 20 points off the low. Now you got about 27 minutes left. 2-3 big candles just gave up the last like 30 minutes of moves. Walmart at the low. It's weird. HD went up, and they were the one that was red in the morning. Yeah, SPY getting some bigger candles now to the downside. Roku, Disney's down. Twilio, those SMC highs are still up, surprisingly. Next long term, I don't know. We talked about it a lot, though, this morning. Either 3M, Altria, Pfizer is still looking appetizing, or even maybe some of the other new additions from Starbucks, Nike, and Walmart. Those are on the list, but for most of the time, I'm just kind of going to just wait until we get it, 2 more weeks, but I would like me a nice dividend play. We all have till the 22nd record date for Walmart. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get Walmart after. If it stays up 5%, I'll just have to miss out, and then I'll buy it post-split whenever it does drop after whatever. But I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to buy the all-time highs. I like Target, but I also don't like the 40% increase on Target on the year. Oh, 5 community gifts. That's weird. I've never seen it say community gift. God bless you, Nikki. Amen. Amen. Give the Twitch a horn. Let them party, baby. Amen. Yes, I just got clapped out of nowhere right there. Again, we were just talking about how you've recovered 27 points, 25 points here. Very, very, very decent amount in the last hour or two, but very quickly we just sold off half of that. So now you're right in between hitting the low and then where you started from. What am I going to do with the Roku? What are you going to do? I was going to ask you. You know my response, bro. I passed you the ball. You got to do what you want, but please don't bug me with what to do with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm all of those. I passed the ball, but what are you going to get out? Spread it? Do it. Do it, baby. Do it. The 10% on the toll. Those are interesting. Toll wasn't pricing in that much. They just haven't moved in a very long time. Toll could be another interesting one. IBM on the low. They're down, dude. So many names down 2-3% today. Airbnb still down by 3. I think Expedia found a way to go green. And what was the other one? Bookings earnings are coming up. Is it? Oh my goodness. Those are two. I'm looking at the booking option chain. That thing's insane. You might be able to go early on there, but you got to be careful. 337 bouncing after that little hiccup. Yeah, coin, bro. A lot of names, even SMCI, they just look nuts off the bottom. Who else was the other one? Intel? And then some of the names that were up in the morning just gave it all up, like Pfizer, because Pfizer's up too. Toll. I think Toll, it is outpacing the market by a ton. So I do think whenever one of those home builders does do bad, I do think they have a lot of downside. Boeing, Boston to San Francisco flight. Plane wings come apart midair. Do we have confirmation on that? Twitch is posting that. I don't know. Twitch is posting a headline, but I don't see it yet. Oh, I see it now on Twitter. Boston-bound flight from San Francisco forced to divert to Denver after plane wings come apart midair. Fox. There's not too many. Again, I don't see the actual source. I just see people talking about it. I wouldn't say it's confirmed yet. So just be careful. 4 hours ago video on Google. Looks to 1 to 2 hours based on news. Yeah, so people are reiterating it right now. On Twitter, that's the only place I see it, though. There's video. Man. Again, I think people trying to pump it a little bit to the downside. I wouldn't get too into it. Let's see. We got 20 minutes left. CRNC. And then AWI. Damn, this thing's up 11%, 52-week highs. Hi. Neo. The CL play a little bit, like a couple of hours ago, it was down. Oil, but now it's down even more. I really want to play it, but I am worried, like I said, about the I don't like buying oil this high. But if oil does rip through here, it's going to get insane. What did it do last February? Yeah, I'm just not going to touch it. I don't know. Boeing, I think the news is just going around, people talking about it, but it doesn't seem like it's new news. You guys all have it, but then I think it's just kind of moving around here. Again, not to mention, look at how the market's kind of trading here. So just be careful on it. Boeing semi. That's why it just doesn't seem like it's old. But if no one's picking it up the same way, it's either everyone's going to make a big deal about it later or they will now. SPR, they've been selling off all day, going low too. Anywhere. So if they make like a big news story on it, it'll hit. But I don't know. It feels like everyone's trying to kind of brush it under the rug. I'm in the FUBO. I'm going to sell those out, though. Let's see. That thing does not move at all. I need to get rid of the polyalties, too. I'll wait a little bit. Dude, FUBO does not move at all. It's like kind of mind-blowing. Like I've never really seen a stock stay like that pinned, even if they had news. They had a Wall Street Journal exclusive, did nothing. But like this thing is just literally just staying pinned. Legend on the high. Beyond Inc. This is Overstock, right? When do they have earnings? Where is SMCI? I'm watching. I got to sell out 2 things. We got 15 minutes. So we'll see Pauliolti, then Phoebe. And the SMCIs are still up 36, it says, but the bid and ask are huge, literally 50% difference. The ADI play, it's decent. I like it out of all of them, but I mean, I think you get better plays on earnings on Thursday. So this isn't even the main event. And then obviously tomorrow with NVIDIA. Beyond BYON still keeps going up, and then SMCI, see if those contracts get any more juice on there. I'm still holding save. I'm up on that, both on the covered call and the shares, believe it or not. I feel like we haven't heard something on that in a minute, and then I wonder how the JetBlue ICANN thing is going to affect it. Yeah, bro, SMCI is working. So, again, those plays in the morning, you could get out now with a little bit of money, but not too long ago, they were just up 200%. Yeah, coin moved up a lot. Again, even Intel from the bottom, and then a couple names like Pfizer sold off. I don't know if you guys want the breakdown. Because today it's been weird all day. But right now on the Dow, 12 names red, 18 in the green. So earlier you had more names green. NASDAQ, you have 62 red, 39 in the green. It was more 50-50 in the morning. And then S&P 500, 320 red, 179 green. So a lot of those names that were just like barely holding on, they gave it back. Is Beyond Earnings today? I didn't have a I didn't see them on there. And then that China, that C-Pop, bro. Oh my goodness, this thing's still going crazy. You say the Teladoc call up 40? I see up 30, but that one, we only got that one for 10 cents. That makes, I was like, damn, how? But yeah, I forgot. That was the cheaper one. So unless you want the $3 from it, it's up to you, man. It's up to you. Disney moving. They were moving down earlier. SPY just kind of dancing around near the lows, but I mean, when this was the first day in a while where we dropped, went low, and stayed low. Maybe that changes in the next 12 minutes, but yeah, that one's actually, you know, I think just if anything, this is just a little continuation from the other day and at least pointing us in somewhat of direction after digesting a lot yesterday, but the real question is, how do earnings play out, and then is this enough to continue? MasterCard on the low? Why is MasterCard flushing? Is that on the Discover deal? SMCI wants to go green, still red on the day, but again, NVIDIA does have earnings tomorrow. Thinkorswim says earnings today. Some sites say tomorrow. Interesting. Beyond. I see February 20th after market. And then their call is in the morning. So they may, I don't know, it's one or the other. So I see release tonight and then earnings in the morning. So Beyond might happen today. That one will be interesting. This one's kind of one of those hype plays. I can't type this thing in for the life of me. So either today after the bell or tomorrow, and then they moved along. Then MA is just dumping still. Again, they're trading on the low, getting worked. You bought QQQ 410, 3-1 to play earnings, much better premiums. Yeah, it'll pretty much what? It'll affect the Qs by like 10% or something. It's a big amount. Yeah, MA's moving 10-minute rig. Here it is, Carvana on the high. Their earnings on Thursday. So again, a couple of names still moving here at close. Abivi gave it up. So all those healthcares that were doing good in the morning. Yeah, literally XLV. That turned around. Neil puts print in. Stock has not moved. Teladoc options moving. Stock isn't. ASND. That was that bio. You didn't make any earnings. I feel like I'm going to miss out. No, you're good. It's just the beginning of the week. So in a weird way, I think tomorrow is the main earnings day. Tomorrow and Thursday. I think you have way more opportunities. These are kind of all the warm-ups. Maybe it's a good show, though. Who knows? But I want to trip. Caesars up 150. Nothing moved. Mine are up 2%. But it could be because of the just the stocks getting ready here into the close. Like, again, earnings are right around the corner now. Even if the stocks didn't move much, these little volatile moves, IV could be picking up. No, I think the take-twos, no. We sold out of those. I have the calls, I think, unless they expired. No, the calls expired, and then the put we took for like 100 or 200%, I think. Out the money NVIDIA's. I don't know. NVIDIA has moved a lot. NVIDIA has literally moved 50% from its last earnings. Like literally a month ago, it was $100-something lower. 2 months ago, it was $200 lower. So quite frankly, I just think the range on NVIDIA is unknown. We just don't know, even if it has a good earnings or not. It's like, did it already run up or not? And then, it has all of this cushion. It's really hard to even say if it's cushion or not either. So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards not playing NVIDIA and then playing everything else in between that's related to it. But I would just wait till they have their earnings and then we could go from there. All right, we got a couple more minutes left. Beyond still going. What is Nivda? Barely moving. Came up a little. SMCI moved way more. That one's kind of funny. Yeah, I remember it didn't do much on Friday, but all day today, it went crazy. Okay, I sold out of the Fubo, $20 loss. And then, where's the other ones? Yeah, Polyalti already dropping. Damn, those Palo Altos dropped 28, 40 now? Oh, they just killed the bid on the Palo Alto. Damn it, I just got scammed on that play. The hell? Yeah, the teledocs are up because you only got one contract. So if you want the $2 to $5, that's on you. Yeah, they just clapped the Palo Altos. I wanted to get out of those. So looking at the chart, you're telling me Rivian IPO'd at 150 billion. Yeah, man, everyone was excited too. Shout out always for the good vibes, baby. That's your 20th super chat. God bless you. Horna. And shout out to the Rivians. You have earnings tomorrow. Oh my goodness. God bless you, watered. Watered. Watch out, watered. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Wow, we already got a little loud there, huh? We already got a little loud there. Uh-oh. So, Chattadonia. I don't know how today flew by like that, but the day is almost over. So that means the new guy is going to come on and he's going to land us here. But just as a warning, because it gets really loud in here and people have had a lot of problems with the loud noises, I'm here to remind you that when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers. Why? Because people have reported bleeding eardrums, ruptured eardrums, other ruptures elsewhere, you know, a host of issues. Dormant BBB comes back to life. They start punching people. It's like really weird, man, honestly. But, you know, just want to make sure you guys are protected. So whenever you hear me say earmuffs, just keep in mind that's your warnings to protect yourself if you are sensitive to those loud noises, all right? So earmuffs is the safe word, all right? Earmuffs, 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 okay? Are you all with me? Earmuffs. Earmuffs, that's the word now. Let's go. It's time. Earmuffs, come on. Come on, knock it out. Knock it out, Habibi. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. I'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees, sunny on and off, depending on where you're at there. But looking like a decent day if you thought nothing would happen and we'd edge down a little bit lower, because that's what happened. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, Chattadonia. It's game time, baby. It's game time. It is your time to go home. Let's go, man. You got to wrap it up. A lot of earnings after the bell. Not much remaining now. What are you going to do? Speak now or forever hold your peace, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have much time left. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You don't have much time remaining. You have what? You got what? Like less than what? Less than 20 seconds? Oh, my God. I'm trying to get out of my... There you go. I got out of the Palo Alto $60. I lost $40 on that. Somebody got away with 75 right ahead of me. But then I couldn't get filled. Oh, wow. They just sold for 85 cents. Fuck. Oh, there it is. Ding, 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Where's it at? Oh, my goodness. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need that good game in the chat right now, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, infos, vibes, personalities, love, anything. You brought something to the table. God bless you and good game, baby. Show some short sportsmanship. Let's go. Without a GG, you're more likely to get banned. 9 out of 10 dentists say you will get banned without the GG. I'm just telling you, you better drop it. You better have that on the chat packs, baby. Let's go.
Ain't got me no job, but my car cost a home teacher.
That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You are in the game, baby. Shout out all the members, all the donos. You donated. You didn't have to. You were showing love, baby. If anybody was positive to a chat, answered another question from a chat. God bless you, baby. Good game. Way to play, baby. Way to stay in the game. Shout out to Law Term. GG, baby. GG. That's how you play. I'll see you tomorrow, man. God willing. God willing. GG. GG, bro. That's how you play. Good game. I'll see you. We'll get them tomorrow. Good game. Good game. GG.
Just watch, use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh, baby, no, playing with it. But Chad, that's the day. I gotta go too, bro. I'm dying. I need to take a dump. I need to do a lot of things. Oh, I forgot. I don't think I'm gonna stick around for these earnings. I gotta get going, bro. I gotta get going. I'm gonna play you Airbnb. Tell you that I love you. Check out the links in the description. It's all here, baby. It's all here. Shout out to Watchlist. Second link, baby. It's all there. All right, you missed anything, we're gonna cover it. You really worried about missing it? You get the stream alerts. First link, baby. Stop it. Free long-term alerts too. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that's it. Go explore. Go fill out the prayer request wall. Pray for your boy, baby. I love you. That's the day, man. That's it. I'm playing this and I'm out. I'm out, baby. God bless America. God bless Chatadonia. Oh, there's Polyalthene.
Remember when I put him on the motherfucker's daddy? But it's some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the best, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly, and shout out to the people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality.
Hey man, we gotta play, dude. Caesars, I didn't check their earnings unless they did good. I saw that come across the wire though, but I feel like another casino goes down. You said Toll Brothers ripping. I don't know. I'm not gonna stay for the. I gotta take a dump. I gotta be getting mad heartburn all day, bro. I gotta handle some business here. You know what I'm saying? I'm leaving early right now, even though we have earnings. Yeah, I think we can leave it there. Palo Alto, I'm assuming they beat, but it looks like a cuckening all across the board, baby. You can search Uncle Answers. Uncle Answers has all this music, man. All the music. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. He even got a SoundCloud. I remember SoundCloud back in the day. SoundCloud used to go hard, bro. You know, even Uncle has one, and he's old. That's how you know he's old, I guess. You know, I've had crazy heartburn, bro. I got to sit on business. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But Chatadonia, that is the day, for real. Thank you for your time. If you came out here, you gave me your time, man. You showed some love. You are participating in all of it. I really hope you got something out of it. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for supporting the chat, for showing love, man, staying in the game, getting a long term, being a beacon of all of it, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, I hope they feel me. So, for real, God bless all of you. God willing, I will see you in the morning, or at the very least on the watch list tonight. But that is the day, man. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And Chatadonia, don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why we don't make permanent decisions off of temporary situations, because we know life is all about cycles, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, Palo Alto. Well, the puts did look the cheapest. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my good. They hit on the Palo Alto. That's already, it was pricing in 10 or 15 or 12, I think. So they've already moved there. But that's it. I'll let you digest it on your own. I'll let you digest it till the watch list. And then we'll see where it all shows up. Even Caesars kind of clapped. Well, we did do both ways, I think, right? Caesars, we got both ways. Yeah, maybe we get lucky on that one. I don't know. 36, yeah, because it was only pricing in 6. And a VIX. We'll see what happens. But, Chad, I love you. God bless all of you. Have a wonderful evening, but that's the day. Okay, that's the day. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Have a wonderful evening, and peace out. Yeah, what about the front? Man, I got heartburn. But I feel it in my stomach. Why do they call it in your heart? I don't know. I feel like my esophagus. Snuffleupagus. Esophagus. He's in Al Qaeda. Anyways, you have a good day. Vote for me. Or Nikki Haley's going to be your president. Yeah, exactly. Come on. I'll see you later. Bye. Exactly. Now, Joshua. I have no idea what I'm going to say here. But all I know is exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'll see you later. Exactly.